Chapter 1 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher. A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1 by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Chapter 1. The Unexpected Happens. Perplexity, anxiety, and a surprise she could not conceal, chased each other alternately over the face of a maiden lady as she read a letter she had just received. She was sitting at breakfast in a delightful, cheerful, sunny breakfast room. The sun rays played upon brilliant silver, exquisitely fine linen, and all those small dainties which, by reason of their minuteness and of the slender nourishment they afford, proclaim the absence of the carnivorous animal, man. 2 bantams' eggs, a little lettuce, some radishes, fruit, and various hot cakes were all arranged within her reach. She had poured out her tea, and had then noticed one letter on the top of her other letters conspicuously challenging her attention, and she read it. The tea urn steamed, and her tea cooled, but she sat with the utmost disregard of both these things. She was pale, a little faded and elderly, but her eyes were still fine, and her hands were white and beautifully shaped. She let her eyes wander over the well-kept lawn, the sunlight playing through the huge branches of some fine cedars, and with a start turned to her breakfast, barely touched it, and reread her letter. The lady, Miss Burlington, was the aunt of Mr. Cyril Burlington, a large landed proprietor on the borders of Worcestershire. He was a man of 36, and she had brought him up entirely, been his most loving guardian, cared for his welfare as a schoolboy, sent him to travel in his youth, and looked after his property till he was old enough to look after it himself. His father had been killed out hunting when he was a little boy in petticoats, and his mother had not long survived the loss of the husband she idolized. From the time Cyril came of age, Miss Burlington had urged him to marry, which was a great mistake, since men have a way of arranging these matters for themselves, and very often become adverse to anything pressed upon them. But she was anxious to see him happily married. She felt deeply the immense wickedness of man, especially as set forth in the papers, and she considered that no girl in her proper senses, no very nice girl, would refuse him. He wanted no fortune with his wife, as he was very rich. He was well born, and didn't care for connection. This gave his choice much freedom and a large area. The letter which disturbed her was not alarming, it was unexpected, and announced his engagement to a young lady. But there was something negative, an absence of the overflowing delight Miss Burlington was romantic enough to expect on such an occasion. There was also a postscript. Unlike the usual letter of a man, it contained matter for thought. She is a very brilliant creature. What did this mean? That other qualities were wanting? Oh, she had to write, of course, at once to the darling of her heart. She knew that she must feel differently before writing, and she went out on the lawn. Cyril was grave, somewhat sedate, as a man is apt to be with the shadow of 2 graves lying over his childhood. He was full of talent, which was generally a surprise to people who didn't know him well, and who considered him dull on slight acquaintance. Even upon subjects he had thoroughly studied, he was reticent of speech. Miss Burlington, knowing how well he might have answered, argued, and even convinced people, reproached him at times with his silence. But he laughed off her rebukes. "There are so many people who can talk and who like to talk," he would answer. "I like silence best." Miss Burlington was roused from vexed questions to which she could bring no quite satisfactory answers by the reproachful gaze of the elderly butler, who met her as she was coming back.
"I was afraid something had happened, ma'am. You never rang, and the tea-urn has boiled over."
Miss Burlington was annoyed. Certainly Marsham was making unnecessary fuss, Both footmen had been called in, everything lifted off the table. She was made to feel she had given a great deal of trouble. Marsham spared her nothing. And then Mrs. Butt, who was short in her temper, but such an excellent housekeeper, and so first-rate a cook, came bristling to the door for delayed orders. Miss Burlington saw that she must at once put herself in the right with her, or she would have still greater discomfort to put up with. "Before arranging about the dinner, Mrs. Butt, I wish to tell you some news I have just received. My nephew, Mr. Burlington, wishes it announced." "Oh, I was afraid you'd received bad news, ma'am," said Mrs. Butt, putting on her most melancholy expression, and preparing, if necessary, to go to the very verge of tears. "Oh dear, no, not bad news. I was surprised. It is perhaps a little unexpected. Mr. Burlington is going to be married." "Oh, dear me, ma'am, I'm sure I wish you both joy. Do you know the young lady, Miss Burlington?" "I have never seen her, but we can feel sure that she is all Mr. Burlington can wish for him since he has chosen her." "Oh, of course, ma'am. Is she a titled lady, ma'am?" "No, Miss Maria Kingson." "Well, ma'am, though a duke's daughter isn't too good for master, she'll maybe make up for it. Am I to tell the household, or wait for further orders?" "You can tell everyone. Tell Marsham first, and say I would have told him myself, but as the footmen were there I could not do so." Miss Burlington knew that this was an excellent return for the undue fuss Marsham had made. Mrs. Butt said a great many sensible things, and was inclined to be a little tearful, but at the same time was really sympathetic and most deeply interested. Difficulties of any kind were that morning arranged with great celerity. She was dying to go and tell Marsham, who would be provoked at being second and not first to hear so important an event, and very soon retired. Miss Burlington went again under the cedar trees. The impending change was a very great one for her. To uproot a lady of over 60 from the home she has had for more than 40 years was no light thing for her. She loved the beautiful place and the gardens with an appreciation time had increased and not lessened. The peeps through the great lime-tree avenue of the blue hills of Malvern in the far distance, the bustling, insignificant, charming trout stream by whose murmurs she went to sleep, and whose career she could follow through the valley in the shape of a silver thread, the beech wood, where on hot days it was always cool and pleasant, and on cold days always sheltered, and then the flowering shrubs and rose-trees. She trusted Cyril's wife would love these things. Perhaps as a brilliant creature she would not care for them. Then Miss Burlington, shocked to find herself drifting into a feeling akin to antagonism towards the future Mrs. Burlington, turned rapidly to the house, and dashed off a letter of warmest good wishes and congratulations to her nephew. She went out driving that afternoon. She had long made up her mind that an old manor house, which stood partly inside and partly outside the park, and which was considered too much in the grounds to be let to strangers, would be a pleasant home for her when and if Cyril married, and she went there now. To reach it driving you had to go down the West Avenue along a road and then up a lane, but there was a short cut through the grounds if wanted. A curious doubt arose in her mind now as to whether that shorter way would ever be put into requisition by her new niece. The manor house was in excellent repair. It was a quaint, pretty place, with a wide flagged pavement up to the door, and some fine trees round it. At the back, a sunny flower garden, the abode of bees, whose cheerful humming made an important noise in the dead stillness now. It was all well kept up, for Miss Burlington's had been a wise rule, and no part of the large property had been neglected. When her nephew succeeded, he had found order everywhere, and an organisation so perfect that no one particular hand was required to keep it up. It sometimes happens that things are in excellent order, or the reverse, by reason of the presence or absence of one man upon whom the whole machinery depends, as a watch does upon its mainspring. But this was not the case here. Wandering through the garden thoughtfully, Miss Burlington's mind arranged everything, how and when she would come here. She felt a little sad when she had so settled everything, and then one of those trifles that influence us all swept regret upon one side. Down a broad grass walk she had stepped, and all at once she saw something she had for many years entirely forgotten. 2 old-fashioned, delicious Celestine rose bushes covered with their exquisite bloom nodded a welcome to her. All at once she remembered how she and her sister had planted them, and how they had talked together of the joy they would be to them when Cyril married, and they too lived together here. He was marrying now, and she would come here alone. Miss Burlington's heart swelled as she thought of that day. She gathered some of the roses tenderly, and returned home with softer and kinder thoughts of Cyril's intended marriage, softened by this remembrance. His wife might be very brilliant, but no one could deprive her of the memories which she had, and which were so sweet to her. The future she knew nothing about, but the past was hers. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Aunt and Nephew. The first recognition of a difference in feeling between 2 people who have hitherto been one in thought, or as nearly so as it is given to human beings to be, gives something of a shock and a constraint, which is always painful, because it is not only new, but also what has hitherto been supposed to be impossible. Miss Burlington had written affectionately to her nephew, but he had missed something. She was too candid a person not to give the impress of her mind in her letters. When she reflected upon the great event, which was generally all day long, she found herself recurring to that expression which had so disturbed her. Would Cyril have laid stress upon the brilliancy of his affianced wife if he could have named other quality more solid, more desirable? It's one of the comforting circumstances of life that when we pen a letter we do not know how, when, and where it may be read. Cyril Burlington read his aunt's letter in the well-furnished library of Mr. Kingston's house. Maria was an orphan, and had been brought up by this uncle and his wife. Maria was putting some finishing touches to the arrangement of some flowers, and made a very effective picture, flashing here and there. There were picturesque surroundings, old oak, leather, paper heavily touched with gold, very high windows with stained glass, and one wide frame open very high up, which permitted the sun rays to slant down upon Maria's hair, which had a fine tinge of ruddy gold through it, and on her complexion, which was exquisite. She had turned back her sleeves with their pretty lace ruffles, and her hands were white, and took graceful attitudes, which even pretty hands do not always do. She had a large loose apron on, which enhanced the slenderness of her waist, and the glowing colours of roses and orchids were all around her. Her manner of arranging the flowers struck him as original. He had often seen his aunt arrange the flowers at home. She had all the necessary vases full of water in front of her upon a huge tray where the flowers reposed. She put in the flowers with some taste, and then they went back to their established corners. But that was methodical, even prosaic, and it was not Miss Kingston's way. She had the different vases and glasses standing about the room where she intended them to remain, and she moved about with a crimson or a white rose, or stood back to see the effect with her head at that feminine angle, which is a woman's way of trying to see things from an impartial and original point of view. As she took one away and put in another flower, her movements were quick, if a little stately, and the effect she produced justified the trouble she took. Yellow brought a dim corner into prominence, tall grass broke a harsh line, and the finest orchids reigned alone in long Venetian glasses with the dark oak behind them to show them off. But even the prettiest picture exhausts epithets of admiration after a time, and having been called upon to express it at least 20 times, Mr. Burlington began to find this out, and his answers became less satisfactory to her. Indeed, he was thinking of other things. Maria looked at him for a moment or two, and then she said, quite good-temperedly, "I see flowers bore you. You do not care for them. It was stupid bringing you in here." He was much surprised, and raised his eyes to hers in protest. "I've tried to show my appreciation of the flowers and your way of arranging them," he said, with his grave smile. "I'm afraid my efforts have fallen short. I'm not a very good hand at expressing myself, I know."
"Oh, if it was an effort. Shall we ride now? Yes, I'll go and get ready."
She'd gone before he rose. She was very even-tempered, and that is an invaluable blessing. But Mr. Burlington had somehow been put in the wrong and forgiven, more by her manner than by her words, and he did not like it. He reread his aunt's letter. He was, of course, in love, but his aunt had always been a very real mother to him, and he made up his mind that he ought to go down and see her. Maria made another very pretty picture on horseback. She had a well-trained horse, and its size and make were exactly what they ought to have been, for she was tall and sat high, which tall women often do not do, and she sat well, and attracted much admiration. Mr. Burlington rode like all country gentlemen who have ridden often to hounds, and he gave his appearance no thought. The two rode alone down the Row, but soon were joined first by one and then by another, till the party developed into a cavalcade. Maria had to answer first one and then another. She was not altogether sorry her lover should see that she was in great request, though she was too well trained, too well bred, to show off. But considering that she was engaged to Mr. Burlington, and he saw nothing of her, he thought that riding with her there was not quite the joy it might have been, and the Row bored him horribly, as it does all good riders who have time to go elsewhere, a fact which satisfactorily accounts for the very few men to be seen there who can ride at all. They went in to luncheon, Cyril more silent than usual, Maria in brilliant spirits, and then he told her of his plans. She was interested, sent his aunt many kind messages, advised him to make various arrangements, and was full of charming solicitude about his journey. He left her with the sense of her unchanging sweetness of temper full upon him, and he regretted having felt so distinctly cross that morning. It was nice of her not to have noticed it, and yet, so unreasonable is man, he fancied it would have been a greater proof of affection if she had done so. On his way down to his house, he naturally thought a good deal about her, especially at first. He was amazed to find that, though he was much in love, his mind was capable of criticising her, which was not what should be. A sense of her dazzling presence, her brilliant smile, the atmosphere that surrounded her, had thrown a glamour over every word and action. Now that he was away from all those things, he was struck by her various idiosyncrasies, and some of these he was not sure that he did admire. She evaded every argument skilfully, and always with a charming smile, but she invariably took her own way afterwards, and what was more, she always got him to take her way also. Would this be the rule of their future lives? Was she one of those women who dominate by sheer silent perseverance and obstinate determination? The thought made him uncomfortable, chiefly because he considered it ungenerous to stand in judgment upon her when she was all unconscious of it, and he recalled her gentleness, her winning ways, and her affection for himself with a pang of something like remorse. He had not been her only admirer, or the one most highly placed, judged by any standard that he knew, and she had chosen him, If she did not love him heartily, what reason could be assigned for a preference that had much flattered him? He was not handsome nor brilliant, and his intellectual gifts were precisely those that did not come to the surface in society, and would hardly be appreciated by youth and the average feminine mind. He had a great fluency in foreign tongues and a wide acquaintance with foreign literature, but his special talent was a power of arranging and assembling facts, telling on a given point so clearly in his own mind that he could temperately and cleverly place them convincingly before others, in terse, well-chosen words. Eloquence carries away for a time, but there is an eloquence in which choice diction and a flow of happily chosen similes convince for the moment, but when the charm of the voice is gone, words remain only. Cyril's somewhat untrained voice cast no glamour and bewitched no ears, but he had the art of convincing. What he said was the result of thought and mature judgment. He spoke earnestly and from his heart, and reached the hearts of others, as an earnest speaker usually does. Before he had disentangled his somewhat bewildered ideas on the subject of his fiancée, he found himself at the station, and met his aunt's pleasant face and smile of welcome with great satisfaction. She was driving herself, and had one outrider, and this bespoke confidence, as she was rather a timid whip, and preferred being driven. But when confidential conversation was in prospect, she disliked servants in front or behind. Her pony had been giving trouble, resenting the long waiting with no distractions to speak of, and she was flushed as she welcomed Cyril, with a full recognition of altered circumstances now he was an engaged man. The first warm, hearty greeting over, the expected confidences did not come as soon nor as fast as might have been expected. Miss Burlington glanced once or twice at her nephew, and finally she said, "I am longing to know all about your engagement, my boy." He laughed a little, but pleasantly. "I'm glad you've broken the ice. I shall like talking to you about it." As he spoke came a swift recollection that loyalty to his intended prevented his touching upon any misgiving. Misgiving? The thought rather startled him. Surely it was not so much that as a slight feeling of discomfort, because she had in some way disturbed his usual quiet complacency that day. "You know without my saying it how intensely anxious I am for your happiness. It is of course a great change and a serious matter."
"It is a very serious matter. She, Maria, is very good and very beautiful."
"But it was not her beauty that first attracted you?"
"No, I do not know how it began, but I think it wonderful she should have said yes. She has so many others, and I'm a dull fellow, you know, and plain."
"You're not plain, and even if you were, plain men are never at a disadvantage."
"Oh, but to judge fairly there must be comparison, and Maria is one of the most brilliant girls I ever saw. She puts everyone somehow into the shade."
"Oh, that is in your eyes natural enough," said Miss Burlington, who was in a measure consoled, but who still missed that lover-like tone she expected. "You lay great stress upon her brilliancy," she said, after a moment's silence.
"There's no other word that expresses it so well. She's different from other girls, but I trust you'll see her soon. We hope to be married next month, and you, dear auntie, must be there," he added affectionately.
"Oh, of course, my dear. I had no idea you were to be married so soon."
"There's nothing to wait for."
As the house was reached by this time, there was no time for more. Cyril went to get ready for dinner, but when he was alone in his room, he stood long looking out upon the fresh beauty of the undulating park and the deep shadows lying on the grass under the trees. Soon he would stand with her beside him, and all his life and her life they would be together. He pictured her in the house, brightening it up and adding cheerfulness to its somewhat grave routine. Aunt Anne would always, of course, be there, the quiet, reposeful, central figure of his childhood, and this other figure would bring sunshine. He started to find how quickly the time had passed, and he dressed fast, leaving his room as the voice of the deep-toned gong was ringing and vibrating through the house. He thoroughly enjoyed his dinner. The absence of any exertion was so delightful to him. He was conscious of the comfort given him by being surrounded by those who knew his ways. His prolonged absence had made him sensible of the difference between the careless service of those who were indifferent to his likes and dislikes, and those whose service was affectionate, and who were not indifferent.
"Ah, it is good to be at home," he said, when his aunt and he sat once again alone. "And you have a knack of making everything so easy. I'm afraid I am selfish and love my home comforts too much. I miss them when I'm away."
Oh, loving home is not selfishness. I'm sure my successor will make your home quite as homelike and give you increased interest in it. She will brighten it up for you. I think, dear, you and I alone here are too sober."
"Your successor, auntie? Oh, I see. Yes, I suppose my wife will sit at the head of the table."
"Oh, my boy, you do not judge me so unwise as to remain a third with you and with her?" Cyril Burlington looked at her in genuine surprise.
"What do you mean? What plot have you been hatching?"
"I've been hatching no plot. It was always understood. I have always arranged to live at the Manor House when you married."
"At the Manor House?"
"It is best. In your absence I've been getting it ready. You've no idea how pretty and how cosy it looks. I want you to go and see it with me. I know you will like it."
"I shall not like it at all. Auntie, do you think this necessary?"
His voice was a little uncertain. He was deeply moved and much distressed. Never for one moment had this crossed his mind, and he reflected that he ought to have known and foreseen it. Now he had all at once to reconcile himself to this further change. The place, without his aunt's sweet familiar face, would be very different to him. He couldn't think of it as home without her, and he said so.
"It will hardly feel like home without you."
"Just at first it may seem strange, dearest, but the Manor House is such a little distance, 10 minutes only. I shall be at hand to meddle and interfere and give advice and make myself generally disagreeable," she said, full of the coming change to herself, the uprooting of all her habits, and anxious to make light of it all and to give a less doleful tone to the whole thing. He rose abruptly and took up the favourite masculine attitude before the fire, from which vantage point it seems easier to say what requires an effort to say.
"I may think you in the right," he said, while he still felt acutely the impending separation, "but I must have time to try to reconcile myself to it all. It's a new idea to me. When we have talked of this place, Maria and I, we've always talked of you and of your being here."
"Oh, it's very sweet of her, but it is best. Why, if I were your real mother, I should go all the same. Young lives had better begin alone. It's wisest and safest."
"And the servants?"
"Oh, I've said nothing, done nothing. It's for you, for her, to decide."
"They must remain."
"I advise you to decide nothing without her. It wouldn't be fair towards her. Write to her and ask her frankly what she wishes."
Perhaps you are right."
"You can do so better now than at any other time, because when I move there are 1 or 2 who might go with me, and then you can pension those who've been here for a great many years and are too old to seek other places." Cyril Burlington began to realize that his marriage would bring many changes besides those he had anticipated. The evening passed happily and quietly, and nothing more was said as he sauntered under the big trees with his aunt, his cigar just kept alight by an occasional attention to it. The wonderful stillness and hush of a place isolated by its big park from other human habitations fell upon them both, and when they said good night, there was a lingering tenderness in his manner which the elderly lady felt to imply much. How much she did not know, for Cyril was asking himself whether the affection he had won would make up for all he was giving up, especially his aunt's companionship. Decidedly, he was not altogether as much in love as he had thought. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd, read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, General Surprise. If Miss Anne Burlington was perturbed in spirit, the acquaintances and soi-disant friends of Miss Maria Kingson were immensely surprised. Such a brilliant girl, and such a dull man! All these various people were open-mouthed and talked a good deal, flatteringly to her face, and not quite so flatteringly behind her back. He was credited with a huge fortune at one moment, and at the next believed to have next to nothing. His place swelled to the dimensions of a palace at one time, and dwindled to the smallest villa, all in a breath. In the absence of an exciting newspaper topic, the engagement was a good deal more discussed than would have otherwise been the case, and it lasted as a subject of conversation quite a week. Maria was congratulated, and received the congratulations with a certain sense of triumph. The surprise expressed was to her always on the score of her consent, and this gave her importance. It implied that she had the world to choose from, and her experience was that this was not her case. She had been much admired, but had not been equally loved, lacking that indefinable charm which impels affection, and which is oftenest found in girls neither brilliant nor beautiful. She was amused by all she was told, and besides being flattered, was excited. "He is silent," she answered frankly, "but I'm sure I can get him to talk, and I like him." "So I suppose," would an admiring friend rejoin, "but that is what we all think so odd. You are brilliant, you know, you're very brilliant. We always fancied you'd make such a wonderful marriage." "No one can call this a bad marriage."
"Oh, not in any sense. A fine place and money. But one somehow expected a member of Parliament, if not a cabinet minister, to be your fate. You are one of the few women who could have a salon, and—"
"Is there any reason why Mr. Burlington should not be a member of Parliament?"
"Oh, none, of course. He would be a very silent member."
"Therefore the more appreciated. Votes are wanted more than speeches." This answer was generally conclusive, but there was a certain relation of hers who was a woman of the world and not a worldly woman, who was anxious to put the future in a more just manner to her. It jarred not a little upon her to hear the open way in which Maria expressed her intention of managing Mr. Burlington, of whom she herself had a very high opinion. "I do not think you quite understand Mr. Burlington, my dear. His is not a character that will brook management." "Oh, my dear cousin, he will know nothing about it. I mean to make him do always and at all times exactly what I wish, without his being aware of it. It is one of the attractions. I intend pushing him into action, rousing his ambition. You'll see. Of course, to succeed in anything one must know and understand everything. But I'm not afraid. I do not think the task quite beyond me." Then the cousin said no more. "Oh, you will have plenty to do," said a girl-friend who clung in a picturesque attitude round her. She generally had a girl-worshipper beside her, and liked it. She was attractive to her own sex, and was never better pleased than when they showed their devotion very openly. "I mean to do it," she answered seriously. "Up till now I do not consider Mr. Burlington has really lived.
He has vegetated with a very old aunt in the country. He wants life. He wants light and colour in his life. He'll never be a brilliant man, but he will be a different being in a few months." This attitude towards her intended husband never varied. The aunt in whose house Maria had always lived could have explained a good deal that puzzled the world had she so chosen. In the history of ill-assorted or unhappy marriages, it is always a fact that their origin can be traced to interference on the part of injudicious friends, certainly in 9 cases out of 10. Mrs. Kingston's greatest wish had been to see Maria married, and well married. It had been a disappointment to her to find that 3 or 4 seasons had passed, and the girl so generally admired had never had her opportunity. With a daughter of her own, now 16, she wanted so much to see Maria comfortably disposed of that she was pushed into active measures she considered justifiable. She therefore impressed upon both, in strictest confidence, that the other was much in love. Mr. Burlington, who had admired Miss Kingston very much, especially for those brilliant qualities he was conscious of being deficient in, was much touched and immensely flattered to be assured by one who must know that this brilliant being loved him, while with Maria quite a different argument was brought forward. "Mr. Burlington is in love with you, Maria, but, my dear child, do not build any hopes upon this. He is not a marrying man, and my belief is that he's one of the cautious men who never will risk a refusal. I suspect he'll never marry. He admires you, and without knowing it is in love with you. But matrimony, oh no, my child, he is out of your reach, and out of the reach of every other woman."
"Perhaps," said Maria, flushing, but the words roused her ambition. To prove her aunt wrong, to achieve a triumph, became an object with her. In her softened manner, her slightly lowered voice, the way she appealed to him, Mr. Burlington read complete confirmation of Mrs. Kingston's confidences. He proposed, and both were absolutely ignorant of the pressure brought to bear upon an important and all-important step involving the happiness or misery of 2 lives. They were placed in a false position by this injudicious interference, and the few weeks of their engagement were peculiar. Mr. Burlington did not show all the rapture Maria had expected, but she explained it as being characteristic of a very reserved man, and while she was always charming, she seemed to Mr. Burlington to be more intent upon exacting admiration from him than showing the violent affection she was supposed to have conceived for him. The situations might sometimes have been comical, had they not been pathetic. Then when those explanations, inevitable in such cases, had taken place between Mr. Burlington and Mr. Kingston, when settlements, etc., came in question, something had been told the lover which had appealed to all his most generous sentiments, and a profound compassion had increased his affection. All the same, when Mr. Kingston openly acknowledged to him that he was chivalric and very generous, he knew very well he was both, and the fact of knowing a very mortifying secret of which Maria knew nothing at all made him lenient towards her, and by appealing to the highest part of his nature, increased his affection for his fiancée by bringing that element of pity into play, which is akin to love. Upon her side, with that profound belief in his devotion and her own powers, a belief in herself engendered by being prettier, brighter, and more free from shyness than any of her immediate surroundings, her vanity, fostered by the admiration and adulation of schoolgirls, who considered her as something peculiarly charming, Maria accepted Mr. Burlington with the serious determination of bringing him out, of making something of him. "He wants," she said to herself reflectively, "the light touch of a woman's spirit. He's devoted to me. It shall be my task to make a man of him." Poor Mr. Burlington. She was a little disappointed to find that he did not apparently appreciate her efforts, but then he was evidently unaware of his own deficiencies and ignorant of her accomplishments, which she considered surpassed those of other girls, always taking her relations as a standard. Mr. Burlington, not knowing this superiority, is not appreciative, she thought again, weighing him in the balance and finding him wanting. It will be seen that Mr. Burlington had a good deal to learn about his future wife. Most men have. When their plans were discussed, he told her of his aunt and of all her tender care of his youth, of the sorrow surrounding his home in those early days, and of the place itself.
"Perhaps you may like to alter something," he said with a sigh of regret. "I cannot expect you to like things exactly as I do."
"Oh, we shall see," she said kindly. "But Rococo things have a charm, and I like very old people."
"My aunt is not very old."
"No? And yet she brought you up."
"She's about 60, young and active for her age."
"Ah."
"I wanted to consult you about several things," he said, seeing his opportunity, "and I wanted to tell you a good deal about the place."
"I am listening with both my ears and all my intelligence," she answered gaily, taking up some very fine embroidery and applying herself to the congenial task of laying out the lovely coloured silks before her.
"I had hoped, I knew you would also have wished that my aunt had remained with us," he began, hoping for an expression of opinion to this effect.
"And she has gone?"
"She is going. I feel her departure more than I can say, and I'm sure if you had met she would have seen at once that her scruples about staying on with us were groundless."
"As you dislike her going, I'm sorry she is going to take that step," answered Maria, carefully matching 2 shades of brown.
"Then you do not enter into my feeling about it," he said with gravity.
"Oh, I quite enter into your feeling. But I think she's wise. We always agreed to speak the truth to each other, so I may tell you my own feeling."
"We did. But you like old people."
"Oh, really old people, yes. But this aunt, you say, is not very old, and she might interfere, and if I may speak the real truth, I think it would have been a bore," said Maria with much composure. Mr. Burlington wished the truth to be a rule between them, but he had not expected the truth to be quite so brutal. There was, he thought, a want of kind feeling in this view of the case. "Ah," said Maria, laughing the spontaneous laugh which he had generally fancied so attractive, but which he did not admire at this moment. "Put to the test, the truth does not please you." Cyril struggled against his feeling of annoyance and tried to speak good-temperedly.
"I wish for the truth, and only the truth. I'm vexed that this should be your feeling on the subject. My aunt is very dear to me. I should be an ungrateful animal if it were otherwise. I love her so much and know her cleverness and pleasantness so well that the idea of her boring you or anyone else is simply absurd."
"Oh, but as a perpetual third, my dear good Cyril, do you not see that she would be distinctly matter in a wrong place? However, never mind, if speaking the truth offends and irritates you so much. Let us leave it alone." She held her soft white hand out towards him in token of amity.
"This is not encouraging," he said, trying to shake off his vexed and hurt impression, "and I have really many things to consult you about."
Maria laid aside her work and folded her hands upon her lap. All her better feelings rose. This man might be dull, but he was true and honest and generous, she thought to herself. "I was wrong," she said with a penitence which he thought very charming. "With you it is a matter of affection, and I've treated it too lightly. You must forgive me. Frankly, I do think it is better to be alone, but I might have said it differently." He this time kissed the extended hand. Her concession raised her in his opinion and in his esteem.
Now, dear Cyril, say on. What other things do you wish to talk over with me?
About the servants.
Old family servants?
Yes.
What about them?
Are they to stay or are they to go? What do you think? What do you wish?
Oh, it depends so much upon the light in which they look upon your marriage. If they think me an interloper and resent my coming into the family, an old servant who knows your ways and the ways of the house would be a help at first. Let things be, Cyril. When I am established there, it will be easy to arrange these things. This, at any rate, was pleasant. And then Maria said something which amused him, but which was not so pleasant. I want to go abroad at first.
Abroad?
Yes, dear. You must take me to Paris and other places. Oh, don't look so alarmed. I will be your interpreter. You needn't be frightened. You'll never be asked to try to understand or speak a single word of any language but your own.
Cyril could hardly keep his countenance, but the tone in which she spoke was a little trying. Happily, amusement preponderated. After all, with so candid a nature, it would be his own fault if they didn't pull together. "Certainly we can go abroad if you wish it," he said, hiding his disappointment. He much wanted to be at home again, and at that time of the year Paris would be a desert.
I do wish it, and going abroad is so good for everyone. You'll feel quite a different man when you've been there.
"I dare say I shall," he answered laughingly.
It never occurred to her to ask him whether he had ever been abroad, and it amused him not a little to leave her to find out this and other things. Then they settled one or two minor points and went their several ways. The impression left upon his mind was that there was a charming nature to deal with. How sweet she'd been when she saw she'd vexed him. Then her amusing way of settling that he could know no language but his own, and the little airs of superiority she gave herself came before him, and he laughed out loud. Decidedly, he was not much in love. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. A Wrong Start. Through no fault of their own, the engaged couple, placed from the first in a false position in relation to each other, were unlover-like, to say the least of it. Had Mr. Burlington been in love, he might have been hurt by Maria's indifference about details interesting to most girls, but he accounted for everything by the violent affection she was supposed to have conceived for him, and he set everything down to that affection being so sincere and supreme as to dwarf all other things. It was nice of her not to be exacting, and he was so terribly conscious of being himself in an attitude of criticism much oftener than he wished, that he tried hard to make amends. It was provoking to be amused and alive to her vanity, which was not shown as regarded her personal appearance, but which showed itself in many ways when questions of taste, artistic things, music books, or any intellectual questions were brought forward. Maria, in well-chosen words, gave her opinion, with an air as if her dictum was final. "I don't approve," or "I quite approve of it," was said and was supposed to extinguish discussion. Her character was an amusing study to Cyril, and it did not occur to him that this was hardly the right way to begin married life, and that he was acting wrongly. He admired her very much indeed, and he thought of her in the old home as a brilliant addition. She would look picturesque, and he had his aunt. It was a great disappointment to find that she had rheumatism and couldn't come to the wedding. He even suggested postponing it for a few days, and he regretted having made the suggestion immediately. But Maria was not put out. She merely passed it over without comment, said very prettily how sorry she was for his vexation, and gave him to understand that the arrangements could in no way be altered. He was more disturbed than he liked to own by the absence of the only mother he had ever known. On this important occasion he had naturally longed for her presence, and had hoped to show by increased tenderness and solicitude that his marriage would make no difference as regarded the affectionate relations existing between them. Maria saw his annoyance, and, having asserted herself, expressed regrets for his disappointment in a still more charming way. She liked saying kind things to everyone, and was on such excellent terms with herself that she ungrudgingly endeavoured to put others also on good terms with themselves. This indeed was one secret of her widespread popularity. Everyone likes to be appreciated, and for the moment the appreciation was generally sincere. Afterwards, these captious people, whom nothing quite satisfies, were provoked by an appreciation which was not distinctive. They liked kind words which they felt were quite justifiable regarding themselves, but they considered those same words singularly inappropriate applied to some commonplace acquaintance they looked down upon. Maria had such a habit of wishing to please that she was quite sincere. If the atmosphere of adulation had given her an exaggerated idea of her own attributes, she was all the same quite willing to pass on admiration to others, though, of course, in a minor degree, and where she had a real regard, she was doubly anxious to please. She had a very sincere regard for Mr. Burlington. She thought it a triumphant proof of her superiority that he should be so much in love with her, and that he, avowedly not a marrying man, should have proposed to her. Never were two people more entirely in the dark about the motives of the other. His opinion varied according to his mood. At one moment, her openly expressed indifference as to having one bridesmaid or 12 was a proof of superiority and of being above trifles. At another moment, it looked odd and like indifference. It was not likely that Cyril Burlington should realise that to Maria he was at present interesting to her as means to an end, as an accident in her life without which she could not achieve the position she aimed at. She acknowledged that she had a task before her, and no light one, and poor Mr. Burlington was in very complete ignorance of all the plans floating in her very active brain regarding himself. He looked forward, without perhaps much enthusiasm, to a quiet domestic life with a companion who was distinctly amiable, even-tempered, and affectionate, who in time would share his duties, his pleasures, or his anxieties, and whose brilliant personality would brighten the home. She looked forward to a dazzling career, a brilliant salon, her husband by her exertions an active member of Parliament, occasionally proving in a few well-chosen words how completely he had mastered the burning questions of the day. And as very privately she had not much confidence in his oratorical powers, she fully resolved to supply him with all his eloquence and most of his facts. People little knew what she would make of him. Her heart thrilled as she looked at the picture which her vivid imagination depicted. She saw herself the central figure of an admiring throng, statesmen consulting her and hanging on her words, a grateful husband always at hand, and sceptical friends compelled to admiration. What, compared with this remarkable picture, signified the number of her bridesmaids or the colour and cut of their garments? Finally, they were married. Cyril took the vows solemnly, and with a very full sense of responsibility. Maria looked beautiful, was extremely composed, and as she had no father or mother to part from, there was no distressing farewell, always rather embarrassing if in public. They were getting near Paris, when she suddenly remarked that it was stupid not to have thought about rooms. They might find it difficult to get what they wanted.
"Oh, be reassured," said Cyril, laughing. "I have got rooms, but Paris is a desert just now. August sends everyone out of the place except travellers like ourselves."
Maria was surprised, but expressed herself pleased by his thoughtfulness.
"You forget that you have someone to arrange these things for you now," he said in a peculiar tone.
Maria smiled and said no more, but she was a little at a disadvantage and knew it. She had other things to learn. The hotel was charming, thoroughly French, and they were welcomed with much enthusiasm, conducted to very pretty rooms, and before the young wife had time to collect her ideas or air her French, she heard her husband speaking rapidly and fluently giving his orders, answering innumerable questions, evidently quite at home, very much more so than she was herself. Maria was terribly mortified, and remembered only too well her various speeches and offers of help in a direction evidently so little required. The rooms were delightful, and a very perfect little luncheon was served at once, but Maria could not forget her mortification. It dimmed her usual cheerfulness. A wound to one's vanity is always difficult to digest, and it is all the more difficult when it happens to be a new experience. Cyril noticed the little cloud, and never for a moment attributed it to the right cause.
"Oh, you're tired," he said kindly.
"No, not tired. Cyril, why did you let me talk? Why did you not frankly say that you knew French well and had been here often?"
"Oh, is it that?" he said, laughing. "I'm afraid I was amused at the time, since everyone knows French in these days, and most men know their Paris."
"Everyone does not know French," she answered. "I know many people who do not."
The question to her was too important to be lightly done with. She sat silent for a moment, and then spoke quietly but reproachfully. "I suppose you were laughing at me all the time. It was not fair."
"Oh, I am sorry. Was it shabby of me? It amused me a little, but I'd forgotten it. Forget it now, dear. I knew you'd find it out for yourself sooner or later."
"But you looked so bored when I spoke of coming here."
"Oh, what a libel! But Paris, with its theatres closed, its best cooks absent, is as dull as London in September. In the season, Paris has many attractions, and I have many friends here. I like it in its holiday dress, when it has no pinafores on."
"Oh," said his wife, with a long, curious look at him. Was Cyril penitent? Against this conclusion was a suppressed look of amusement, and she resented this. She was not of a nature able to put personal annoyance upon one side. She felt somehow placed in the wrong, and, anxious to argue herself into a more comfortable frame of mind, she pursued the subject with tenacity. "How many more languages do you know?" she asked now with much gravity. He was a little annoyed by her persistence. He wished the subject changed, as it evidently ruffled her, and he was sincerely anxious to make her forget that any jar had occurred. After all, this was such a trifle. He couldn't understand that to her it was no trifle. At the outset of their married life, she had found out that she had been completely in error, and to one who had been allowed to consider herself superior in all ways, the first descent from such a pinnacle was painful.
"I'm not a great linguist," he answered lightly. "Of course, when you know Latin and French, other languages are more or less easy."
"Oh, there you are wrong, I know," said Maria, with a note of triumph in her voice. "Latin and French may help with Italian, but German, they can do you no earthly good in that direction."
"And yet German grammar comes much more easily after Latin grammar," he answered, laughing.
"Oh, I'm not thinking of grammar. The great thing is to be able to speak and to understand."
"Oh, and grammar is of no use, eh?"
She was afraid of not holding her position, so she asked him again, "How many languages can you speak?"
"If you put it that way, I speak German and Italian."
"And you have been to Germany and Italy?"
"Often."
She was silent. It seemed so extraordinary to her that she had never realised that he had been so much abroad. She had taken it into her head from the first that he was a typical Englishman whose public school days had deprived him of foreign advantages. "Where have you been besides?" she asked at length. "I'm ready to believe you've been to China, everywhere."
He laughed. "Oh, I have travelled a good deal, and I regret now that I visited all the places I went to when I was very young. Japan, China, Russia. My dear aunt sent me abroad every holiday, and I liked going. I had a very clever tutor, and we enjoyed it all. Looking back now, I see my mistake was giving up the university for this. I took the crude notions of a youth everywhere with me, and lost much. If I had been first to Oxford and gone on with a more matured mind, it would have left more satisfactory results behind."
Maria was completely silenced for a few moments. Cyril at length asked her what she was thinking about. "I'm thinking," she answered in a tone of slow resentment, "that you have not behaved fairly or well to me. Why did you never tell me all this? It seems strange."
"If you will look back," he said quietly, "you will see that more than once I wished to tell you about my various exploits, and you invariably snubbed me. I remember an instance regarding Japan."
Maria's face grew hot. She remembered that on one occasion she had peremptorily stopped a discussion about a book she had liked, and having always considered her husband as perfectly unintellectual, she had refused to listen to his reasons for disliking the book, which was on Japan, its manners, customs, and position in art. Cyril misinterpreted her silence and said kindly, "When you like, dear, you shall see my notes, follow my wanderings, and criticise my sketches. I used to enjoy everything at the time. Now I'm longing to be home again, to begin my home life with you to brighten it all for me." She was a little mollified by this speech. That she had not quite forgotten, he soon had occasion to know. They went out and dined at an excellent restaurant where he had ordered the dinner beforehand. As they left it, she proposed strolling through the Champs-Élysées instead of driving, and he acquiesced. They passed a small open-air theatre with the usual little crowd behind it. Maria stopped, rather to his surprise, and then she said, "Though you put me in the wrong today about languages and things, you're not always right. You said all the theatres were shut. You see for yourself that at any rate one is open." Cyril was so surprised that words completely failed him. He could not understand the offence he had been guilty of, and to explain the distinctions between the theatres he had referred to and this seemed hardly worth while. She laughed triumphantly. On another point she considered she had equally scored. He had spoken of the shops, of things being in pinafores. The shops were tolerably full of those stuffs of brilliant hues supposed to be attractive to foreign tourists and especially made for their delectation. Maria bought largely, and it was evident to her husband that here again their tastes were not in accord. He preferred quiet tints and detested anything that rustled. His wife did not object to quiet tints, but she liked things to look, as she expressed it, like their money's worth, and everything she wore, as a rule, did rustle more or less. Very wisely, however, he left this to her, and felt it better not to interfere. The day for their return home was fixed, and nothing occurred again to disturb the harmony between them. But in Cyril's mind arose the grave reflection that to keep his wife in brilliant spirits, not to dim her lustre, he must never for a moment show her that she was making a mistake. She must be allowed to suppose herself infallible, and in his own mind Cyril felt this condition to be impossible of fulfilment. Occasions must, probably often would arise, when the impossibility would be manifest. This uncomfortable conclusion was for the moment overshadowed by that sense of amusement which was at present the result of the critical attitude of his mind regarding her. With the great affection he had been assured she had conceived for him, a day would probably come when she would follow his leading, and her self-assertion was merely the remains of a girlish wish to be always in the position of one who knows everything and has nothing to learn. This idea brought him some consolation. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd, read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Home. Miss Anne Burlington was a little puzzled by her nephew's letters, but gathered from their cheerfulness that all was going well with him and the wife he had chosen. She was more puzzled as to what her exact line of conduct should be on the occasion of their home-coming, and no hint was conveyed to her of what she was expected to do, or what part she was to take in their reception. Should she be there to welcome them, or had she better not receive them? It may be remarked that in all matters of principle, Aunt Anne, or Auntie, was extremely decided, and that in matters of conduct where no principle was involved, she was an extremely undecided person. She changed her mind at least 50 times that day and drove the servants to despair. Luckily for everyone, Marsham had views of his own, and his views carried the day. "You just stand there, ma'am," he said, firmly but with all due respect, "and look pleased at the young lady. If you are not there, she'll maybe fancy she's not welcome."
"I think your advice is good, Marsham. Not that I want to look as if the place was mine. You do not suppose that she will think I'm trying to look like being mistress of the house still?"
"No, ma'am. Why should she? But if the new mistress is shy a bit, as no doubt she is shy, it will look friendly, and master will miss your face, you know that, I'm sure. I think he would take it unfriendly if you were not the first person he sees." This was so true that Miss Anne acted upon it, and made up her mind to be there and to give that smile of welcome. All day she was busy with those final touches which arose partly from nervousness, she always dreaded strangers, and partly from a sincere wish to please her nephew's wife. She moved a flower vase and put fresh roses wherever she fancied the heat of the day had dimmed their exquisite freshness. It was a trying day for her in many ways. When still but a child, barely touching the borderland of girlhood, she had been there, waiting for the arrival of her sister and the new brother who had afterwards become so much to her. She recalled now, as she laid a loving and lingering touch upon some of the beautiful china, how she had helped to wash those rare vases and carry them from the big china closet, in which they had been so carefully kept, to deck the rooms. She sat down to try and recover her cheerfulness, and to bring back a spirit more in keeping with the day's hopes. Instead of looking back, she must look forward, and she resolutely pushed memory on one side and braced herself to meet the young wife happily. Young Mrs. Burlington, upon her side, was, it may be remarked, not at all shy. She was full of very pleasant excitement. She was going to receive doubtless an ovation, which might be attributed, she allowed, in a great degree to her husband's position in the county. But while aware of this, she also intended that the ovation should become a very enthusiastic one when she was seen. She had determined to win everybody's heart, and her dress was carefully studied. Even Mr. Burlington, who noticed dress in detail very little, and who had often been made conscious of his deficiency in this direction by his wife, was struck by it. Her tall figure was draped in diaphanous white muslin, and a leghorn hat à la Gainsborough was undeniably becoming, and a dust cloak shrouded her till they reached the station, when it was discarded. Nothing was wanting to complete her satisfaction. Tenants on horseback, tenants on foot, joy bells ringing, triumphal arches drooping from the heat and looking a little sorry for themselves, as triumphal arches have a way of doing under a broiling sun, school children and all else,
Everything was just as it should be. Mr. Burlington glanced at his wife. She might be a little overwhelmed and emotional at so public a demonstration. He himself felt a huskiness in his throat, and was much impressed by the cordiality and evidence of kindly feelings which went quite beyond his expectations. But Maria was radiant with satisfaction, smiling and bowing right and left, and as far from being emotional as she could well be. This was, of course, satisfactory, but that tiresome capability of criticism which had tormented him before made him think that a little emotion would have been more becoming and more in keeping with his own sentiments. However, they drove up under the arching lime trees to the house, where Aunt Anne, half smiles and half tears, enfolded him in her motherly embrace, and where the 24 servants were arranged to greet their new mistress. Then Aunt Anne embraced young Mrs. Burlington, and she confessed to herself that the word brilliant exactly suited her. Maria performed her part graciously and gracefully, and turned to view the heterogeneous crowd clustering round the front door steps. She smiled, bowed, and was immensely cheered, and then she took her husband and everyone else by surprise. She stepped forward before her astonished protector, and made the assembled multitude a little speech, in which there was less of the thanks for their trouble in showing their good will by riding and walking several miles to welcome the happy pair, than of kindly patronage. Aunt Anne was so surprised that she gave a little gasp. Mr. Burlington finished off his wife's speech by heartfelt thanks, supplemented what she had left unsaid, and invited them all to have refreshments before they returned home. Certainly, young Mrs. Burlington was not shy. Aunt Anne was pressed to remain and dine, but she declined. She was tired by the long day's many little duties, and was longing for rest. Maria turned to her husband and said,
"Pray see your aunt home, Cyril. You have plenty of time, and I shall be glad to get rid of you for a little."
She nodded, flashed one of her most radiant smiles at him, and disappeared. When the aunt and nephew were alone, the young wife was the one subject never mentioned. Mr. Burlington was longing to speak of her, but found his words might take the form almost of an apology, and thought it best left alone, and Aunt Anne was much too bewildered to mention her. In her quiet, serene life, no one exactly like her had ever crossed her path, but for that reason she could not make up her mind about her. At any rate, time will show, she thought, and this stereotyped comfort she held to, as she talked now of 1 or 2 changes in the house, next of the gardens, the sad decay of a giant oak in the park, and of those many trifles magnified into interests of importance in the monotony of a very quiet life. And if Mr. Burlington was disappointed, at any rate he did not show that he was so. He sat some time with his aunt, much approved of her arrangements, and hurried home a little late, glad that so short a distance separated him from the comfort and counsel she might give him. His wife was in great good humour. "I'm sure you'll like to know how thoroughly pleased I am with my new home," she said, passing her arm through his as they went to dinner. "Everything is so pretty, so quaint, and on such a big scale. I never realized what an important place it was. I am charmed with it."
"It is a nice old place, but it's never been very cheerful. I look to you, dear, to brighten it up a bit."
"Oh, indeed I will. People will soon call, and we shall gather many of the best people round us. This place has great capabilities."
They took their places as she said this, and the presence of Marsham and the footmen prevented any rejoinder. But Cyril reflected that the brightness he had alluded to had not in his own mind referred to other people, even of the best sort. The dinner was good, and though the small table looked very small in the big dining-room, there was still so bright a light from the westering sun that it did not lack cheerfulness. Cyril called his wife's attention to 1 or 2 pictures, heirlooms and of great value. Maria looked at them very attentively. Then she gave a little smile and said in French, "Very good copies, but only copies." Cyril laughed, though he was not particularly pleased.
"It is as well Aunt Anne did not hear you. I assure you they are original. They have a history."
"Oh, my dear Cyril, every house of any pretensions in England has one or more pictures with histories. I'm sure I've seen the originals of these somewhere. And as to Aunt Anne, I do trust she won't mind my being a truthful person. It is one of my few merits." She finished with one of her most brilliant smiles, as if challenging his answer.
"There is a difference in speaking the truth and asserting what you merely believe to be the truth."
"Oh, I see it does not answer with you. I can easily avoid giving an opinion, but if I give one, I must say exactly what I think."
"In that case it would be well to inform yourself accurately beforehand on any subject you intend to dogmatize upon."
"Well, never mind now. We can talk of something else," said young Mrs. Burlington, much as if she was giving in to a dreadfully spoiled child.
Cyril was annoyed to find how much her tone ruffled him. Afraid of betraying annoyance, he remained silent. Maria, after a little while, rose and sauntered over to the window, then opened it and went out into the shrubbery. Her husband watched her graceful figure for a moment. It shocked and distressed him that at the very outset of their home life they had drifted into something verging on a quarrel. He hurried into the grounds after her. She turned to greet him with her usual pretty smile. He drew her hand under his arm, and they paced the walks and explored the more distant terraces, from where a beautiful view of the rich and lovely land lying below the park swept on, till merged in the golden haze of the sunset. Cyril would have given much for a few words to show perfect harmony with each other's thoughts, but he was deterred, because if he expressed regret that there had been a little jar between them, she might accept it as an apology, and he was much too honest to offer one where none was justly demanded from him. So an occasional remark requiring very few words by way of answer made the sum total of their conversation that evening. All the same, he felt the influence of the hour, the hush and stillness which succeed the busy day, the sleepy notes of the birds, the mysterious shadows which make even jarring discords of colour blend into harmony. He trusted she felt it too. All at once Maria gave a little ladylike yawn. "I think," she said in her softest tone, "as I'm very tired, and we're boring each other dreadfully, I shall go in and go to bed." She slipped her hand away from his arm and walked across the lawn. It was still early, and her husband watched her as he had done before, and saw her go into the house, and again found himself making excuses for her. Of course she was tired. People who show their emotions least are precisely those who feel them most, he said to himself. When he was tired of walking up and down, he also went in, and taking one of his favourite books, read for some time. But altogether this was not quite what he had imagined his married life would be, or the way in which his first evening at home would be spent when his young wife was in the house. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd, read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The County Map. It was unfortunate, in the eyes of Mr. Burlington at least, that the day which followed that of their home-coming was one of the wettest days on record, at least so everyone said. Had the sun been shining, the place would have looked very lovely with the wealth of foliage, the gay flower beds and the sparkle on the fountain. But the rain came down in that hopeless, persistent way which is at all times very aggravating. Cyril woke to the melancholy sound of patter and drip on the conservatory, and dressed to the same tune, which was depressing. Everything has its drawback, and the drawback of a big conservatory tacked onto a house is the aggressive noise of pattering rain, which is never anything but a trial. It was with reluctance that he went to the breakfast-room. Anxious to do the honours of his place well, he felt, as others have felt before him, as if in some way he was responsible for the lack of sunshine, as if he ought to apologise for that and all other deficiencies. But Maria was engrossed in a pile of letters, looked up for a moment to bid him a cheerful welcome, and didn't seem to notice that anything was wrong. She put away her letters and prepared to make his tea, and was in a very cheerful, pleasant mood. What a charm there is in such an even temper, thought her husband, in profound admiration. A great number of people would be annoyed by such a damp and depressing atmosphere by way of welcome.
"I'm very sorry you have such a wet day for your first day at home," he said, with real regret. "I was longing to show you the place."
"Is it raining?" she asked, looking out of the window. "Oh, I declare it is raining, and very hard. Oh, not that it matters. I want to look over things, see the capabilities of the house, and have a really great deal to see, to do, and to arrange."
"I'm very glad you're so independent of the weather," he said cordially, "and I shall like showing you the house myself. When will you come? At once?"
"As soon as I've seen the housekeeper," she answered, laughing. "I suppose I may finish my breakfast first?"
He joined in her laugh, which was rather infectious. Though the weather was bad outside, certainly everything was very cheerful within this morning.
"Before seeing the house or anything else, I want to see a map of this part of the country. Have you got a good one?"
"Yes, in the library, and a map of the property. What do you particularly want to know?"
"I want to know who are our neighbours, how many we have, and the various distances."
"Ah, about neighbours. I suppose they'll soon find you out. I'm afraid I was never sociable enough to please them."
He spoke with a certain hesitation and finished by remarking,
"I'm sure they will all be kind."
His wife was struck by his tone.
"I suppose they will all call. As to being kind, is there any reason why they should be unkind? It's an odd way of putting it."
"Is it, dear? You see, I have a great deal to learn," he said in a curious voice. "You must show me how to put things. Now, pray see Mrs. Butt, and join me in the library afterwards."
Maria went off full of her interview. She had a pleasant manner, and everything went smoothly. Mrs. Butt much respected a lady who understood offhand so much about made dishes, and Maria was always willing to accept homage from anyone. Then she went to the library and studied the map in very real earnest. She was longing to make acquaintance with everyone, and most anxious to begin her career at once. It must be frankly stated that if mischief arose out of the innocent study of the county map, Mr. Burlington himself was to blame. The masculine mind often fails to understand that a prohibition, a slur over anything, or a little mystery on any given point, serves to concentrate the feminine mind upon that point. In dilating upon the large possessions of the Beryls, the Adleyborns, and others who possess smaller properties, he carefully abstained from pointing out one of the nearest places, passing it over quickly, though it actually dovetailed into the home farm and faced an entrance to his own park. Maria promptly noticed this, and laying her finger on the spot, asked him whose it was, and why he had omitted it.
"The people who live there are not friends of mine," he said shortly. "I hardly think they will call. If they do, you need only just return the visit and have done with them."
"Is there anything wrong with them?"
Cyril hesitated. He was honest, and was obliged to say,
"Not in any way, not as I suppose you mean it. But they are not people you will care to cultivate."
"Oh, middle-class people?"
"Oh, not at all. But, in short, people I should dislike your making friends with."
Maria said no more, but she made a mental memorandum to find out everything about them as soon as possible. She did not ask their name, which her husband thought nice of her, but she saw the property marked 100, and she intended to remember it, dropping the subject now altogether. The maps were rolled up, and, not without natural satisfaction, Cyril showed his wife over the rooms. They were large and lofty, and the style of everything was of the best old fashion before the Georgian era. Decorations were carefully suited to different rooms, and nothing could have been more charming to anyone with good taste. Panelled walls in cedar wood in one room, beautifully embossed leather in another, and the music room, which was octagon, had a splendid vaulted roof. The daintiest Italian paintings adorned both walls and ceiling. Maria was enchanted with everything and frankly said so. The large staircase had old oak banisters with curious carvings, and there were a great many bedrooms.
"Let me see," said Maria. 10, 12, 14 big rooms. Oh, my dear Cyril, your home, our house, is perfect. How soon can we ask people here?"
Cyril looked a little blank, a little surprised. "You do not want to fill the house at once," he said at length.
"Why not? What is the use of having this lovely house empty?"
"We might have a little quiet together first, you and I. We have had no real quiet yet, have we?"
"Oh, we were alone part of every day in Paris, and I do think it's such a mistake to grow bored and tired of each other, and then have people in to distract one."
"Why should we grow bored or tired of each other?" he asked, with a certain misgiving. "I am not likely to be bored, and I trust you will find your happiness at home and not want strangers to distract you."
"Oh, I never bore myself," she answered, laughing. "It doesn't matter in the least, only
"Only what?"
"I'm simply dying to show the place to everyone. My people wouldn't allow me to call mine a brilliant marriage. They were all so surprised. Some of them would change their opinion if they saw the place."
"You did not marry the place, as you never saw it," said her husband gravely. Her speech jarred dreadfully upon him.
"Oh, of course not, dear. But you know how stupid friends are. I dare say your people wondered at your marrying me, simply because I was an unknown quantity to them."
Poor Cyril reflected on drawbacks of a far more serious nature.
"You see," said Maria, "I suppose friends never see more than the surface of things. And as I was supposed to be, well, not dull, they didn't understand."
"And what was the attraction?" Cyril asked, with repressed eagerness. His wife stopped short and faced him. Never had she pleased him more than now by her answer.
"I had a conviction. I knew that you were generous in your ideas about me, that you were loyal, that you were kind. I know others were not."
He pressed her hand. Anxious to find out how much she knew, he said, "What were they unkind about?"
"Oh," said Maria, shaking off her seriousness, "I think they were jealous, perhaps."
She moved on, and a confidence between them was lost, which might have saved many future troubles. The rain stopped after luncheon, and though still very wet underfoot, it was fine enough for a drive, and some delightful quick-stepping cobs came round, a new purchase. Cyril, who was an unfortunately acute observer, had been disturbed ever since the conclusion of his wife's speech that forenoon, the beginning of which had so charmed him. But the sweetness of the air after heavy rain, the freshness and beauty of everything, chased away every disagreeable idea, and it was pleasant to drive about with so appreciative a companion. She was delighted with everything, with the undulating, richly wooded grounds, the masses of woods, the hurtling river, and the wide and fertile valley. The beauty of everything was soon enhanced by the sun. Tired of sulky conduct, he shone out splendidly. Maria was radiant. She enjoyed the drive immensely. was amusingly important, and finally delighted her husband by proposing to call at his aunt's and persuade her to go home with them. He had been longing to suggest this, but had felt that the proposal should come from her. She made it with such a natural grace that he was charmed with her, and he drove to the manor house with more conviction about his happiness than ever. Aunt Anne was engaged, and they waited in her prettily arranged drawing-room for some time. When she appeared she looked pale, and was to her nephew's observant eyes not her usual self. But his wife saw nothing. She was bent on winning everyone, Aunt Anne included, and made herself very pleasant, so pleasant that her husband blamed himself for thinking her manner a little too assured, too patronising. People on delightfully good terms with themselves are a little apt to be patronising, and the position of one who fills the place of another while that other is in sight is proverbially a difficult one. All Aunt Anne's efforts at being natural, all her best endeavours to respond to proffered affection, appeared cold and formal, contrasted with the overflowing good humour of the beautifully dressed young woman beside her, who was so conscious of having the best of it that it appeared in all her gestures and all her speeches. "I know you'll be glad to hear how charmed I am with my new home," she said radiantly. "I really haven't a fault to find. Cyril is so modest. He spoke so little about the place that I never realised it was such a beautiful, such an ideal home. He does himself injustice in so many ways. You and I must join together and draw him out of his shell." Aunt Anne had no answer ready, and gave a vague smile, forgiving the insinuation because of an affectionate glance very openly bestowed on Cyril by the young wife. "It is a great thing to have received a pleasant first impression," she said kindly. "Oh, and my first impressions always last," said Maria cheerfully. "You see, I do not go through the world with my eyes shut. You will soon see Cyril quite a different man. I have already startled him by assuring him I do not mean to be shut up. I intend to draw everyone round me, making ourselves a centre, a brilliant centre. With such a home it becomes a duty." She stood up, flushed by her excitement and rapid enunciation, handsome and yet sending a swift misgiving into Aunt Anne's mind. Brilliant, yes, she was brilliant, but was she the wife for Cyril? With her quiet, saddened life, her ideas, which were old-fashioned and out of date, thinking the wife should follow where the husband led, should find happiness in the narrow circle of home, and fulfil her highest aspirations in adding to her husband's happiness, Aunt Anne heard with a pang doctrines she believed to be fatal to home happiness. Cyril was anxious that Aunt Anne should approve. He was too anxious, and his anxiety led him into making a mistake.
"You'll frighten Aunt Anne, my dear Maria, if you talk of being a centre, and you're doing yourself an injustice. How often have you not longed to be out of the London whirl, and more able to lead your own life?"
"Oh, quite true. It is a great tax to have to be pleasant to other people's friends, and I always wanted to choose my own. But I must first see my material, test the qualities, virtues, and shortcomings of my surrounding neighbours, and form my society out of them."
Aunt Anne was dumb. Mr. Burlington tried to turn the conversation, but in vain. Maria felt it due to herself to be frank, and she was frank.
"About politics, dear Aunt Anne, I suppose your politics are coloured by Cyril's. Mine are distinctly different."
"Indeed," said Cyril, believing this to be a jest.
"Indeed is not a nice way of answering me," said young Mrs. Burlington. "But though my political principles are very elastic, I am quite a radical, and if Cyril has fixed conservative principles, we shall disagree."
She gave a charming smile as she uttered this warning.
"You alarm me," said Mr. Burlington playfully.
"I think it's such a great blessing we women are not called upon to put our ideas before the world," said Anne quietly. "Women are apt to infuse bitterness and narrowness into these things, and I confess I am glad I have no vote to trouble my conscience." "Oh, my dear Aunt Anne, you are, I am afraid, one of those people who keep womankind back," exclaimed Mrs. Burlington. "We must discuss this subject at another time, when Cyril is not present. I have many convincing arguments. I shall convert you." "I doubt it," said Aunt Anne. "Oh, we shall see. Now, will you not come and dine with us tonight? Do." "I hope you will not think me unkind, but I have a really bad headache. It is nice of you to wish me to join you," she added, laying her hand kindly on her new niece's arm. "Oh, well, another time," and Maria bid good-bye and rustled out of the room with a feeling of having made a conquest. "I think the dear old thing rather likes me," she said to Cyril as they drove off. He was so astonished that he had no answer ready, and then, afraid of appearing captious, he said, laughing lightly, "I suppose she appears old to you." "Oh, she is old," said his wife. "Women are old after 50. Men are only in their prime 10 years later. And your dear aunt looks older than she need look, because she wears such old-fashioned caps and things. That's the worst of burying oneself in the country and not seeing what goes on in the world."
"I cannot imagine my dear aunt in any fashionable garments," Cyril said, struggling with a feeling of annoyance at hearing her so openly discussed. "She's herself. That pretty soft cap and her white hair, the whole thing suits her. She has such a lovely, calm, sweet countenance."
"But she looks old," insisted his wife. "Now, in the world she would have had her hair so arranged that caps wouldn't be necessary for years to come."
"I have the bad taste to prefer caps to the alternative, wigs."
"Oh, my dear Cyril, we never talk of wigs."
"I have a country habit of calling things by their right names."
"Yes, you are a little provincial," said his wife after a moment's reflection. "It's one of the things I intend curing you of." Her tone amused more than irritated him, and they arrived at home with a consciousness of different views on many other subjects besides the first one, the pictures. Far, far more different was the effect this consciousness had upon them individually. Maria's spirits rose at the prospect of so many directions in which improvement was desirable. She so completely believed in herself, and was so confident of her powers of mastery over every difficulty, that it roused and excited her. She had a little dreaded the monotony of married life and the perpetual acquiescence from her husband that she anticipated. It was delightful to her to find that so much occupation and employment for her powers was provided for her. Mr. Burlington went to the library, took a book, which he did not read, and felt unaccountably depressed. In all the small differences of opinion between his wife and himself, he recognized that he gained nothing, and without being able to account for it, he was somehow invariably put in the wrong. He had a great disadvantage in not knowing anything about women, and he was not in love. Had there been that glamour, it would have helped him, but through no fault of his own or hers, he was starting in a false position. He was always drifting into an attitude of criticism, which disturbed him, and he questioned himself in vain. How could he give the answer, having no clue? All he knew was that he was uncomfortable and unhappy. All that even in these early days seemed to be left for him to do was to excuse everything he did not approve of, so long as principle was not involved, in consideration of the deep and devoted affection he had been distinctly told was felt by his wife for his unworthy self. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Neighbours. Mrs. Burlington had plenty of time to study the county map before the more important and distant country neighbours came over to call.
and she realised from this leisurely manner of their coming to welcome her and to make acquaintance that there was not altogether that ardent enthusiasm which she had privately expected. In all the varied positions in life, counterbalancing influences are often forgotten or not properly taken into account. The most disinterested mothers might be forgiven for having thought Mr. Burlington a desirable son-in-law. He was known to be well off, amiable, to be of good family, and to be free from hereditary ailments. There was not a page in his history that might not be seen without fear of the smallest blot through many generations. And in some of the greater families people knew this was not always the case. With so many fair and amiable girls to select from, the county a little resented the choice of an outsider whose history was a little vague. However, everyone had to go, and all had to smother their private feelings and make the best of things. Now, there are many ways of making new acquaintances. Maria's way was by being so terribly civil as to appear patronising. She was honestly anxious to make a good impression and to please, but her idea of pleasing was to force the admiration of those she was confronted with, and to dazzle them with her brilliancy and by those polished tricks of manner she had always found so successful. She wanted first to shine, and then amiably to condescend. Old Lady Bridstone and her younger husband, Sir Harvey, to whom she was very much married, was extremely displeased to find so young a woman on such excellent terms with herself. Everyone, more or less, dislikes this in a young woman, but Lady Bridstone was accustomed herself to patronised people, and to find that what she said or did influenced other people. She was an elderly, spare, and rather distinguished-looking person, and had a curious habit of pausing before giving any reply to the simplest question, a habit which gave her words, when they did come, an air of reflection which they did not merit.
"We have a very good neighbourhood, Mrs. Burlington," she said expansively, after the first preliminaries were over and she was seated on the sofa. "You will like this neighbourhood. We are very fortunate. So many beautiful places within reach, so much friendliness, so many resident proprietors. It is quite the best neighbourhood I know. No fear of your being dull."
"Oh, I'm not afraid of being dull. I never am dull," answered Maria, laughing a little. "Is the society literary or musical? What are the amusements? Country life is a novelty to me, but I mean to enjoy everything." Lady Bridstone paused a little while, and then she answered,
"Tennis parties, garden parties draw people together. I suppose you like tennis?"
"Oh, frankly, I detest it," said the young wife. "I hate getting hot and ruffling my clothes, and—"
"Maria, Sir Harvey has just told me that they propose having a garden party, and he hopes we will go," interrupted Mr. Burlington quickly.
"Oh, I'll go with pleasure, if you promise not to expect me to play tennis. I'm just shocking Lady Bridstone by announcing that I hate exertion."
"I'm afraid that our country gatherings will appear very flat to you after your London gaieties,"
said Sir Harvey, who generally had the misfortune to say something exactly opposite to his wife's speeches, and who heard of it afterwards.
"I am afraid you'll find it dull."
"I mean to be very indulgent and not expect too much," said Mrs. Burlington. "Of course, in London one has wider experiences and can choose one's own society, but I am never dull, never. I have too much to think about to ever be dull." Lady Bridstone paused as usual, and then said,
"Perhaps you write yourself?"
"Oh dear, no. I can never fill half a sheet of notepaper. Even to Mr. Burlington I found my expected daily letter quite a difficulty." She smiled at her husband, who, however, did not see it, and went on, "I think in these days when everyone scribbles it's quite a distinction not to be in print." There was a dead silence, and then Mr. Burlington asked Lady Bridstone a trifling question and turned the conversation. But it was quite evident, even to Maria, who was a little slow in noting the effect of any of her speeches, that she had in some way made a mistake. When a stiff and formal farewell was being spoken, she said with rather a heightened colour, "I'm afraid I've offended you, Lady Bridstone. What is it?"
"Oh, nothing, only as I write a good many things myself."
"I see," said Maria. "It was very stupid of me to say it." Her husband was delighted with her. She was showing pluck, and would surely disarm Lady Bridstone. Unfortunately, before a reply could be given, she spoiled everything by adding very innocently, "I hadn't the slightest idea you wrote anything. I'd never heard of it." This, for a woman who in her part of the world was counted rather a celebrity, was too much. Her goodbye was uttered with freezing coldness, and Maria was annoyed and mortified. It made matters worse when her husband laughed as he had never laughed before.
"You really have a talent for saying wrong things," he said. "Poor Lady Bridstone! Why on earth did you not leave well alone? The first part of your speech was enough to disarm anyone, and then to spoil it all."
"I cannot help speaking the truth."
"No one asked you to say anything. However, it can't be helped. I'm afraid we shall both be in that poor woman's bad books for the rest of our natural lives."
"I may be, but you've done nothing, said nothing."
"Exactly. My not having told you will offend her far more than your speech. She'll lay all the blame on my shoulders."
"Luckily your shoulders are broad. I do not believe you care a bit."
"Why should I care?"
He was surprised at her tone, which was reproachful. "Only that I think you should care when your wife, by a mere accident, makes herself obnoxious to anyone."
"Oh, it's too trifling a matter to worry about,"
he answered lightly, and he turned away. To herself, not to him, Maria said that she had made herself ridiculous in the eyes of a stranger, and Cyril only laughed. This was not her idea of devotion. It was not what she had been led to expect. A man passionately in love, as he had been represented to be, should be up in arms at the idea of her being lowered in anyone's eyes. The feeling of mortification was new and painful to her, and greatly to Mr. Burlington's surprise, she showed by an increased silence and an assumption of outraged dignity that her resentment was lasting. To a woman full of self-confidence, the position was embarrassing, and her husband ought to have flattered and soothed her. Instead of that, he'd only laughed at her. She could not forgive him. Just when this episode was being forgotten, Mrs. Adleybourne and 2 daughters came to call. Husband and wife had been riding, and Maria was taking off her habit when they arrived. Cyril was ready, and as he looked into her room to tell her he was going down, she asked him whether this lady had any particular gifts, so that she might avoid offending her.
"Gifts? Poor dear soul, she's none that I know of. She is a handsome and very stupid woman. Good-natured, I believe, but I know her very little. As her husband died many years ago, there was nothing in connection with county business to bring us together. Come down as soon as you can."
Maria hurried, and made an impressive picture when she appeared upon the scene. She had some soft white clinging stuff which was very becoming to her face and figure, and much enhanced her beautiful complexion. Mrs. Adleybourne was a tall, rather gaunt woman, with a good many angles, but undeniably handsome. Many years previously she had been painted by the greatest artist of the day as a Madonna, with her eldest child clasped in her arms. She still wore her hair braided in the same way, and had never changed the cut of her garments. Her face was placid, and she was fair, and might have served as a model to any of the painters of the most insipid Madonnas in a room devoted to them in Berlin. Her 2 daughters were unfortunately plain likenesses of herself, unfortunately, as their plainness was not of the intelligent-taking kind that redeems roughly completed features, and so often wins the day against regularity of feature and much beauty. Never had Mrs. Burlington found conversation more difficult. There seemed a hopeless absence of any common ground upon which to establish or begin acquaintance. Mrs. Adleybourne had only been in London once for a fortnight during the last 5 years, and she remarked plaintively that she had been struck by the increase of frivolity. Dissipation was not in her line. She did not care for music, except that of oratorios. In short, whatever Maria tried to talk about fell hopelessly to the ground. The two girls said very little, and were so miserable at finding the contrast so great between their old-fashioned dress and Maria's fresh and original toilette that they eyed her in silence. Driven to despair, at length she proposed, as Mrs. Adleybourne professed a great love for flowers, to go to the conservatory, the garden, and the hothouses, to show some new and very beautiful lilies straight from Japan. All went apparently well. Maria did not know any botanical names, and Mrs. Adleybourne discoursed rather learnedly about ferns and grapes and parasites, orchids, etc., when her hostess said laughingly, "I cannot answer you, because I'm quite ignorant of these things. I admire them, that's all. If I tried to call anything by a learned botanical name, I should most likely be in the position of some person my husband told me of, who thought she knew all about these things, and called a passion flower unknown to her an orchid." There was once more an ominous silence, and Mr. Burlington's face grew terribly red. Conversation languished more than ever, and without returning to the drawing-room, the whole party left, with farewells being as frigid as that of Lady Bridstone. "Oh, my dear Cyril, what is it?" exclaimed Maria breathlessly. "How have I offended this time?"
"My dear Maria," he answered, his laughing eyes contradicting the gravity of his tone, "you are singularly unfortunate, and on this occasion I can only blame myself. We cannot help it, but the lady who so persistently maintained that the new flower was an orchid was Mrs. Adleybourne herself."
End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Different Views on Conjugal Felicity. Aunt Anne, who was unselfish, devoted, and affectionate, was perhaps because of these last two qualities especially clear-sighted where Cyril's happiness was concerned. She gave due credit to his wife for her even temper, her cheerfulness, her good looks, and her wish to please. But the more she saw the two together, the less she could understand what had attracted her nephew. She tried to believe in an ardent affection, and she saw indulgent kindness. Miss Burlington was romantic enough to believe in a love which was blind. Mr. Burlington was only too evidently not blind, as he constantly made kind speeches about his wife, which took the form of an apology to his aunt's quick understanding. Was Cyril hiding anything from her? Was he happy? What had led to his marriage? How vain these questions were need hardly be said, as no satisfactory answer could possibly be given. Weighing everything dispassionately, Miss Burlington was almost equally puzzled in regard to his wife. At first she had done her the injustice to fancy that a good income, a certain fixed, well-defined position, and a fine place had been the several attractions. But she soon saw that she was wrong. Maria had never known any want of income, therefore she did not prize it. She did not in the least realize Cyril's position in the county, and though she openly admired the place as a place, she often regretted there being a fixture, and would evidently have preferred a nomadic life and London. However, as the days passed by, and she found no capricious temper, no unreasonable requirements, nothing she most dreaded in a London young lady, Aunt Anne began to see more to approve of in Cyril's wife, and they insensibly drew more together. Indeed, to understand completely a character like that of Maria, it required a person of far greater discernment than Miss Burlington possessed, and one accustomed to study character. Maria clung to her own ideas with a tenacity of purpose which would have served a great purpose well. For the present she was content. She had made 2 fiascos. She would learn to know her surroundings thoroughly. She must have everything clear to her. And then she intended to fill the house and show that she had it in her to play the part of leader. She would draw round her conflicting parties and handle everyone so skilfully that she would reconcile people and be the centre, the motive power, the wire-puller, without a single soul being aware whose hands were guiding, checking, or pushing everything into action. She sat quite happily, picturing everything to herself. She rehearsed mentally all the conversations, and though she certainly never carried these arguments very far, and they were vague and suggestive, she always gave herself the best of them. Her husband was much satisfied to find that her first idea of filling the house had so completely subsided. Like all men who had not the habit of society, he was happier alone, and his books were his real friends. He thought it nice of his wife to give up so cheerfully and so quickly to his wishes. This was what should be always the case. A husband, especially a husband some years older than the wife, should be able to influence and check wishes, probably the mere outcome of a passing fancy. Maria was looking very well one evening when Aunt Anne had joined them at dinner. She had a most becoming tea-gown on, an artful combination of pale rose and white lace, and Cyril had said something quite complimentary, which had pleased her. Toying with a tiny apostle spoon and the last morsel of sugar in the bottom of her coffee-cup, Maria looked up at him and said archly, "Do you remember what today is?" "Is it an anniversary?" he asked, in some surprise. They had not known each other a year, therefore what anniversary could they venerate in common? "We have been at home a whole month, a whole calendar month today. We arrived here on the 7th, and here we are. Today is the 7th. "And what does this solemn statement portend?" he asked quietly. "It portends nothing, but I remind you of the fact, because I promised to ask no one here for a whole month's quiet. We were to run the risk of boring each other for that time." "And you have been bored?" "Well, it's not been wildly amusing, has it?" she said with unnecessary frankness. He was excessively vexed. Had they been alone, he would have felt hurt by her tone. Before Aunt Anne, he was extremely annoyed. "You cannot contradict me," she said, fixing eyes all unconscious of offence upon him. "You are so excellent and so good, and like myself, you are truthful. I always am. It's one of my merits." "I'm old-fashioned," said Aunt Anne in a gentle, deprecating voice, "but I'm certain that these jests are a little wrong. I know it is a jest, but still—" "Oh, it's no jest, my dear good Aunt Anne. Any 2 people thrown solely and entirely upon each other's society must be a little dull. In time, I know, in time, I shall rouse Cyril and give him animation and appreciation and a taste for society. But all things must have a beginning, and by gathering people round us we get ideas. This house is such a nice old house and has endless capabilities. We must have society round us and not live only for ourselves." There was one of the short pauses, which in very intimate society generally means disapproval. Cyril spoke in rather a constrained tone. "Then your idea of happiness is never to be alone, to be always in a crowd?" "Oh, it would be difficult to crowd these rooms, and country society is so limited," answered young Mrs. Burlington. "But to have people staying here, yes." "Already?" said Aunt Anne, like an unwise woman echoing Cyril's words.
Already? Oh, my dear Cyril, if you prefer your library, your musty books, reports of prisons, road scrapers, and all these dreary matters, please do not think my tastes are the same. After all, what's the objection? If you had wanted a humdrum wife who thought parish work interesting and tennis parties dissipation, why did you fall in love with me?"
Poor Cyril coloured. He sometimes lately had reproached himself for having so little of that passion, but he was very far from guessing that he had been a puppet in the hands of Maria's aunt, and had been talked into the marriage by a good deal of judicious flattery, the flattery of being told that he was an object of deep interest and affection to a very brilliant girl. He had often wondered lately whether the passion on her side was quite as deep as was supposed. This seemed another proof of mistake somewhere. Was this craving for society quite in keeping with an ardent affection such as he had dreamed of long ago? He had had visions of companionship, of reciprocal feelings, of tastes in common, of a wife intelligent enough to appreciate without being anxious to shine. Somehow he'd never quite fitted his wife into this picture frame. She seemed to have tastes apart from his, hopes and aspirations beyond his, to be restlessly longing for other society, for a wider range. And his spirit sank, because each day he felt that he did not seem to know her any better. Surely so speaking a countenance must belong to a woman with a mind of real depth. How was it that each day found him still apart from her serious and better nature, still polite, with a feeling that in many things they were still strangers? But as these thoughts rushed through his mind, he caught Aunt Anne's gaze fixed upon him. She was looking sad, and certainly compassionate. Compassionate? All his loyalty came to his help. It was a trifling matter, but it cost him an effort. "There's no objection," he said pleasantly. "Fill the house if you like. I think that at your age, and with all your varied accomplishments, you should like to have society. We can always have a quiet time, you and I, when you're tired of playing hostess." He held out his hand, and his wife took it, and pressed it warmly between both of her white hands. She had no conception that it was an effort, but she had dreaded a rebuff before Aunt Anne, and her glance was full of grateful affection. Never had he done a wiser thing. The next thing was to make a list, and Maria had so many amusing suggestions to make and so much to say that it took up a good deal of time. She was so gay that the two others were infected by it, and Aunt Anne went home more charmed by her brightness and her pretty ways than she had ever been. Maria had got her own way, and was enchanted with her victory, but she was careful to keep all look of triumph out of her eyes, and to ask advice and assistance, as if the whole idea was as much her husband's as her own. After all, except that they had for so many years dropped all sorts of hospitality, there was no reason why the house should not be thrown open, and Aunt Anne was not altogether sorry now that Cyril had accepted the idea. In the quiet of his own study, Mr. Burlington saw that his own ideas had been routed, and he could not make up his mind whether he was sorry or relieved. At the same time, the warm, cordial pressure of his wife's hands gave him satisfaction. Appreciation, even imperfect appreciation, is often comforting. There was to be an amateur play and a ball. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Festivities at Burlington Manor. It must not be supposed that young Mrs. Burlington had forgotten the place which her husband had ignored, and which consequently had excited her curiosity. The house of the Wyncotes of Wyncote 100 was to her the Bluebeard's closet, to which sooner or later she fully intended to have a key. But just now her mind was pleasantly occupied by the arrangements for the coming festivities. She was charmed to find her husband acquiescing in all her proposals and approving generally as far as he understood them. In a neighbourhood which counted one hunt ball and one subscription ball as the two events of the year, talked of prospectively for many months beforehand, the fact that Burlington Manor was to be thrown open in such a charming way was delightful to the whole of that neighbourhood. It made a great sensation. Mrs. Burlington was looked upon with very different eyes, and every young lady in the place worshipped her immediately. "It is so nice of you, dear Mrs. Burlington," was uttered at least 100 times a day by different people. Mothers who had judged her a little severely, and had taken exception to those matters in which she differed from their own nestlings, began to see merits, hitherto unperceived, in her frocks, her laugh, her manner, and her smile. The husbands, brothers, and sons, who had avoided giving offence by wisely keeping their private opinions to themselves, were now accused of being dullards. How extraordinary they couldn't notice her merits for themselves! But men were so strangely blind, so hopelessly insensible. The tide had turned with a vengeance. All this popularity and homage were pleasant to Mrs. Burlington. She submitted very graciously to all this demonstrative enthusiasm, and as, next to being in love, being admired is a great beautifier, never had she looked better or been seen to greater advantage. At that time everything went well, and Mrs. Burlington was delighted with the position in which her ideas had placed her. A few tiresome things happened. Mrs. Hutchinson, who was enchanted when her girl was kept to dinner and sent home in the brougham afterwards, and who had mentioned the circumstance carelessly to everyone, was mortified to find that the same compliment had been paid to a girl she considered much below her daughter's level. Every little thing she had suggested to enhance the compliment shown to her girl applied equally to the second invitation, and Mrs. Hutchinson, who had the courage of her opinions, did not conceal her chagrin, and was as nearly rude as she dared to be when she next saw Mrs. Burlington. "I had no idea you knew the Harrisons. I've never called. They're not quite in my line." "Oh, Daisy Harrison is a nice girl. I advise you to cultivate her. In a very dull neighbourhood, a girl who sings is an acquisition. And one good thing is that in a small country town everyone is more or less on the same level. It saves so much trouble. When my people come, after disposing of the bigwigs, I shall have to send all the others in by turn." "I advise you not to do that, Mrs. Burlington." "No? How would you have it done? Alphabetically?" "Some people are well born, well connected, and might be very much offended." "Oh, I'm afraid," answered Mrs. Burlington with her usual amused laugh, "that I cannot help it. After all, what can it matter? These small differences can affect people little. It is only in a small provincial town that people are tenacious. Besides, when there is no apparent social distinction, what is one to do? One cannot know these things by instinct." "People learn these things and the other duties of their position in time." Mrs. Hutchinson spoke frigidly, but Mrs. Burlington had not the slightest idea that she was offending her, and it was only later on, when she made other discoveries, that she made this one also. Cyril Burlington was himself pleased that he had given way. His wife had probably spoken the truth. They had shut themselves up too much, and there was no reason they should not, for once in a way, fill the house and give his neighbours an opportunity of making the acquaintance of his wife. After this excitement his wife would settle down, and he would realize that happiness he longed for. Visions rose before him of cosy evenings in the library, when with cheery fires and drawn curtains he would share with her those books he read and reread with so much pleasure. She would by that time share his enthusiasm, and this delightful vision of deferred hope gave him patience meanwhile. She was passionately attached to him. She had chosen him, and if he could not give her quite as passionate an affection, he could honestly so order his life that she should never discover that he was himself not quite as devoted or as much in love. Cyril required all his patience during the next few weeks. Not only was his house taken by storm by carpenters and workmen, but the whole household also appeared demoralized. Housemaids were encountered where he had never seen them before. Marsham and Mrs. Butt were evidently disapproving. His wife changed her plans ever so often. Young men he knew nothing about were rehearsing love scenes all over the place. At one moment the plays were to be pastoral and to take place in the park. Then heavy showers changed all the tactics. The billiard-room was turned topsy-turvy, and a stage was erected there. If he remonstrated about the noise or the mess or the presence of the strangers, his wife quite good-temperedly offered to give everything up, and by her extreme good temper made him feel a brute. And no man likes that. Things went on in the same way for some time. Cyril did not like to see much of his aunt because he was thoroughly loyal to his wife, and he was afraid that with Aunt Anne, without quite intending it, he might betray discontent. He knew well that words once uttered can never be recalled. He was feeling particularly aggrieved the day before everyone was to assemble. He had gone to the stables to see a horse reported amiss, and the important factotum at the head of the stables had made a distinct complaint, and of his wife. Too well-bred a servant to say it in so many words, Tomkins regretted in a very pointed manner the fact of the horse being amiss at such an inconvenient moment. 3 times this morning, Mr. Burlington, has the brown mare been to town. Had to go. 3 times? 3 times, and the road new metalled in many places, sir, as you are aware. There must have been some mistake. There was not any mistake about his going, sir. Mrs. Burlington sent herself. Ah, once was an order, and the other times was forgets. It's hard on the brown mare's legs, sir. Cyril could only agree with him, but of course he could not discuss his wife's forgets or challenge her orders with the servants. He went straight home, however, determined to say a word kindly but firmly about the unreasonable want of thought, and to point out that sending a horse 6 miles 3 times over was unjustifiable. He took a short cut to the house by the shrubbery, and as he walked along considerably ruffled, he heard something which ruffled him a good deal more. Of course, if you're so particular, it cannot be done. And the voice was the voice of the most objectionable young man. Oh, it's not only that, said Miss Hutchinson, but my father and mother are so particular. The petticoats will be so short. They will be very short. And the young man laughed merrily. Luckily our hostess does not mind. Oh, she is a dear. We were so afraid that Mr. Burlington would put his foot down. Oh, would that make any difference? It seems to me that she's one of the happy few who does exactly as she likes. Oh, I don't know, but I believe if Mr. Burlington saw and disapproved, and I have an idea he would disapprove, Mrs. Burlington's dance and her dress and other things would be either given up or modified. Possibly. I may say probably. And yet you wished me to take part. Oh, you're really horrid. Oh, if you choose to misunderstand me. And then the 2 voices died away. Mr. Burlington had received a great shock. He had stated from the first that he had no talent for acting, and it had never occurred to him that he should have taken some interest in the play and made himself acquainted with what was proposed to be acted. What had that detestable young man said? The petticoats would be very short? The way all had been said sent him hurrying in, vexed, anxious, worried beyond description, and in a mood absolutely new to his wife, who had never seen him so roused, so excited, so angry before. He tried to speak quietly to control his voice, but failed. Maria, who was trying to tie a particular knot, looked up in surprise. "What is the matter? You look as if you've heard some bad news. Anything wrong?" The contrast between her light way of questioning him and the deep annoyance he was smarting under made him more angry still.
"I've heard something about this tomfoolery that I do not like," he began.
And his wife was startled by his tone. "Meaning our play? Oh, what have you heard?"
"I have heard that your dress is... that it will be objectionable."
"Really? And may I ask who calls it objectionable?"
"I have heard it is to be short."
"I think it will be short, certainly."
"And you do not mind? You see nothing indecorous in you, a married woman, wearing very short petticoats before all the world?"
"The dress is in character. I am to be a peasant and wear a peasant's costume."
"And dance?"
"Oh, yes, certainly, and dance. What harm is there? You do not suppose that a Tyrolese peasant wears a gown down to her heels? It's very absurd of you to make all this fuss. Someone put it in your head, probably Aunt Anne."
"Aunt Anne has nothing to do with it. But I warn you that I will not allow you to make yourself talked about, or wear a dress all respectable people object to their daughters wearing."
"All respectable people? Name, my dear Cyril, name one."
"Mr. and Mrs. Hutchinson."
"Ah, they object. Did they say so?"
"No, I haven't seen them, but their daughter said so for them."
Maria stretched her arm out and drew her blotting book towards her. She handed a note to her husband. He took it and read it. "My dear Mrs. Burlington, my dear child is too shy to tell you herself, so I write to say that perhaps you are not aware how beautifully and gracefully she dances. As you may be at a loss for someone to perform à la Letty Lind, I mention this, and once you have seen her dance you will allow that motherly prejudice has not led me to say one word more than is just. Mary Hutchinson. My girl would much like to act Zeke's part. If not filled up, do give it to her." Mr. Burlington stood feeling extremely helpless and a little ashamed of himself. But he tried to stick to his colours, and he reiterated,
"The dress is short, however."
His wife did not answer him. She felt so completely in the right that she did not wish to weaken her position by a single word. He was much annoyed by her silence, which he felt to be a rebuke. Then he shifted his ground, and the brown mare's legs happily or unhappily came into his mind.
"Then there is that unfortunate horse," he said,
and feeling quite sure of his ground now, he took a firmer tone.
"I must really beg, Maria, that you will be more considerate. The horse was 3 times sent into the town to fetch things. Why not make a list and send for everything at once?"
"Exactly what was done, and done by me," said Maria, her eyes sparkling with sudden indignation.
"The coachman said that there was one order, and then things were forgotten."
"By whom?" Her voice was peculiar. Surely she was not suppressing a laugh. But Mrs. Burlington was trying hard not to laugh. For the first time Cyril was making himself ridiculous, and she could not help herself. "My dear Cyril, the next time you bring a list of grievances against me, you'd better find out how much truth there is in them. I wrote a list. If the groom forgot things, if he went back for them, it was done without my orders. All the same," she added, drawing herself up, "if I chose to send your whole staff to fetch things for me in my present emergency, I should do it." She looked at him with brilliant, laughing eyes as she spoke. What could her husband say? What could he do? He stood gravely looking at her. He knew so little of women that he didn't recognise that her laugh was nervous. She knew that this difference between them would end in defeating her or establishing her authority on a firmer basis, and she snatched her advantage before he had time to rally and take up his position. "I forgive you, my dear Cyril," she said, patting his shoulder, "but for my sake try and not treat me to this sort of scene again. I really do not like you to—"
"You do not like me to feel annoyed with you?"
he said eagerly, trying to fill up the little pause she made in a manner satisfactory to himself. She arched her eyebrows in surprise. "That never occurred to me," she said, laughing out at this time. "I was only going to say I didn't like you to look ridiculous." She turned away, took up her ribbons and went into her bedroom, still laughing, though in a more suppressed way. Cyril had been put in the wrong, but this time it was particularly hard to bear because he was conscious of having made a mistake. One mistake. It seemed to him that he did nothing but make mistakes. How was he ever to influence his wife, and why was it that there seemed to be such a wide difference in principles and all else between them? Then with a sudden reaction he accounted for everything by the absence of that love which was, he was afraid, so much more on her side than his.
If I loved her passionately, everything that irritates me now would perhaps charm me,"
he thought, sadly enough. And as he remembered this, he resolved to be patient. Only so could he make amends for a wrong he was conscious of having done her in marrying her. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Rehearsal. The days went on with all the usual amount of heart-burnings, private mortifications, and petty jealousies which are the natural outcome of an ill-assorted company of amateur actors. But Mrs. Burlington's brilliant good humour never failed her. She seemed impervious to any remarks save those of a flattering nature, ignored any attempt at impertinence, and was evidently quite in her element. Every difficulty arose apparently only for her to overcome, and she certainly shone out under the existing chaos, always serene, gay, and in very brilliant spirits. Cyril felt they had drifted farther apart, but all the same privately gave her ungrudging admiration. She had ready answers and was never put to a disadvantage. She was so ignorant of the various political relations that her husband feared catastrophes, and then found that in her ignorance lay her safety. Those people who tried to say something unpleasant, and who talked of waste of time and dissipation, always got the worst of it, especially Lady Bridstone, who cherished a pet grievance dating from her very first visit. "It is so good, so kind, so forbearing of your dear kind husband, Mrs. Burlington, to allow all this kind of thing. He must hate it. He looks very unhappy. Not at all himself, poor dear." "No, he's not looking well," answered his wife calmly. "He's had toothache for 3 days. "Oh, I thought all this hurly-burly was a worry to him. To some people a perpetual racket is so trying, so depressing." "I think dullness so much more depressing, and English country life is terribly dull. It is particularly dull to us, to women generally." "I never feel dull." "Do you not? What amusements do you have then?" I do not consider amusements necessary. I have interests. And Lady Bridstone looked very imposing when she made this speech. "Ah," said Mrs. Burlington negligently. "Oh, if you have interests. May I know what especially interests you?" "Everything, more or less. But you think country life dull. I cannot understand it." "I do not find it amusing. What is country life as a rule here? After breakfast people order dinner and have 5 minutes interview with the housekeeper, read the slate, write 1 or 2 notes, saunter in the flower garden and snip the withered heads off the rose bushes, work a little, look at the paper, and wonder why one honest set of gentlemen pick holes in each other's speeches in such a remarkably rude way, and think it necessary to show the strength of their convictions by being extremely irate with everyone who disagrees with them. Then lunch, perhaps a drive of several miles to find everyone out and be very glad of it. Return home, visit some poor people, have tea, perhaps ride, dress and dine and doze over picture papers till bedtime. I call that a very dull life." "You have no interest in politics. I have." "Oh, mercifully, I have no political convictions." "Mercifully?" "Oh, yes. If I had, I should differ entirely from my husband, and it's quite possible that we might quarrel." "Ah," breathed Lady Bridstone, who thought this a home thrust and given from malice prepense. "Yes, we might quarrel. Now, I do not mean to deny that a quarrel might be very amusing, much more amusing than monotonous agreement, but it is not very nice. You see, I'm afraid I was born without enthusiasm." "I should be grieved to think you mean what you say." And Lady Bridstone shook her elderly head till her front, which had seen better days, got slightly to one side. "Do you mean to say that if your husband stood for the county you would not be interested? That you would not endeavour to help him? Women can do so much in these days." "They can also do mischief," answered Maria with sudden gravity, looking full in the old lady's face. Poor Lady Bridstone reddened. "I was talking about political influence. I wish to put before you in plain English that you ought to feel an interest in your husband's election, in his success." "But I should feel interested," answered Maria with great animation. "It would be my one chance of being again in London, and I adore London." "Ah," again said Lady Bridstone, "I am not sure that I think that a very exalted motive. No interest in politics, no interest in the history of our times. A mere frivolous existence, a life of pleasure. How can any rational woman be really interested in the petty squabbles of the House of Commons? But eloquence, my dear Mrs. Burlington." "Eloquence? Oh, yes. But when a good speech is made, I am always on the side of the question. I'm so easily persuaded. But as a rule, it is not eloquence. How can I feel interested in the usual sort of thing? The country is always said to be going to the dogs, and somehow never gets there. One set of men are praised for going to war, and the next year are blamed for the same thing. No, the House of Commons is an excellent institution. It is a safety valve for all the bores, and there are so many. As in a hive drones exist, so in society bores are an established fact. If they had no place to prose in, how terrible it would be for the wives." Lady Bridstone began to have a dim conviction that trying to argue with a young woman who was so utterly unlike any other young woman she had encountered was not a success. She turned the conversation to the play, and Mr. Burlington coming in just then, she tried to show her annoyance with Mrs. Burlington by attempting to ignore her, a proceeding he saw through at once and instantly defeated. Maria instinctively recognised his loyalty, and a sincere, if ephemeral, feeling of gratitude made her cordial to him. Most unfortunately, her anxiety to rouse and startle Lady Bridstone made her say, "You're coming to see the play, I hope. Mr. Burlington is trembling a little about the verdict respecting my dress, or rather my petticoats. He is afraid they'll be too short. Do you object to very short petticoats, dear Lady Bridstone?" "I am not young enough to understand quizzing," said the old lady, immensely offended, and rising from her chair and shaking her dress out, as if unseen earwigs or other obnoxious insects were hanging to it. "I'm not quizzing." Maria looked at her husband, and saw that he was with difficulty suppressing annoyance. Still true to his wife, he said lightly,
"There is some doubt as to the length of petticoats in a Tyrolese costume. My wife is afraid we may all be taken by surprise, and she's anxious to do nothing to cause any sort of disapproval."
Lady Bridstone looked from one to the other. She would like to have said something stinging to Mrs. Burlington, who had managed to ruffle her a great deal, but as Mr. Burlington upheld her and stood by her, she was checked. By sympathetic sighs and an ardent pressure of her withered hand, she endeavoured silently to convey her sorrow for his being so ill-matched, and her strong disapproval of his wife to her husband. When she was driving away, she was conscious of having failed to disturb the serenity of either, and in her heart of hearts she admired that husband's loyalty. But she went about everywhere, shaking her head and pitying him so much and looking so sagacious that Lord Burleigh's momentous shake of the head in The Critic was nothing to it. Mrs. Burlington had made one dangerous enemy. Cyril was so vexed that he was afraid of speaking just then to his wife. She was in a horribly false position. She did not know, and he felt that this would always be the case. How foolish he had been in thinking that he could always influence her without explanations. And if he gave those explanations, would it not destroy her spontaneous brightness, which was so distinctive a trait? And if her brightness went, what would remain to her? He was moodily wandering near the house when he was suddenly confronted by his aunt, and while he would not have sought her just then, he acknowledged that her presence was more grateful and delightful to him than almost ever before. In her long life, Aunt Anne had never been known to take an unkind or uncharitable view of anyone. Cyril was not afraid of himself, but as he had not sought her, he was more at ease, and felt that his unacknowledged and almost vague discontent about his wife's proceedings need not be entered into. During the last few weeks, busy and taken up as she had been with the excitement of all the coming play, Maria had never been too busy or too engrossed to go and see Aunt Anne, and indeed the liking between the two was increasing. Maria felt the charm of one whose ease of manner and cordial kindness made effort unnecessary, and though she had occasional fits of pique and momentary spasms of jealousy if she fancied Aunt Anne's influence outweighed hers, she was beginning to lean upon the elder woman's opinion, and to like nothing better than a talk with her. On her side, Aunt Anne, who had private and secret reasons of her own for dreading the marriage, was soon won by the frankness and absolute straightforwardness of her new niece. She was so perfectly outspoken that, though the fearlessness might be the outcome of undue confidence in herself, it was a quality to be prized, and the brightness she brought with her was something new and refreshing to one who had suffered so long from the depressing effect of bereavement and solitude, and the absence of any close womanly friend to whom she might speak of those minor matters too small to be worthy of a man's attention. When Aunt Anne and Cyril met, therefore, just at this juncture, the fates could hardly have done Maria a better turn. "I was just coming up to see the dresses. Maria wished it." This recalled a trouble.
"I'm sure I don't know what room you can see them in. The whole house is in confusion. There's not a place one can sit down in quietly."
Oh, well, in 3 days now all will be over. I dare say, being behind the scenes so much, you've grown tired of it all. Everything will be fresh and startling and new to me. I dare say you know all by heart."
"I hope there'll be nothing startling," said Cyril. His tone was not very cheerful, and she was quick to see it.
"I see you're a little bored. Maria was afraid you were bored. Oh, my dear Cyril, how nice she is. It seems that some remarks about the dresses made her anxious for my opinion. I had a note from her begging me to come and see and judge."
Cyril felt much ashamed. So while he had been disturbing himself, his wife had been prudence itself. His answer was much more cheerful.
"I acknowledge that I am cross," he said. "I will say bored, if you like it. It certainly sounds better. There seems to me such an absurd amount of rehearsing. I can go nowhere without being made to feel I'm in the way, and the people who spend their days here are not to my taste. There's Mr. Eccles. Have you ever met him or heard of him?"
"Never. Is he objectionable?"
"He is worse, if there's anything worse."
"Oh, I am sorry, dear. I suppose to do justice to the play, outsiders had to be allowed to take part. I'm sure Maria is sorry also. What does she say about him? I suppose you told her you objected to him? It was probably too late."
Cyril was silent. This was exactly what he had not done. Indeed, his grievance was that his wife had not found out for herself that he objected so very much to this man, and other things. He had not spoken because he was hurt, and also he dreaded that way Maria had of laughing off any serious cause of complaint. It irritated him, and somehow put him in the wrong. It made him look as though he was making a fuss about nothing. Looking up, however, he saw that his silence was giving Aunt Anne a false impression, and his sense of right impelled him to speak.
"I have said nothing. I thought she'd see for herself."
"I would tell her,"
said Aunt Anne gently. "I think, my dear Cyril, that in many ways your wife has been unfairly used. I have no right to interfere, no right perhaps to express an opinion. But I feel that a mistake has been made, especially with an open character like hers, not by you, but by those who brought her up."
"I think so too," answered Cyril heartily, "but I cannot see my way to altering things now, and I hope there'll be no occasion."
They reached the steps leading into the library as he finished speaking, but his moodiness was gone. Nothing could have laid his fears at rest so much as that simple act told him by his aunt. His wife had asked her to judge about the propriety of her costume, and if she approved, what matters it to him who disapproved? He would set her judgment against that of all the world. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Was it all success? The eventful evening arrived. Dinner was advanced half an hour, in order that visitors and servants might have time to digest and prepare. The actors and actresses dined together apart at an earlier hour. It must be confessed that Mrs. Burlington's absence made everything much less lively than usual. Her brightness and charm of manner were missed by her husband most, and by the others without their accounting for it. There are few events in life allowed to interfere with so important a daily occurrence as a man's dinner, and that on this occasion this sacred meal was over some 10 minutes earlier than usual was due more to the fact of Mrs. Burlington's absence than to any neglect of Mrs. Butt's good things. There was much less conversation, because there was no one to originate things. Aunt Anne was at the head of the table once more, but her gentle manner was really a check upon the conversation of others. She had a pleading, low-pitched voice, which was subduing in its influence. Other voices sounded almost aggressively loud, contrasted with her extreme quietness, and though a low, sweet voice is a very excellent thing in woman, if all remarks reach a near neighbour only, general conversation is apt to languish. Cyril noticed this, and found the dinner longer and duller, and made a mental appreciative remark about his wife's way of drawing people out. No one was more eager than he was for the play to begin and end, and when all was ready, and the overture was in progress, he was surprised by his own agitation. The play was, after all, pastoral. The evening was superb, still, calm, and warm. The play had been written for Mrs. Burlington by a great man, and nothing prettier could be conceived than the opening scenes, the many richly draped figures gliding through the trees, the flash of colour. The whole mise-en-scène was excellent. The acting was very poor, with one exception, Mrs. Burlington. Her acting was more that of an accomplished professional than the performance of an amateur. Accustomed to see the best acting, and having taken part in private theatricals as a girl, she was quite at home, and won rounds of applause from all the disinterested spectators. She was supposed to be a Tyrolese peasant in the days when Austria was fighting that gallant little nation, and to be loved at the same moment by an Austrian soldier and a Tyrolese musician. To save her family from endless persecution and annoyance, she tries to keep the soldier in good humour, and thus makes her lover jealous, and the famous dance was to please the Austrian and keep him out of the way while her father and lover were carrying out a secret march. A well-made boarding, covered with tightly stretched cloth, had been placed on the grass for the actors to be secure against evening dews and damp arising. Mrs. Burlington's beautiful figure, her postures, and her dancing were all in turn admired with ungrudging enthusiasm. Even Cyril, prepared not wholly to approve, was carried away by the influence of her grace and the refined charm of all her gestures. Coloured lights were suddenly thrown over everything, and the success was complete. Then Cyril suddenly had a shock. Old General Labridaire said to him with enthusiasm,
"You are possibly too young to have seen her, but by Jove, sir, your wife in figure, face, and action is the exact image of that poor girl Donella, who was burned, you know. I never in all my life saw such a likeness."
"I suppose you mean that for a great compliment," said poor Cyril, with an attempt at a smile. "I suppose that was her professional name."
"I mean it as the greatest compliment. As to the name, poor Donella was an Irish girl. Nobody, a girl called Rourke, I think. But she had harder lines than most girls, poor little soul."
Cyril wished, and did not dare, to ask more. All was over. There was a confused rush of compliments and thanks, supper where everyone appeared in their costumes, and where Mrs. Burlington in brilliant spirits was the life of the whole party. Lady Bridstone, who had been meditating how she could say something sarcastic all the evening, said clumsily, "Your acting is too good for an amateur, Mrs. Burlington. It is quite a pity you're not on the stage. You act almost as if you'd been trained." Cyril was near her, and was delighted when his wife took the remark in excellent part, and said quietly, "I hardly expected such generous, such ungrudging praise from you, Lady Bridstone. You are very kind." The malicious old lady looked keenly at her, but could see only an open, candid face and a pleased smile.
"I must be a born actress," she muttered to herself as she went off to the carriage. "I don't believe in a woman like that."
Cyril went upstairs at length, expecting to find his wife tired out and either undressing or undressed, but she was neither. She was standing, leaning against an open window. All the candles were lit in her room, and her figure looked radiant with all the gold embroidery and the jewels about her throat. Her eyes were sparkling with indignation. "Cyril," she began in a direct tone, I've been insulted tonight. Is it my fault? Did you notice a very odious man called Eccles here, a man someone suggested could act, and who's been rehearsing here these last few weeks?"
"Yes."
"He seized my hand and began to make love to me. He kissed my hand."
"He shall never enter these doors again," said Cyril passionately.
"Just what I told him," she answered. "I said that the worst part of getting up a play in the country was that one never could secure gentlemen for all the parts." Tears were standing in her eyes. "Why did you not tell me the man was what he is, Cyril? Did you not know it?"
"I thought that you knew it also."
"Oh, Cyril!" She was keenly, desperately hurt. "Did you give me credit for so little sense of right, so little anxiety for my own, for your approval, as to suppose that if I had guessed, if I had known, I should have allowed him to stay to act with us, to be day after day thrown into our intimate society?" Words failed her. She was cruelly mortified. This, then, was what he thought of her, and all his love for her had not taught him to read her better. At such a moment she had wanted him to soothe and comfort her. She was cruelly distressed. She had gone to him, and he received her so. Did he blame her? Did he suppose this insult was owing to some indiscretion on her part? This thought was so maddening to her that she rushed past him, intending to go out of the room till he had left it. But he stopped her.
"Forgive me," he said, "if I have vexed you, but you have not noticed how the presence of that little cad annoyed me. I hated seeing him with you, and you failed to see it. How was I to know that you were not excusing him, and putting up with him because of some latent talent which my dullness could not perceive? I own I thought you put the success of the play before everything else, that you set it above every consideration."
"And you do not see that this is what hurts me," she said in a low voice. "To be so judged, to be thought capable—" They were nearer to each other at that moment than they had yet been. Then Maria asked him suddenly one question. "Why did you look so ill-pleased when old Lady Bridstone said flattering things?"
"Because she was trying to be impertinent. She meant to imply, she wished to insinuate, that your dancing was too good, more like that of a professional than like that of a lady."
Maria coloured hotly. "Oh, had I only known!" she murmured.
"Had you known, you would not have made the graceful little speech you did. You would not have made so effective an answer. Nothing is more mortifying than to take pains to say a spiteful thing, and to see it fall wide of the mark."
Maria was a little thoughtful. Then, facing him, she said, looking straight into his eyes, "Why were you in such a fever about my dress and my dancing? You disliked it, I saw. Why was it? Why should I not do what so many people do? What's the difference between me and others?" Cyril grew hot and red. He was a bad hand at concealing his feelings, and yet a direct answer was impossible to him. His wife watched him anxiously. Then her countenance changed. Pride and determination gained a victory. Before he could again stop her, she was gone. And this opportunity was lost. Like many other opportunities, it had passed forever. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. A Piece of News. When Mrs. Burlington left her room and her husband standing there, she was more nearly disliking him than she had ever been of hating anyone in all her life. Instinctively she felt that at that moment she was offering him an opportunity, and that if he availed himself of it, they would for ever after be more to each other than they had yet been. Wounded by an undeserved insult, she had gone to him in so softened a mood that she was prepared to lay down her arms and be in love with what she considered the dullness of the country and all else, had he answered her confidence and given her his own. For the first time it came home to her that her power over him was not all she imagined it to be. She had accepted cheerfully the idea that he adored her, and that he was content with what she could give him in return. Her ambitious thoughts, her aspirations satisfied her. As long as he was there to countenance and support her in the background, his figure never came very prominently before her. But something now made her ask herself whether the position was exactly what she supposed it to be. He never showed her any signs of the great affection she credited him with. He was always kind enough, but not enthusiastic. And if he had not been in love, why had he married her? Had she worn out his patience and killed his passion by showing so little regard for him? He supported her at all times before the world, and he was loyal. But he did not do justice to her powers. That was where he defeated her. She knew by instinct that he judged her dispassionately, if not critically. And was this consistent with an overmastering passion? She resolved that in some way she would prove her ability and her capabilities, and he would be obliged to confess that he had underrated her. Poor Mr. Burlington! He knew very little indeed of his wife's projects, and had he known, what could he have done? For if a woman believes herself so capable, if she thinks she can dominate everyone, how is a man tongue-tied by generosity to undeceive her? As regarded himself, he was so circumstanced that he could not be perfectly frank with her. There was one confidence that for her own sake he could never give her, and another that for his own he thought it wiser to withhold. Mrs. Kingson had much to answer for. As far as quiet and domestic happiness went, Mr. Burlington found that the recent excitement had apparently merely whetted his wife's appetite for gaiety. Each day some fresh neighbour was openly pressed to stay or dine. Indeed, Mrs. Burlington's object seemed to be never to have to encounter a solitary evening with her husband. Even the curate, a long-suffering person of very gaunt appearance and decidedly lugubrious manner, even he was pronounced in Mr. Burlington's hearing better than nothing. "Are we never to be alone again?" he asked, with some natural irritation, when for the 5th time in one fortnight the long face of the Reverend Aubrey Tucker and his long figure were seen arriving. "Oh, it's much better than boring each other. You know you do not appreciate my small talk. And lately, in the middle of quite an amusing story, you proposed teaching me chess."
"I did not think the story very amusing. Your way of telling it was, I thought it, ill-natured."
"Ill-natured? Oh, my dear Cyril, if every amusing story was sifted, how little would be left! Very often the only merit lies in the little embroideries custom sanctions. Ah, Mr. Tucker, you arrive at such an opportune moment. My husband and I are theorizing about telling amusing stories. Often their only merit lies in the way they are told."
"I am not precisely sure what you mean by stories. I take for granted you do not refer to facts. Facts should remain facts,"
said Mr. Tucker heavily. Mr. Burlington smiled sarcastically, and his wife understood the meaning of that smile. It was meant, she conceived, to be a sort of two-edged weapon, to say pointedly to her, first, that this ponderous, dull, unappreciative man was the man whose society was to prevent a tete-a-tete with him, and also to remind her that even judging by this standard, facts altered and embroidered ceased to be facts. She was sensible by this time that a wide difference existed between her husband's standard of truth and her own. But this knowledge did not disturb her or make her in the least unhappy. She allowed it, indeed, more as an apology for him than as an excuse for herself. It stood to reason that a man totally wanting in imagination must look upon everything with different eyes, and be blind to all except what was straight in front of him. And she piqued herself upon her power of seeing everything with all the sidelights, possibilities, and probabilities they were capable of having. If things, as she put them, had not exactly occurred, there was no reason why they should not occur, and because she had not seen them, was that any reason why they should not exist and have been seen by other people? "I'm not ill-natured, and I'm not mischievous," she would say to her husband, "but if I see life amusingly, I'm obliged to depict it amusingly. It's not in me to be prosaic." His grave disapproval served no purpose. She had all along made up her mind that he was inferior in intellect, and she had one word which always served her: unappreciative. Mr. Tucker was a good, honest, worthy soul, whose greatest weakness was an anxiety to be known by his baptismal name of Aubrey, as a sort of set-off against that of Tucker, which he considered plebeian. He'd been christened Aubrey after a distant connection, and he made the most of the fortunate circumstance. He put the Reverend J. Aubrey Tucker upon his cards, and trusted people might give him the benefit of the first name, and that in time the Tucker might be altogether dropped. All men have their weaknesses, even good men, and this shade of vulgarity brought its own punishment, and caused him to be well laughed at. Unfortunately also, it set a good many people against him, and neutralized good he might have done. His presence on this particular evening annoyed Mr. Burlington even more than usual, and he grew more silent and more reserved each moment. All at once, however, Mr. Tucker brightened up. He had some news to tell, something to impart which would give him consequence, however momentary.
"I heard some rather important news this evening before leaving home," he began in his slow, rather thick voice.
Mrs. Burlington looked up with interest. "Oh, pray tell us, Mr. Tucker. News is always very welcome."
"You have heard of the Wyncotes of Wyncote 100?
He looked at her for a moment, and added, turning to his host,
"You know them, of course. Charming, delightful man, aristocratic son. Of course, not being of our faith, I do not know them. That is, only by hearsay. Then that sad story of the brother who murdered a man and died before he could be tried makes them interesting."
Mrs. Burlington listened with immense interest to this confused account of neighbours she longed to know about. She wished above everything to hear something which would explain Cyril's antagonism.
"What about them?"
asked her husband curtly, almost rudely, she thought.
"They arrived, that is, the son arrived yesterday."
"Well, what of that?" asked Mr. Burlington, the subject so palpably displeasing to him that the curate looked up in surprise. Before he had time to make any rejoinder, Mrs. Burlington said, "Of course you will call, Cyril. Our nearest neighbours, you know."
"I cannot see why the accident of having adjoining properties necessitates making acquaintance with people I disapprove of."
Mrs. Burlington was very much surprised, and then it occurred to her that perhaps something about his family that he didn't wish to have known made him determine she should not make the acquaintance. More to startle him than to annoy him, she said, laughing, "You see, Mr. Tucker, in all families there is a skeleton hidden somewhere. It seems to me that Wyncote 100 holds a secret of some kind, and a skeleton." Mr. Tucker was quite certain she'd said something witty,
and answered, "That settles the point."
"Which point do you consider settled?" asked Mrs. Burlington, laughing. "You have spoken like an oracle, and have carefully avoided answering to the point."
"I am afraid I am not a judge. If I marry, which is not likely, I suppose I shall know all these little social things, and about skeletons. At present, He looked so sincerely unhappy that Mr. Burlington, not without a shade of triumph in his tone, turned the conversation, and the iniquitous opposition of a refractory churchwarden kept the guest in full talk till Mrs. Burlington slipped away. Her husband had expected that the advent of the Wyncotes and a discussion about them would have begun as soon as they were alone together, but much to his relief, nothing was said. Apparently her interest in them had expired, and he was inexpressibly relieved and thankful. He knew little of womankind and less of his wife. From the moment Maria knew they were there, she was resolved upon making their acquaintance, and her silence was caused by a conviction that a discussion would bring on an absolute prohibition against going to see these people or making their acquaintance. And though she was prepared to do a great many independent things, she was not quite prepared to do anything in the very face of a direct prohibition. Within a few days came exciting political news. There was to be a dissolution. The news took everyone by surprise, and Mrs. Burlington heard so many different opinions and noticed that such a keen interest was taken in the coming elections that she began to see that political life was more interesting than she had imagined. Then, in the very thick of it all, came a requisition to her husband to contest their division of the county. Mr. Burlington, who had his own convictions, thought seriously enough over his answer. A year ago the answer would have been easy. Then it would have been a negative. To exchange the freedom of his life for the House of Commons, and his quiet home life for the turmoil of London, would have been especially hateful to him. But things were changed. His home life now was a great disappointment to him. His wife could enter into none of his tastes, and neither share his pleasures nor live his life. Every day showed him this more clearly. Alone, she was silent, openly bored, and shortened her day as much as possible by breakfasting in bed and retiring very early, and leaving him to read and smoke by himself every evening. It was exactly as it used to be, only without Aunt Anne's sympathizing presence. The arrival of the dullest neighbour, however, would turn Mrs. Burlington from silence to speech, and from dullness to brilliancy. It did not seem to matter much who it was, so long, Mr. Burlington thought bitterly, as it was not her husband. As he was disappointed in his domestic life, it was natural that political life should look like a providential opening. No man with any brains, any energy, resigns himself to disappointment. A reaction, a hope of something to interest and to make up for it, drives many men into action. It made Mr. Burlington a politician. Another thing weighed with him. If he was returned, as everyone assured him would be the case, it would place them in London during the time the Wyncotes spent in the country, and he wished to avoid these people. To talk everything over with Aunt Anne was natural enough, but a difference of opinion had arisen between them, and this spoiled the pleasure a good deal, because, while allowing her wishes, her entreaties were impossible, he could not deny their justice. For the first time in his life, Cyril Burlington saw the right mode of action. His duty lay straight before him, and yet he could not bring himself to do it. Of course, Mrs. Burlington took advantage of the situation and filled the house. She was always at her best when she had an audience, especially if it was what she called an appreciative audience. But she was quite unconscious of one fact. It made her happy to shine and to be the central figure of all the various arrangements. She did not take into consideration that there were other women who also liked to shine, and who made no secret among themselves of their discontent and disapproval at being put in the shade. Among those invited to stay with them now was a certain widow, Lady Rhodes,
who described herself as a freelance, and was dreaded a little, a good deal made of, and was one of the people who could never be passed over, at any rate with impunity. She had such a caressing manner that it was some time before people found out that she was capable of doing the most ill-natured things. She was not good-looking, but she put on her things well, and took the line of being nobody in particular. She put herself, as it were, humbly at the feet of anyone she wished to conciliate, and was always offering to do small services for them. "Let me get it for you. I like running about," were words often uttered, and she had a way of saying, "Oh, dearest Mrs. So-and-so," which was very fetching, to use a word often applied to her. By degrees, people found out that she was capable of thwarting the very plans she had encouraged, and when she found out that any real service was required from her, or that the people she had flattered were not likely to do her any good turn, it was wonderful how quickly she became too much occupied to see them, and how suddenly they were dropped. But Mrs. Burlington had this and many other things to learn, and she was charmed with Lady Rhodes. In her she thought she had found that desirable thing, a friend who would openly assert her superiority, and one to whom she could speak frankly and openly. All her life she had wished for someone older than herself, to whom she might turn for that full comprehension she imagined her husband incapable of. "Dearest Mrs. Burlington," said Lady Rhodes, as she settled down upon the sofa and patted the luxurious cushions into comfortable shapes, "do tell me all about everything, the play, the election, and all else. I was dreadfully sorry I couldn't come to the play. I was away and could not be spared. The dear Duchess made such a point of my being at Overcove. You know them all? Such a delightful family. So intellectual, so clever, so bright." "No, I do not know them." "Oh, it will all come. I myself, how they would appreciate you. A place, when you are quite at home in it, you feel you would not exchange for any other. Even I am somehow different there. The dear Duchess has a knack of putting you on such good terms with yourself. I should love seeing you there." "Oh, you're very kind," said Maria cordially. "I wish you had been here and seen the play. It was very pretty, and supposed to have been a great success." "I was sure it was a success the moment I heard people trying to invent ill-natured stories about it. I knew it had been a success, and said so." "Did people invent ill-natured stories?" asked Maria, who rose to this, as a woman of the world would never have done. "Oh, dearest Mrs. Burlington, of course they did. Did you ever know of a very popular person without detraction, or a great success that was not followed by ill-natured comments?" And Lady Rhodes laughed a merry, enjoyable laugh. "I suppose it would not be fair to ask what was said?" "Oh, it can do you no harm. It was only about your petticoats. They were said to be short." She fixed her eyes upon a china vase full of brown chrysanthemums, and rose to look at them. "Oh, such a lovely colour, and so artistically arranged," she said. "Needless to ask who adjusted them." She sank back again upon the cushions, and again pulled and patted them into shape. "How I envy you the conservatories and houses here, dear Mrs. Burlington," she said, in an affectionate tone. Maria hardly heard her. "The petticoats were not short," she said. "Oh, you're actually dwelling upon that silly gossip? Of course, I know that. That was contradicted at once. Oh, I wish I'd not told you. You see, I am so terribly impulsive. It's very stupid to repeat these things. Pray think no more about it, dearest Mrs. Burlington. Everyone who knew your husband knew—" Maria laughed as usual. Whenever she was a little nervous or annoyed, she couldn't help herself, but though this habit was annoying at times, nothing could have happened more distinctly discomforting to Lady Rhodes at the present moment.
"I'm glad you take it that way, dear Mrs. Burlington."
"I cannot help it," said Maria, laughing still. "The petticoats, those petticoats, my petticoats seem to have got upon everybody's brain. Provincial brains are apparently incapable of understanding that if you attempt to represent a class, you must dress as they dress."
"Yes," said Lady Rhodes ambiguously. "The question really is whether that particular character is suited to the, shall I say, dignity of the person who assumes it. After all, as I said before, when envious detractors arise, it only shows how great the success must have been. Yours, my dearest Mrs. Burlington, was such a success."
Maria was too much flattered by this reiterated assurance to perceive the innuendo. As a rule, she saw with remarkable slowness any doubtful speech, and passed through life happily unconscious of many little stings her aplomb and visible self-satisfaction with herself were apt to provoke. If eventually she did perceive what was meant, her resentment was great, but momentary. The balm of her own convictions healed any wound given. But until now she had not provoked much adverse criticism. People forgive in an inexperienced girl what they resent in a married woman who has had her day. But a young married woman in the country who likes to monopolise the first place and to betray her vanity meets with little mercy at the hands of other women who are driven out in the cold, and who fancy she is taking an ungenerous advantage of her position. Lady Rhodes began to study her dear Mrs. Burlington, and found the study extremely amusing. Never was anyone more easy to read. Never did anyone lay her thoughts and wishes more openly to her gaze. At the end of 1 week, Lady Rhodes knew her thoroughly. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. About politics and other things. Besides Lady Rhodes, there were a few men, a sprinkling of country neighbours, and a few people Maria considered uninteresting, who gathered round the future member at this juncture, and were staying in the house. Mr. Burlington was, in his own quiet way, a man who, once he had undertaken a thing, became really interested in its success. While nothing can be more painful than the stumbling attempts of a speaker who has not the gift of speaking in public, so nothing is pleasanter than to hear a good speaker, who possesses not only words, but also that power of placing his ideas clearly and convincingly before the world. Mr. Burlington, who was a reserved man, and was often miscalled a shy one, was never carried away by his convictions. He spoke quietly, but was evidently in earnest, and real earnestness, the belief in what he said, the confidence in the justness of his cause, communicated itself to his hearers. His wife, who had never had a very high opinion of his abilities, testified her great surprise in his success as a speaker in a way which was hardly flattering. But Cyril had learned never to expect her to show enthusiasm in his direction, and tried to see every merit in her openness, even when that openness was distasteful to him. Maria had insisted upon going to hear him address the electors at a preliminary meeting, and finding the room hot, she left it and made her way by herself to the outer door, where she waited till the function was over. A crowd of the usual description was standing about, and one near her, seeing she had come out of the building, asked her in a familiar tone who was speaking. "Mr. Burlington," she said in a dignified manner, meant to check his forwardness.
"Mr. Burlington? He may save his breath then. He'll not get in. He's none for us."
"Why not?" she asked, much surprised.
"For many good reasons. For one thing, we want a man who's married a born lady and not a dancing miss."
At that moment the meeting broke up. Mr. Burlington saw his wife's pale face and hurried her into the carriage, much disturbed by her paleness. He was so satisfied that it was the heat that he asked her no questions. But he was much surprised when she clung to his arm on reaching home, and hurried him upstairs with her. He was still more surprised when she faced him with an agitation quite foreign to her, and said solemnly, "Cyril, that unlucky, that detestable play has lost you your election."
"My dear child, are you out of your senses?" he cried. "What in the world do you mean?"
"What I say. The people, the crowd, have heard some exaggerated account of my dancing, and said they wanted a man who had married a born lady and not a dancing miss." Cyril turned pale and red by turns. "I knew it would vex you," said his wife. "I'm so sorry. I'm so distressed. I wonder, knowing as you must have known the strong feeling about it that evidently exists here, you didn't urge me to give it all up." Her husband looked at her in blank surprise. Had she really forgotten? Had he not made it clear to her how strongly he was against this acting, and how steadily she had borne down his opposition and triumphantly carried her point?
"You were so anxious to carry it out," he said at length. "My objections seem to you old-fashioned and even unkind."
He spoke with suppressed excitement in his tone. He knew well that the reference she had heard carried a different meaning.
"I advise you to rest and come down to dinner fresh this evening."
She was by this time in tears. "I cannot go down and face everyone tonight."
"Oh, I wish you would, and avoid any ill-natured comments."
He spoke very anxiously. "Why is one obliged to think of these sorts of things?" she said pettishly. "It seems to me that here in the country every movement I make is of consequence. People talk of the freedom of a country life. I cannot see it." How could he explain things to her? At that moment there was a gentle knock at the door, and Lady Rhodes' voice, full of purring amiability, was heard. "Dearest Mrs. Burlington, can I be of use? Are you ill?"
"My wife is upset by the heat," said Mr. Burlington. "She's resting and will be all right presently."
He went to the door and opened it a little as he spoke. "Oh, I'm so relieved. Oh, quite a horrid, wicked story of her having been insulted was told to me by someone. One of the Wyncotes, I think. I'm glad it is nothing." As her retreating footsteps died away, Mr. Burlington said to his wife,
"Say nothing to anyone of what you heard. It's best."
"Very well," said Maria, who was much subdued, "and I will get up. Cyril," she exclaimed, holding him as he was leaving her sofa, "if you lose the election, will you ever forgive me? Oh, why did I insist on dancing that thing?" Cyril put a strong constraint on himself.
"If it was only that," he thought, "and the Wyncotes. I will forgive you, poor child," he said.
But the constraint he put upon himself made his voice sound cold, and Maria heard the coldness and spoke no more. "I suppose it's too much to expect a man to forgive," she said to herself when he had gone. And once more an opportunity was lost, and another misunderstanding had arisen. Maria's face betrayed little of either illness or annoyance when she appeared just before dinner. Her eyelids were a little heavy, but this merely softened the brilliancy of her eyes. Lady Rhodes, who looked at her curiously, was completely baffled. She attempted to make somewhat of an invalid of her after dinner, but was laughed at in a good-humoured way, and had not a single opportunity for confidence given to her. As she sipped her coffee and carefully imbibed the sugar left at the bottom of her cup, she was resolving in her own mind how she could discover the weak spot which she knew existed in all feminine armour. If Mrs. Burlington had been wounded in any way, the effect had been to drive her closer to her husband's side and make her turn to him for comfort. It was evident that a good understanding existed between them, and that the rift within the lute, which can never be mended, was far from both at present. Not that Lady Rhodes wished actual dispeace. She only wanted to find some way of shaking Mrs. Burlington's calm self-complacency. It seemed so tiresome to her that a woman she considered so superficial should glide over the surface of things and apparently enjoy every minute of her life, when there existed 1,000 reasons why she should be ruffled and have her serenity disturbed. Mrs. Burlington was so overflowing with prosperity that she was an irritating spectacle to anyone who, like Lady Rhodes, was not at all prosperous. There was something a little aggressive in it to many people, and Lady Rhodes, who let nothing escape her, was bent upon planting some thorn, however small, in her flesh. It is wonderful how quickly one woman bent on mischief pieces things together to the disadvantage of another woman. Lady Rhodes knew nothing positively, but surmised much. She longed to rouse Mrs. Burlington's placid feelings and to put her more on a level with other women. In one of the short lulls which even in a very cheerful society obtain occasionally, Mrs. Burlington caught a name new to her, Marcia Dorrington. The name struck her, and she remarked it. "An original and pretty name," she said, standing up and presenting a very pretty, well-shod foot to the fire by leaning it on the low fender. "A very original and extremely pretty girl, at any rate," said Lady Rhodes meaningly. So meaningly that Maria looked up and, following her mocking gaze, saw a visible flush on her husband's face. As she was not in love with him, of course it could not be jealousy, and yet she was conscious of a distinct feeling of annoyance. "Is she a friend and neighbour?" she asked, speaking to everyone generally, but looking at her husband. There was a little buzz, and she couldn't catch her answer. Everyone appeared to speak at once, but there seemed to be a wonderful unanimity at any rate. "Such a popular girl, wonderfully clever, very brilliant." These words of commendation echoed all over the room. "How strange," said Mrs. Burlington, "that a girl whom everyone here seems to know and to admire so much is one I've never till now heard mentioned." "Oh, she's been abroad," said Mrs. Lee, who was the wife of an influential supporter of her husband's. "But it is curious," said Lady Rhodes, with a malicious little laugh. "Perhaps it is a tender subject." "Was she, or is she, a particular friend?" said Maria, turning more directly to her husband in her usual perfectly straightforward way.
"She is a friend. She is my friend, and I hope will be yours," he answered quietly, and the matter ended there, as far as those present could see. But Lady Rhodes had not laughed in that pointed way in vain. Do what she would, a vexatious image of Marcia Dorrington came frequently to disturb the young wife's mind. With all her self-possession, she was conscious of deficiencies, and the idea of a perfect woman nobly planned was not a joy to her. This girl had known Cyril much longer than she had. If she was so fascinating, so full of perfection, why had he not proposed to her? And what did that flush upon her husband's face signify? This perplexing idea made her more silent than usual. She was roused by a question put by Lady Rhodes, a question she seemed herself to answer in a breath. "Are you very tired, dear Mrs. Burlington? I'm sure you are. I know you are." "Yes, I am tired," acceded Maria, rousing herself still more. "No wonder. Such a long day and so much to do. I often think what a tax it must be upon you to have so many to think of, so many to arrange for, and you do it all so well." "Oh, there is, of course, a great deal to do," said Maria unsuspiciously. "My husband helps me all he can." "Ah, but he is more accustomed to it," Lady Rhodes remarked lightly.
Of course, he has some years more of experience." Maria was still unsuspicious, and attached no more importance to Lady Rhodes' words. But something in her tone brought Mr. Burlington to her side. He came, however, so quietly that only his wife noticed him. "I heard such a good anecdote of a certain court lately," suddenly said Lady Rhodes, with marked impertinence in her manner and waving her fan about in a peculiar way, thereby fixing everyone's attention on her words. "The reigning prince married much beneath him, a pretty parvenu. The fact was sad, but had to be acknowledged, and the princess held receptions and gave balls and so on. Of course, everybody went. Nobody could afford to offend a reigning prince. After a long reception one day, the princess threw herself into an armchair and complained of fatigue. Just like you, dear Mrs. Burlington. She said how tiring it was, etc., etc., to her sister-in-law, the prince's sister. 'How can you stand it? I do not know,' she said. 'I'm dead beat.' 'Ah,' said the sister-in-law, 'I was born to it.' Clever, was it not? And so true." "And where is the point of the story?" asked Mr. Burlington quietly. "Who is the parvenu in this case?" Lady Rhodes bit her lip. "I never saw you, dear Mr. Burlington. You gave me quite a start." "Did I? Oh, pray finish your story. I want to hear how it all ended." But Lady Rhodes was baffled, and it was most provoking to see Mrs. Burlington's unruffled composure. "Is she a wonderfully good actress, or does she really know nothing?" Lady Rhodes asked herself, as she watched her hostess turn with a smile to someone and agree to sing. And she did sing with an unwavering voice, which was clear and well-trained, though perhaps not sympathetic. The guests were going next day, and it was Lady Rhodes' very last chance. She was resolved to say something in some way to upset the equanimity of the woman she was beginning to hate, because she could not put her down. Watching her opportunity when billiards were in progress, she once more began her attack. "What curious things names are," she said. "Your maiden name, Mrs. Burlington, King's son, was it not? What an odd derivation that must have had. By the way, Kingson was the name, was it not?" "Yes, of course," answered Maria quietly. "My name was Kingson. I asked my uncle once whether he had any theory about it, and he laughed and said that son of a king spoke for itself. You see, I'm evidently royally descended." She laughed herself at her speech and added, "I must live up to my name." "How strange," said Lady Rhodes. "I always understood you were an adopted daughter." "Oh, that is equally true," answered Maria. "My dear uncle did adopt me, but I am his brother's child. I may say that few orphans ever had a happier home. I was never allowed to miss my father or mother." "That is quite touching," said Lady Rhodes in so altered a tone that Maria looked round to see the cause. Her husband was coming to invite them to play pool. "I think mine is a quaint name, Rhodes. I'm sure no one ever heard of a single thing in connection with it," said Lady Rhodes carelessly. "I have," said one of the girls present, who was considered frivolous and who was delighted to have the chance of asserting herself, however mildly. "The Colossus of Rhodes." Lady Rhodes reddened angrily and affected not to hear as she sauntered back to the billiard-room. "Why did that trifling speech annoy her?" asked Mrs. Burlington in a low voice of the young lady. "Because, my dearest Mrs. Burlington," said the delinquent exactly in the voice of Lady Rhodes, "her feet are colossal, and a society paper insinuated as much. Oh, please do not look vexed." "I am vexed," answered Maria candidly. "I confess I dislike personalities. I do not think this sort of thing in good taste."
"And what in the world has she been doing all this time? What has she been saying to you? Have you really not seen how hard she has tried to be impertinent to you? We all saw it."
"I saw nothing," answered Mrs. Burlington, but a flash of consciousness came to her, and the heightened colour on her cheek and her erect bearing spoke for itself. But to Lady Rhodes she showed nothing. An increased courtesy kept her more at a distance, and when she said good-bye next day, that lady had the mortifying conviction that not one single arrow she had shot had taken effect. Apparently not one had hit its mark. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Crabbrook Hall. Among those country neighbours of whom Cyril Burlington, now that politics were in question, was apt to see a good deal more of than of old, was Sir Henry Beryl. Sir Henry was a type of one of the old-fashioned country squires, whose lives were passed among their tenantry, and whose visits to London were visits only, and not prolonged beyond the 2 or 3 weeks necessary to see what was going on, renew acquaintance with old friends, and pay his respects to his sovereign. These deeds performed, he turned his back upon the metropolis with increasing satisfaction every time he went there. His property was so large that he was some miles from most of his neighbours, but his place, Crabbrook Hall, was so situated that he was in the very centre of the county. He was as hospitable a man as ever lived, and he considered that, being placed where he was, his duty was, it was certainly his pleasure, to bring those neighbours on either side together who had few opportunities of meeting in any other way. He was well off and liberal. He had many children of all ages. His elder daughters married and left him. His eldest son married, and that marriage was the one drawback to Sir Henry's happiness. For young Mrs. Beryl had no children, and there was great unhappiness in the home of his son and heir, not only on that account, but also from another cause. This cause was one Sir Henry himself could not condone, and in a measure he took blame to himself, but he was too hopeful a man and much too even-tempered to be depressed at all times by anything under the sun. It was only now and again, when circumstances pressed the position of affairs upon his notice, that his face grew grave and his buoyant spirits were subdued. Young Mrs. Beryl, pretty, fair, gentle, an heiress and well-born, had attacks of insanity, and the reproaches that Sir Henry showered on himself were that he had been so anxious for the marriage that he had promoted and urged it, and though it was iniquitous of her people to make no sign and to allow the marriage, still he ought to have made fuller inquiry, and not to have been led by his own great anxiety to urge no delay. For several years now young Mrs. Beryl had grown worse. For many months the young people's home had been virtually broken up, and though the actual facts of the case were not paraded before the world, they were generally known. All this was sad enough, but a greater trial came to poor Sir Henry. In the prime of life, full of all the pleasant ways he inherited from his father, and with much of his dead mother's beauty, Charlie Beryl had so grieved at first that he was sent abroad to travel, much, it may be said, against Sir Henry's wishes. Like most Englishmen going abroad for the first time when over 30, and with a most imperfect knowledge of languages, Charlie was only too much pleased to make one of a party from his own country, and who had the same tastes and predilections as himself. It was a terrible misfortune that one of the party was Marcia Dorrington, and that she had heard nothing of the Beryls, and knew nothing about young Beryl's wife. She had not the slightest idea he was married. No one ever alluded to his wife, and the friends she was travelling with lived so far from Crabbrook, and the sad story had been kept so quiet, that no one had more than a vague idea of the circumstances. There was that tinge of sadness and melancholy in Mr. Beryl's handsome face that, with the subdued manner of one who had known something of sorrow, made Mr. Beryl very attractive to a girl of Marcia's temperament, who, like most warm-hearted, good-natured girls, had the instinct, the genuine instinct, of wishing to console. Mr. Beryl imagined that everyone in his neighbourhood knew his story. On his side, therefore, no particular blame could be attached. And poor Marcia, for the first time in all her life, she fell in love. And it may be added, she did not take the disease mildly. When she found out that her days were dull if Charlie Beryl had not been there, and that he was each day becoming the centre of all her hopes and wishes, she gave him credit for the same hopes, the same aspirations as she had. It was at that time that Mr. Burlington became mixed up with the story, for so much of truth lay in Lady Rhodes' insinuation that he had been thrown a good deal with her, and at a very important moment, at a great crisis of her life, he had been there. Marcia was a desirable wife for very many reasons, and was one of the girls that the friends of a young man were most likely to point out to him as such, of course, as a rule, thereby defeating their own wishes. Even Aunt Anne had, in her own very quiet, gentle way, said something to her nephew, and he had heartily agreed to all her commendations, and allowed the matter to rest there, somewhat to her sorrow. When he found his friends at Vevey, some instinct told him exactly how things were, and putting his own disappointment out of the question, and he was disappointed, he was very much troubled and perturbed. With all the keen insight of a man who was himself in love, he saw the two drifting into a hopeless passion, and he was convinced that one was in ignorance of any impediment, and that the other was blind to what was patent to others, his own increasing passion. Like other men, Mr. Beryl thought that because he knew that any tie was an absolute impossibility, other people must know it also, and that because he knew it he could not fall in love, and gave his passion every other name. Mr. Burlington was a reserved man, and most essentially a man who hated interfering in other people's affairs. Enough of his own admiration had been patent to Marcia to make him sensitive in the matter of telling her the truth. Was it not likely that she might fancy that he spoke from a motive which he honestly considered one that could not be attributed to him? And in this way would he not fall lower in her eyes? And though she gave him no encouragement, she was one in whose eye he desired to stand well. For a long time, indeed for many days, Cyril Burlington debated the subject in his own mind, and during long nights he resolutely put himself upon one side and thought of her and of her good only. Too much credit need not be given him, because his was a nature that could not continue offering up incense at a shrine that would never use it, and after a day where he had seen much that disturbed him, his resolution was taken. To Charlie Beryl he felt that he could say nothing. If he spoke he might betray Marcia's secret, and he was convinced that up until now Charlie was blind. He could not be the one to do what was so undesirable. He could not open his eyes. But as to Marcia, he thought the opportunity good one evening. They had all been boating, and he was going away next day. This would be pleasanter for her, for once he had spoken she might resent it, and might withdraw even the calm measure of approbation which she bestowed, and which he valued. "Miss Dorrington," he began, in a voice he tried hard to make indifferent, "I have for some time wondered whether you knew poor Charlie Beryl's story. You are interested in him." There was a little start of surprise, and then Marcia said, almost, but not quite in her natural voice, "Of course I'm interested in him. Has he a story?" "A very, very sad story." "Oh, you do not take me quite by surprise. He has a very melancholy face."
You know, his marriage is such a terrible thing, poor fellow,"
said Cyril bravely, speaking in a matter-of-fact voice, and even in the gathering twilight keeping his eyes away from her face. There was a silence for a few seconds, during which Marcia's breathing became audible. Then she said in a neutral voice, "Yes," and again there was another pause.
His wife showed symptoms of insanity very soon after the marriage, and lately, indeed for many months, she's been much worse. You probably know the story, so I hardly know why I should dwell on it."
"But I know," said Marcia in a low voice, "and it is kind, it is brave of you to tell all this to me. Why, oh, why did no one—"
"Everyone thought you knew. He thinks so. I was not sure. Oh, forgive me, but I was not sure whether you knew."
"Forgive you? I thank you." Marcia stood still. She laid her hand on her throat as if her lace handkerchief oppressed her. Cyril stood beside her. He knew she was as far from him as ever, but she had not misunderstood him. He did not realize that unworthy motives do not originate in pure and noble minds. It was with a fine gesture that the girl turned at last to say good-bye. She laid her hand upon his and said in a low voice, "All my life I will thank you for having shown yourself my friend. No one need know that you told me this." In another moment the darkness hid her from his sight. Was it fancy, or did the soft wind bring the sound of a sob to his ears? He followed her in his thoughts, and he tried to fancy what it would have been had she known all this at first. It happens sometimes that two people meet and find out that they met too late. Cyril did not deceive himself, however. He knew that henceforward she would see little of Charlie Beryl, but that she would probably never care in that way for any other man. What was left him now was to keep her secret, which he did loyally. That night, how he admired her! There was no perceptible difference in her manner to Charlie. She was apparently her usual self, gay, bright, and taking her full share in the conversation going on. And then the next day Cyril went away, and for some months they never met. When, however, they did meet, the secret between them drew them very naturally together. When Lady Rhodes tried to insinuate that there had been something, a flirtation, a love affair between them, she was wrong. But Cyril was half afraid that in some way she had heard the truth. He was so full of this fear that he never imagined that any explanation was expected by his wife. He had still less an idea that she was capable of being jealous. He had been assured by her people, who ought to know, that her attachment to him was making her unhappy. He knew now that it could hardly have been as vehement as was supposed, for it certainly was not distressingly so at the present time. And jealousy, to his very masculine understanding, could not possibly exist without passion, vehement or otherwise. He was therefore very far from imagining that Lady Rhodes had raised an uncomfortable sensation in his wife's mind, and that his flush had deepened the impression. He thought of Marcia sometimes with that respectful feeling with which a man sees a woman act well in difficult circumstances. It was impossible for him to hold back from doing a thing, however disagreeable, if he felt it his duty to do it. But conscious of the admiration he had for her, he wanted her assurance that he had done right, and her thanks had been very comforting to him. It would indeed have been galling to him to have been made to feel that his interference was uncalled for, though he knew he would have been allowed to know this with all kindness. It was breakfast time, and the husband and wife were seated tête-à-tête reading their letters. Maria looked up suddenly with much animation. "Here is a kind invitation from Sir Henry Beryl. A small party. Oh, that does not matter. Cyril, of course we can go."
What time does he ask us to go?"
Cyril looked up from his own letter and gave her his attention. "On the 25th. Of course we can go."
I am afraid," Cyril began, but his wife interrupted him.
"Now, Cyril, do not be disagreeable. What a break in the country stagnation, and I am dying to meet the more distant neighbours."
"I'm afraid you will find it a little dull there. It's most kind of Sir Henry. He asks few people to his house, poor old man."
"Why?" Cyril hesitated a little. Maria was up in arms at once. "Oh, if it's another state secret," she said, gathering her letters together and preparing to leave the room.
"What state secret are you alluding to?"
asked Cyril, in genuine surprise. "Oh, you know. I find these things out for myself," she said, drawing her head up. "I will only say one word. Marcia. Is that enough?" Cyril was so completely taken by surprise that he let her go. In a moment she looked into the room again and said, "I'm going to accept this invitation all the same."
"Do so,"
he said coldly. What had she found out? And how much of the real story did she know? Had Lady Rhodes put things together and told her surmises as facts? He was afraid of hearing what he held as a sacred confidence discussed by his wife. He knew that, as regarded himself, he had not breathed the story to a living soul. Had Marcia taken someone into her confidence, and had her confidence been betrayed? This was unlikely. Maria, having thrown confusion into her husband's stronghold, was aggressively triumphant. No cross purpose was ever more complete. Unfortunately, Mrs. Burlington imagined that she had at length discovered a flaw in her husband's armour. She was longing to meet Marcia, and to let her see for herself how well she could hold her own. She was longing to see her for many reasons, and tried to find out where and when they were likely to meet. In a tone of studied indifference, she said to Cyril, "I suppose your friend Miss Marcia Dorrington will be at Crabbrook. She knows them intimately, does she not?"
"Yes, they are friends of long standing, but your meeting her there is most unlikely. Nothing is more unlikely."
He spoke with some heat, annoyed by her persistent allusion to Marcia. And Mrs. Burlington said to herself, "That is it. They will, of course, not invite his old love to meet me." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. At the Beryls. There is nothing fairer than a beautiful English landscape on a lovely day. Crabbrook was an ideal place. It looked what it was, the ancestral home of a family in whose hands it had been for many generations. It was impossible not to notice the way in which the magnificent timber had been allowed fair play, or the variety of trees. The splendid old silver firs with bent and twisted branches, standing here as a background for graceful quivering aspens, and there standing out alone upon some knoll and serving as a landmark for so many miles. There was a long lake in the hollow of the park, and the deer park ended on one side of it. On the still evenings their hoarse call and the occasional collision of two having a free fight with their horns apparently locked together and then disentangling themselves and again clashing together were familiar sounds. The upper end of the lake was very carefully preserved as a breeding place for wild fowl and herds of every description. Even the woods that fringed the high banks on either side of the water were left untouched. Honeysuckle threw strong suckers across from bough to bough, and hung in long festoons, filling the air with fragrance. Brambles clambered and climbed in tangled masses, and everywhere in these open spaces, caused by a fallen tree, wild flowers in spring and tall flowering grasses in summer gave an additional charm to the spot. It was a paradise for singing birds and for all wild things. The avenue wound along a height, and there were vistas of all this natural beauty, and of the lake, and looking down upon it, one took in something of the charm of a primeval forest, if in miniature. By degrees the road descended and wound along the lake, and a very old-fashioned bridge which led directly up to the house, at times apparently being close to it and then turning to avoid some splendid specimen of oak, in its whole length of 3 miles, taking advantage of every beautiful bit of distant landscape, skilfully planned to this end. Mrs. Burlington, whose life had not shown her many of the beautiful English houses, was very much impressed by the large and wide parks and by the well-kept look of everything. For upwards of a mile the turf on both sides of the drive was kept like a lawn. Behind an invisible fence, masses of rhododendron and flowering shrubs broke the monotonous lines of the tall trees and open spaces, and allowed the eye to wander over a great extent of ground, stretching from the well-timbered park and its lake across a wide valley dotted with houses and trees, and ending in a long blue line which indicated the beginning of the great Welsh hills. The kind host was on the terrace in front of the house to welcome the Burlingtons, and Maria acknowledged to herself that in his chivalric greeting a very real welcome was given. She was at her best as she smiled her appreciation, and all would have been well had she not heard with her acute sense of hearing her husband say in a very low tone, "Thank you." A further mystery. What in the world was her husband so very grateful about? It gave her an uncomfortable sense of not understanding all that was going on around her, and it was perhaps natural that in her present mood she attributed those grateful words to some action taken with regard to Marcia Dorrington. The front door was a very old arched doorway, and had studded double doors and a wide space on either side, where rugs and wraps were piled upon massive oak tables. The inner door opened into an old hall, which was used as a billiard room at one end and a living room at the other. There were 2 fireplaces, and the large tables had some beautiful flowers in tall vases on them, books, papers, and all those pleasant signs of a place habitually used. The wide sofas and deep armchairs had a look of very real comfort, and Maria had only time to give a glance of appreciation when the sound of music stopped, and several people came in and shook hands with her. She was taken possession of by the elder daughters at home, and they were taking her to her room when Sir Henry called out, "Hello, where's tea to be found this afternoon?" "Oh, here, father. We said a few minutes past 5 because it gives the Duchess time to get here and have it comfortably. You do not mind, I hope?" said Annie, turning to Mrs. Burlington as they pursued their way. "If you would like it earlier, we can have some sent to your room." "Oh, pray do not think of such a thing," said Maria earnestly. "I'm not at all a slave to hours, and indeed I'm a little indifferent to all meals." "Yet you look perfectly strong," answered Annie. "Do you mean you're never very hungry?" "If I'm immensely interested in a book, I forget all about meals," said Mrs. Burlington gravely, a little anxious to impress her young hostess with the fact of her having a claim to intellectual superiority. "Oh, I understand that," said Annie very cordially all the same. "I'm afraid I always feel it virtuous putting off 5 o'clock tea. Yet it is in many ways the pleasantest meal of the day. I like informal things so much." She left her guest to take off her things and went down to join the others. Maria's room opened onto a wide landing, and when she was ready she paused for a moment to look down from one of the arches of the gallery running around the hall, and she acknowledged the sight to be very pleasant. There were several women, most of them young, and a few men, who sauntered in evidently from active occupation out of doors. 2 girls in riding habits, and Sir Henry and her own husband, who were deep in conversation, stood apart from the others. Politics, of course, thought Mrs. Burlington. She reflected for a moment whether she would also take up a political line, and she decided that it was the right thing to do. It was evident that here it was a subject of great interest, and she regretted, though only for a moment, that she had not followed it at all, and she was conscious of knowing very little about it. But with her happy method of arranging everything to her liking, she considered that probably none of the other women knew any more than she did herself, and she felt confident that, at any rate, she could talk quite as well upon the subject as anyone else. She joined them all, conscious of being at all events beautifully dressed, and with a very elaborate bit of work in a still more elaborate work-bag in her hands. She was introduced in a kind and pleasant way to those people nearest her, and in that quiet and indescribable manner achieved only by those accustomed to good society, she was made to feel at home, and that she was considered as one of themselves. She found that the two girls in riding habits were distant neighbours, and she discovered at once that they were not prepared to be friendly towards her, and that they were only held in check by Miss Beryls' presence. And yet Maria was in a way more attracted than repelled by them. There was something amusing, if flippant, in their speech, and while she was quite conscious, in that subtle manner in which one woman knows at once the attitude of another towards her, that for some reason they wished to be impertinent to her, she imagined that she could easily win them, and that only their imperfect acquaintance with her made them antagonistic. Miss Beryl was called by Sir Henry, who was still talking earnestly to Cyril Burlington, to settle some date for him, and one of the Miss Renshaws immediately placed herself close to Maria, who made a little room for her by way of welcome. "Is that your work, Mrs. Burlington?" asked Cynthia Renshaw with affected astonishment. "Yes, it is my company work," she answered pleasantly. "I'm so surprised. Julia," calling to her sister, "Mrs. Burlington has got some very elaborate work, and seems able to do it." "Dear me, Mrs. Burlington, may I see it?" asked Julia Renshaw, and then taking an inquiable from her breast-coat pocket, she examined it critically and in silence. Maria laughed good-temperedly. "Did you think I was so absorbed in politics just now as not to be able to do anything else?" she asked. "In politics? Oh dear, no." "What then?" "We were led to believe, we were told, that the only thing you could do was dance." "Always that wretched dance," thought Mrs. Burlington. Her face flushed, but she answered with perfect self-command. "I certainly danced once when the character I took in our play required it. It was my first appearance, and probably will be my last. I rather regret having danced at all down here now." "Do you really? Well, it's all very surprising to us, is it not, Julia?" "Yes, we heard such a different story. But why regret it, Mrs. Burlington?" "Because," said Maria very distinctly, "things that are done in London society every day and are not thought at all wonderful are made of absurd importance in a limited country neighbourhood. The provincial mind appears to be ill-naturedly inclined, and being ignorant of the world takes exception to these things. They know no better." She had raised her voice, and her words were distinctly heard all over the hall. Mr. Burlington drew near, and was vexed to see his wife's excited countenance and sparkling eyes. The Renshaws observed him approach, and began quickly to talk of the Duchess and other matters. Maria, who was trying to master her annoyance, was a little impressed by their manner of talking of the Duchess. "She's not pretty, is she?" said Julia Renshaw. "Rather a dowdy little woman, I think." "And has not very much to say for herself," added Cynthia. "She's one of the women who do not know how to make the best of their position." "Oh, we're all very fond of her here," said Miss Beryl. "Father quite swears by her." "Does he? Well, I never can see her merits. I always think that she and her very great friend Marcia Dorrington are so well suited to each other. They are quite right to run in couples." Maria heard and noted. If she was never to meet Marcia Dorrington, and her curiosity was not to be set at rest, at any rate her great friend was coming, and through her she might learn much. And Maria was resolved to know everything she considered due to herself. Not for one moment did it occur to her that if a secret existed, it might belong to another person and not to her husband, and that he might be in honour bound not to betray it. She had very little time for further reflections, however, as the Duchess arrived, and the welcoming and introductions and the arrival of tea made a pleasant commotion. Maria's first conscious feeling reflected upon herself. It was a horrible sensation to feel terribly overdressed, and yet the advent of the young Duchess in the perfection of simplicity and a tweed gown made her hate her own clothes. Dowdy? Plain? A tall, slight figure with irregular features, lovely, soft, brilliant eyes, and a complexion which was clear and bright, and changed with every passing emotion. Something frank, perfectly natural, and perfectly unconscious made the Duchess very charming. There was that element of purity and goodness about her which insensibly raised the tone of those around her. After recovering a little from her shock of feeling, almost for the first time, dissatisfied with herself, Maria had time to be amused at the efforts made by the Renshaws to effect intimacy and friendship with the lady they had been disparaging a few minutes before. They were met with well-bred politeness, which kept them further off than they liked, and they became quite officious and pressing in their attentions without succeeding in any way. And after tea they asked for their horses and rode off, evidently discomfited. 1,000 subjects seemed to be of interest to those young women left now to talk together. Working guilds, new books, the illness and recovery of mutual friends. All these topics were touched upon, and though Maria knew very little of these things, she was not allowed to feel herself left out in the cold, but her opinion was asked, and she was referred to as if she was one in thought with them, and willing to work with them. The Duke arrived very late from a country meeting, and he was evidently particularly pleased to see Mr. Burlington. He did not look quite as pleased to find Mrs. Burlington sitting next to his wife, and she rose to greet him and introduce Cyril's wife with a slight air of empressement, as if to turn aside any possible awkwardness. Maria, with that acute sense of any adverse feeling towards herself, saw that he looked at her critically and not admiringly. But his manner was courteous enough, and he stood for a moment or two talking as he had his tea, and he was then taken possession of by his young wife in a way which Mrs. Burlington thought showed an amount of conjugal affection she was unaccustomed to. She looked on the table for newspapers, and laid hands on 2 or 3 she had seen the Duke lay down as he came in, and she went off to her room, resolved that she should study them carefully and replace them when she knew their contents. As a politician, and understanding the questions of the day, the Duke would be forced to admire her, and obliged to show his approbation and admiration at the same time. Taking off her dress, and getting her maid to undo her hair, Maria lay down on the sofa in her own room, and began to study the lesson she had set her heart upon learning. She had an excellent memory, and she learned that lesson very thoroughly. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd, read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. A Great Mistake. Mrs. Burlington's maid was much exercised in her mind as to what was the reason of a new whim of her lady's. She had gone to Crabbrook Hall with the usual supply of dresses, and had herself selected and named them with due thoughtfulness. That evening she had decided to wear a white satin, and with it a collar of diamonds and sapphires, beautiful family jewels, which her husband had had reset for her. The gown was a very becoming one, and made quite in the latest fashion, and until now Mrs. Burlington had openly admired it, and had been specially pleased with her own appearance when she had worn it. It was lying on the bed now. Her jewel case was ready to be unlocked, and all the little essentials for her toilette were ready also. But Mrs. Burlington surveyed everything with great discontent, and with some irritation begged that that gown and all its accessories might at once be put away. "What will you wear, ma'am?" asked the surprised Horton. "Something simpler, plainer." "There's a large dinner to meet their graces." "Oh, that doesn't matter. Have you that half-high white muslin?" "Your everyday dress, ma'am?" "Since I wear a tea-gown most days, you can hardly call it my everyday dress." Horton was mute. She put the satin gown away, and with great mortification took out the white muslin, a pretty, simple affair, such as a young lady not yet out might have worn with approbation. Her hair was simply done, and this dress was without one single jewel. Maria and her husband went downstairs. The unobservant man never noticed his wife's dress, and they joined the party in the room next the dining-room, where few lights obtained, and in the comparatively dim light no one's dress could be much seen. The Duke and Duchess were not down yet, but just as the music of the bells announced dinner and the folding doors leading into the dining-room were thrown back, displaying a brilliantly lit room and a beautifully decorated table, the Duchess entered, followed by her husband. The Duchess had paid her host the compliment of being most beautifully dressed. She had on some soft, glittering stuff that clung in graceful folds round her slim figure, and she had diamond stars and large single diamonds among her hair. One splendid heart was suspended round her throat by a very small diamond riviere. Her dress was half-high, and an Elizabethan collar stood up behind her head and framed it in a very becoming fashion. Maria was most excessively annoyed. How was she to follow such caprices as these? That afternoon a tailor-made tweed without even a button in sight. In the evening a figure so brilliant that she was hopelessly beyond everyone else. Maria mentally anathematized her own stupidity, and wished with all her heart that she'd kept to her first intention regarding her dress. She was so discomfited that she was a very distinct disappointment to the man who had been told off to take her in, and who heard a good deal about her brilliancy and her somewhat caustic tongue. She was subdued, very quiet, and not at all herself, answered at random, and spoiled his two best stories by laughing in the wrong place. Brilliant? He came to the conclusion after his fish that she was awkward and shy. By the end of the third course he thought her disagreeable, and by the time dinner was over made a mental note against her. Never again would he willingly waste an evening by her side. After dinner she sat down a little apart from the others, and Miss Beryl, afraid that she was unwell, went and sat down beside her. Maria was so much put out by having done the wrong thing that she could not even try to speak as usual. Conversation languished in these circumstances, but Miss Beryl gallantly persevered, and her manner was so kind and so encouraging that at length she provoked her confidence. "Is the Duchess capricious?" asked Maria in a low voice. "Oh dear, no. What makes you think so?" "Her gown when she arrived, and her gown now." "I'm afraid I do not quite understand you." And Miss Beryl made a movement as if to go. Confidences in a low voice about a friend in that friend's presence were the very last thing she liked. "Why did she wear such a very plain dress when she arrived that I felt overdressed, and now she's gone to the other extreme?" Poor Miss Beryl was nonplussed. She very nearly laughed outright. "The Duchess dresses suitably, I suppose. In a railway carriage, with a long drive at each end, of course a travelling dress is right. We're always fond of seeing her pretty jewels, father especially, and she always dresses most kindly to please him when she is with us." Her voice had a certain quiver in it, and Maria got hot and uncomfortable. This very simple statement made her feel such a fool. Miss Beryl left her and went to attend to something her father was saying, as he and the other gentlemen all came into the room. Seeing her seated alone, her husband went up to her, and was distressed to find her in a depressed and irritable mood. He had no clue to her discomfiture, and was afraid that someone had annoyed her. But as his efforts seemed to make things worse, he left her after a time, and returned to talk to young Beryl, with whom he had been discussing matter of county business. Suddenly Maria threw off her depression. She had come to the conclusion that she would not allow a stupid mistake to put her at a disadvantage. She joined the others, and somewhat surprised everyone by her ease of manner and her somewhat daring sallies. The Duke, who always liked bandying words with the pretty woman, was very soon having what he considered a good game, and a war of words went on which amused the bystanders a good deal. Through it all, however, Maria's aim and object were, if possible, to make the Duchess a little uncomfortable. She had been the innocent cause of putting her in the wrong, and of destroying her self-complacency. If possible, she must make her feel it.
None of the bystanders saw anything but pure fun in the whole thing, except Cyril, and whether it was a presentiment or some feeling he could not explain, he listened with very real annoyance and a vague dread of he knew not what. "Ah," at last exclaimed his Grace, laughing, "I shall have to give in. I shall have to cry peccavi, and I shall wait to conclude the battle till Marcia Dorrington is beside me. If she were here, you'd have to look to your weapons."
"If she were here, your Grace well knows that here is the very last place she would come to, the last place where she would be asked just now."
The words were heard clear and sharp all over the room, and the most terrible silence reigned. As if still more unfortunately to point them, Maria, somewhat startled by the silence, raised her eyes, and met young Mr. Beryls fixed upon her with a look so full of passionate reproach that she gazed spellbound at his face. The Duchess, who was near the pianoforte, began to play something with fingers that trembled a little, and under the cover of her music, conversation in a very limp fashion began again. But the evening was spoiled for everyone, and full of uneasiness, more thoroughly unhappy than she had yet been, Maria looked round for her husband. He had disappeared. Maria was still more conscious of having said the wrong thing when everyone went to bed. Only Miss Beryl touched her hand coldly and said good night. Almost every other woman bowed very stiffly and did not speak. Dismissing her maid, Maria sat down in a sort of stupor of surprise. What had she done? What was there in her speech that had caused such a movement of direct antagonism towards her? She fell asleep at last, and when she woke she was still in her armchair and the fire was out. She looked at her watch. It was nearly 3, and Cyril had not come up. She crept into bed and fell asleep, and slept late into the next morning. When her maid brought her early cup of tea, there was a note from her husband. They must go home at once. Indeed, he had gone, and she had better leave before anyone was up. He offered no explanations, and Maria was quite bewildered. Go, just as she was making friends with everyone? It was so provoking. Go, without saying good-bye to anyone? What in the world was the meaning of it all? Maria did not want courage. She resolved that she should see Sir Henry at any rate, and she wrote him a little note begging him to see her. But she was much discomfited by having her note brought back. Sir Henry was out riding. He always rode early, and he would not be in for some time. He never returned till breakfast was ready. The carriage was ordered at 9 for her. There was nothing for it, therefore, but to leave. And as Maria got into the carriage and drove past the deep and beautiful lake and all else, she had conviction, perhaps for the first time in all her life, that she had, from the very beginning of her visit to the end of it, made herself in some way ridiculous. She arrived to find herself expected at home. She was afraid of going out, and in so doing missing Cyril, and she was burning with anxiety to have an explanation. She could settle to nothing. She wandered from one room to another restlessly and aimlessly, and never had a day seemed so long. It was late when he returned. Maria had never realized what his anger would be like, and she hardly knew him now. The stern, severe expression, the ringing contempt in his voice. Her attempt at justification died upon her lips.
"Where did you get hold of that story?" he asked at length.
"About Marcia Dorrington?" He bowed his head. "Lady Rhodes said something. I guessed the rest. Oh, Cyril, why should you be so very angry? It was only fun."
Cyril's face was a perfect study. There were anger and bitter contempt through it all, and the profoundest astonishment. Was it possible that his wife, could risk wounding anyone's feeling and see no wrong in handling a private matter and showing it up before everyone as a jest? What he might have said or done no one can say, because even his angry eyes perceived that his wife looked ill, and the bewilderment in her face and her sudden pallor softened him a little.
After all, if she was absolutely destitute of delicacy of feeling, if, in order to create a moment's laughter, she did not hesitate to put honour and every consideration upon one side, was it not because of some want in her nature for which she could not be severely blamed? "You're ill," he said. "Shall I call someone?"
"I am ill," she said. I feel very odd. I'm not accustomed to illness." Her words came slowly from her lips, and he rang for her maid and summoned Mrs. Butt, whose experience might be of use. Before next morning dawned, Cyril had been told at the same moment that there had been certain hopes, and that they were extinguished. His wife was very ill. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Father Mistakes. No position could well be more trying than the one in which Cyril Burlington found himself at this time. All his kinder and gentler thoughts were enlisted on his wife's behalf on account of her real illness and sufferings such as he had never realized before. But between him and the friend who was the dearest and best friend he had on earth lay a shadow now, and it was impossible to see how it could ever be lifted. All that had passed regarding Marcia Dorrington had been to him absolutely sacred. Few words had passed between the two men about her. Even when his interference had been made known to Charlie Beryl, their friendship had stood the test. There had been a hard grasp of the hand as Cyril had acknowledged his act. "She did not know, and I told her," he had said, and after a conflict with himself, poor Charlie had said in a hoarse voice, "You've done right." From that hour their friendship had been greater even than before, each man respecting the other for the way in which all had been done. Now, in some way, the story had come to his wife's ears, and she had used her knowledge very cruelly. How was Mr. Burlington to know that the story insinuated by Lady Rhodes referred to his supposed admiration, and that his wife had merely wished to annoy the Duchess by putting her great friend in the position of a slighted being? How could he justify himself to his friend? What assurance was possible? Even to touch upon the subject seemed to him impossible, and after all, qui s'excuse, s'accuse. He thought very bitterly of it all, and running through all was the natural grief about his wife's illness and their mutual loss. He was conscious that there was very much that he failed to comprehend in his wife's character. There was to him such a curious mixture of daring and ignorance that he never knew what she was likely to say or do next, or how she would take anything. The last act of hers set them farther apart than they had yet been. It was cruel, and it was unwomanly. A young wife capable of such an act must have, he feared, a bad heart. There was indeed a sense of outrage just now that made justice impossible for him in her direction. Had he been able to talk it over with Aunt Anne? But that was not possible. He must bear his burden and make no sign. He must bear the stigma of having put his friend's secret at the mercy of an indiscreet woman, and take no means to clear his honour. He was, however, thankful that the sudden and unexpected return from a visit they were expected to prolong was so naturally accounted for. Maria's illness accounted for everything, and saved all sorts of explanations. Aunt Anne lost no time in arriving to inquire and sympathise. It was not for some days that she was allowed to see Maria, and she was grieved to notice how completely she seemed to have lost her spirits. Her loss was sad, but to an affectionate and shrewd observer like Aunt Anne there seemed something else, and in the short sentences she uttered there was a tone of hopelessness which she could not account for. As time went on, and the marked improvement brought permission to go to the boudoir, and then to resume all the habits of complete health, there was a strange disinclination to avail herself of the permission. She also seemed curiously anxious never to be alone with Cyril, and poor Aunt Anne came to the conclusion that the various phases of temper so characteristic of the present day were utterly beyond her. One good thing, however, resulted. Maria was more drawn towards her, and was kinder and more thoughtful about her and her comforts than she had yet shown herself. She was frequently tempted to dine with them, and it was on one of these occasions that the elder woman received farther enlightenment. "Now that you're strong and well again, you will, I'm sure, begin to help Cyril about his election. I feel no more time must be lost."
"I've given up all idea of standing for this division of the country," said Cyril shortly.
"What do you mean?" Aunt Anne was so intensely surprised that she gazed at him in quite a comical fashion. Cyril laughed uneasily.
"I do not intend trying to get elected for anything. I've made up my mind to give it up."
"Is this news to you, or did you know it?" asked Aunt Anne, turning to Maria. But Maria's expression of supreme astonishment answered for her. "It will be a very great disappointment to Sir Henry Beryl, to Charlie, and to all your friends."
"Will it?"
His cynical and bitter tone surprised her. His wife's face still showed nothing save intense surprise. What did all this mean? "Cyril," she said gravely, "it is a new thing for you to speak of your friends bitterly, and it is a new thing for you to have some annoyance you cannot speak out. But never mind me, dear. Now you have a wife who is, I am glad to know, anxious to be one with you in everything, I no longer expect all your confidence. One thing, dear," the old lady said bravely, "I am quite sure all you do is from a good motive, and that if you withhold your confidence it is because you feel it right to do so." Cyril reddened. How could he do what he longed to do, tell her everything? How explain the cruel position in which his wife had placed him? Silence was his safest course. There is no doubt that all these troubles, which weighed so terribly upon him, did not tend to make him an agreeable companion. Maria bore with him in silence, and it increased his strong disapprobation that she apparently cared so little for all the trouble she had brought upon him. For though she had fretted over her loss a good deal at first, and had been annoyed and bewildered by the position of being, as it were, in disgrace, her buoyant nature helped her to reassert herself, and her sense of being unjustly treated roused all her spirit, and made her once more assert herself, once more let her laugh be heard, and above all, hide from the husband who was so unjust how deeply his conduct affected her. One sentence might have saved all this misunderstanding. Who was to pronounce it? And in the history of many misunderstandings, is it not too often the case? A few words make a rift, and silence widens it. Had love been there, it might all have been so different. But whatever Cyril thought, whatever he intended, the matter was in a great measure taken out of his hands. He was essentially a man in whom other men believed. He was recognized as an able man, a good speaker, and he was essentially a politician and not a partisan, and he was soon obliged to yield to the various requisitions sent to him. He must stand, and he was forced to withdraw his resignation and his excuses. Maria was thankful simply because it would occupy him, and that in some very bewildering way he allowed her to feel that the complication was her doing, and it gave her an opportunity for exerting herself which her natural energy longed for. At any rate, now she had an opening, and she would be able to prove her ability. At Crabbrook Hall she had carefully studied those papers, and she knew their arguments by heart. She had been a good deal surprised to find how completely she must have misunderstood the political principles and ideas of her husband and his party, since here those very principles were ridiculed, and any possible merit attaching to actions taken by that party was carefully explained away. virulent abuse of the government, sarcastic remarks, and all the licence of party warfare were given. Maria was surprised at first, and then the clever way in which shallow arguments were handled pleased her, and without asking her husband what all this meant, knowing indeed so little of the subject as to be ignorant of the real principles supported by her husband, she never took in that those papers had been purposely taken to Crabbrook in order to show the line of argument the party had to defend themselves against, so as to have their answers ready. She read various leading articles, felt she knew everything now, and that she had mastered the whole subject. She was only longing for her opportunity, and at last that opportunity came. Mr. Bathurst, a prominent man, particularly noted for his satire, pungent wit, and a vein of suspicion which prevented his having many intimate friends, was staying in the neighbourhood with his wife. It was suggested to Cyril that it would be a golden opportunity. Two undecided neighbours, who were halting between two opinions, might be completely won over to their side, if in an informal way they had an opportunity given them of hearing Mr. Bathurst in private life, and of being brought under his influence. It may be said that Cyril would far rather have had a man's party. He had grown to dread the line his wife might take on any occasion. The misunderstanding between them had not yet been cleared up, and every time he reflected upon that scene at Crabbrook Hall, the less he felt that he understood her. There were some bitter moments when he thought she had purposely been malicious, though he tried very honestly to forget it, and to take the most charitable view of her conduct. Now, however, he had plunged once more into the political sea, and he was a good deal away from home, glad to be forced to think of other things, and especially to forget his mortification. He was too tired to discuss politics with his wife when he got home, and besides, he knew that her interest in the whole matter meant simply a house in London or not. No man is always alive to or quite understands the forces which drive a woman into action, and Cyril knew less than many men. He did a supremely unwise thing. Looking vaguely before him, and not at all at her, he said, "You'd better not talk much. Your acquaintance with politics is rather superficial. The men coming will have a good deal to say. It'll be much better if you will listen." "I understand Mrs. Bathurst to be a great talker. I wonder whether her husband has been so polite as to order her to hold her tongue." Cyril did not answer at once. Her air was one of deep offence, and he was vexed with himself for having annoyed her. "I am afraid I put it rather strongly." "You put it very strongly." "Forgive me, Maria. I wish you to be at your best." "And to be dumb." "You know that's not my meaning." Already his penitence was fading. "Your acquaintance with politics is superficial. If you were drawn out on the subject, you might make a mistake." "I might, certainly." This was all that passed. Was it in nature, a woman's nature, not to try to prove him wrong? Aunt Anne could not join them. She suffered from rheumatism and seldom went out in the evening at that time. There was no doubt that when Maria appeared, being a little late, the guests were much impressed. She was in a becoming gown, and made her apologies with much grace. Mr. Bathurst took her into dinner, and the party sat comfortably round a table, which, being circular, prevented anything like a tete-a-tete, and is always more sociable. The lights and flowers and all else were a success. Mrs. Butt outdid herself. Political men are not more insensible than their fellows to the charm of an undeniable repast which they had well earned. All went well at first, and Mr. Burlington was lulled into security. The waverers were evidently much impressed by Mr. Bathurst's sallies. With a gesture peculiar to himself, he dismissed objections and covered arguments with ridicule. Laughter became general, and the waverers laughed with him. Most unfortunately, Mrs. Bathurst spoke, and though she strengthened his hands and said what she had to say wisely enough, it gave Maria the opening she wanted. Turning to Mr. Bathurst, she began to repeat the arguments she had cherished, and with a heightened colour and very brilliant and sparkling eyes, she alluded to the 1 or 2 mistakes he himself had committed. She forgot nothing, and she covered her unfortunate husband with confusion and the party with dismay.
"Where in the world did you pick up all this nonsense?"
asked Cyril, vexed beyond expression. "At Crabbrook Hall." Mr. Bathurst looked significantly at his wife. The other men looked at each other. Cyril hardly knew what to say, how to explain it all. "I can tell you a great many more things that were done," continued Maria in a tone of triumph, quite delighted at having made a sensation.
"Perhaps you will kindly quote chapter and verse at a more opportune moment,"
said her husband, and she was forced to take the hint and retire to the drawing-room with Mrs. Bathurst. "I understood, Mrs. Burlington, that your husband belonged to our party," said Mrs. Bathurst, who was simply furious at her husband's shortcomings having been quoted to his face. "Of course, as we are mistaken in his views, he cannot expect any support from us or any others of our side." Maria was quite surprised at this indignant voice. She said naively, "Oh, do you think these questions matter, really? They do to argue about. I can argue as well as anyone, but I don't really care. Do you mean to say that you do?" Mrs. Bathurst looked at her with unfeigned amazement. "I suppose if you have no political principles, your husband at any rate has some." "I really do not think he has," said Maria with a brilliant smile. "I think he tries to interest himself in it all, and I do not know why. He speaks well, but I do not think he is really interested in politics, and at home, to me, he never says one single word about them. He very much dislikes political women. He thinks them odious." "Indeed," said Mrs. Bathurst. She took up a book and examined it closely. Maria had made an enemy of her at one stroke. A political woman! Of course he'd referred to her. Mrs. Bathurst could joyfully at that moment have smothered him and his wife at the same time. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. Read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. An Accident. Mr. Burlington by nature was not a patient man. His wife's extraordinary outburst had filled him with righteous anger. At every turn he felt confronted by a force absolutely new to him, and was he to have his friends alienated, his life spoiled by her? What lay before him? How could he make her see the havoc she was making? How, in short, show her her mistakes? At the end of these bitter reflections came another. What proof had she ever given him of that affection for himself he had been assured was making her unhappy and robbing her of rest and sleep? For Mrs. Kingson had laid on the colours very thickly, knowing well that if she spoke at all it must be strongly. Mr. Burlington was not a man ready to suppose in the exaggeration or untruth of anyone, and with all the modesty of a man who had lived apart from other men, he did not see that there was any reason why any pressure should have been used. When he had been told in perfectly plain English that the girl loved him, he had felt grateful to her and had regarded her with much interest. He wanted to marry, and he admired Maria for the possession of those qualities he himself was deficient in. He was so conscious of deficiencies that he had counted her caring for him as a great merit. So brilliant and handsome a girl! His sense of his own deficiencies had prevented his taking exception to the way in which a painful story had been told him. It was told so late that he could not draw back with honour, and a natural indignation had been his first impression. "I should have been told this. I ought to have known it before."
"We thought, of course, you knew it, being in the neighbourhood."
Mrs. Kingston had said this with pained surprise visible on her handsome face. Then she had added with emotion, "Will it make a difference?" He felt that if it did, no one could blame him, but he had got accustomed to Maria and to her ways. He admired her, and he said to himself that he had perhaps outlived the age of romance. He was also not destitute of that chivalrous feeling that lies happily in the nature of most good men. If she loved him now, one day when she came to know how he had acted, would she not love him still more? And he did not in the least believe that secrets of any description could remain secrets for all time. At any rate, he would shield her from all disagreeables. As his wife, he would honestly care for her happiness. It seems strange now to look back and see how mistaken he had been in his ideas. If the affection existed, it was never shown. His presence or his absence seemed alike a matter of indifference to her. She had her own pursuits, and never expected him to interest himself in what she was doing, and she certainly never betrayed any interest in his going or coming, or in any of his occupations. They were drifting farther apart instead of becoming more intimate. He would have felt quite hopeless had it not been for one circumstance which came to his memory, and which caused him to think that he did not altogether comprehend her. Riding together, they had been delayed for a moment at one of the lodges, one seldom used, as it led to the woods only, and to no public road. It was opposite one of the lodge gates of Wyncote 100. Coming hurriedly to open it, the young woman had a very young baby held close to her bosom, and imagining as they passed that his wife said something, he looked at her. She was very pale, and her large dark eyes had tears in them. He was surprised, but in a moment she had given her horse its head, and was going so swiftly up the avenue that he could not see her face again, and as she laughed merrily at some antics going on between the dogs as he joined her at the front door, he fancied that he must have been mistaken, and yet the impression returned to him, and gave him a vague hope. If children were given to them, would it not alter her, and soften her? It was, therefore, not so much as a stern judge that he went to find his wife next day. It was more as one anxious to argue kindly and convincingly with her. But it was unfortunate for him and for his present wishes that when he was grave he looked decidedly stern, and his wife had grown to dread this expression and to resent it.
"May I ask why you talked so much nonsense to Mr. Bathurst last night?"
He sat down by her work-table and took up an ivory paper-cutter as he spoke. "You may ask anything you like," she said, in a tone which sounded indifferent.
"Which means you will not answer?"
"Oh, you're such a very clever man. No interpretation is necessary. You read my thoughts so clearly."
"Maria," he said, trying to suppress his annoyance, "you are my wife, and we should act together in all great questions. Why should you pain and mortify me by quoting all that absurd nonsense to the very people who would dislike and be offended by those sentiments?"
"Cyril," she said slowly, "if you choose to misunderstand me, you can do so. I'm not a puppet. I have a right to form my own opinions and to proclaim them. Why should I see everything just as you see it? Why should I be silent or speak according to your orders?"
"My wish for your silence is simply that when a woman talks on a subject she knows nothing about, she puts herself in a very ridiculous position."
"Mr. Bathurst thought me very amusing. He didn't think me ridiculous."
"He covered his annoyance because he's a well-bred man. I believe that in one way it will be a greater disappointment to you than to me, but I have had a note from him advising me to withdraw from the election. He is quite satisfied that my chances are nil."
Maria bit her lip. It was a disappointment to her, but she would not say so. "I suppose your chances were never very great, and now Mr. Bathurst makes an excuse, and it gives you another handle against me. I do not believe that I have anything to do with it." It must be owned that this was trying.
"Of course," said her husband, "if you are quite determined not to see that you are in the wrong, there is no use in continuing the argument."
Maria said nothing. She was very unhappy that morning, and without analysing her unhappiness, she blamed her husband's wants of appreciation for it.
"There is one thing I want to say, Maria, and I want you to take it to heart. You pride yourself on your absolute truthfulness. Until now I've given you credit for being perfectly truthful. Does it not occur to you that in conveying a false impression you are not being truthful?"
Maria crimsoned.
"You conveyed a very false, and I may add a very unfair impression about me, about my views, last night."
"I gave my own, not yours."
Do you suppose that those men believe that? Do you fancy they do not think that you adopt my private convictions on political questions? You're young, and wives, as a rule, do not parade differences of opinion in public and to their husband's hurt. And if it was the truth... But you know that these questions never interest you. You know nothing about them, and you care less. For the sake of making a sensation, you quoted papers you had got hold of, and I repeat, you untruthfully and purposely gave a false impression and have stopped my political career."
"Do you care?" asked his wife, looking up at him. "You never gave me the impression of really caring. That's what I never understand. It's all talk, and to say brilliant things that sound well. It's quite impossible that men should be in real earnest about the trifles they spend hours in talking about." That feeling of complete hopelessness once more came to Cyril Burlington. How was he to put things before his wife to make her sensible of her folly? Did she believe in no earnestness about anything? Was she so superficial that she couldn't realise any depth of conviction on any subject? He went slowly out of the room. Maria matched her silks, and her fingers still handled them, but rather absently. She had, according to him, done harm, but she did not credit it. She always resented the way in which he criticised and never approved her actions, and she asked herself, was this what she'd married for? She was very far from realising her dream of occupying a sort of pedestal and being a central power. All she did was put before her as something she ought not to have done. It may be said that from first to last her happiness, her influence, her theories alone occupied her. Her husband's happiness, his wishes, his welfare, never for one single second came into her mind. She had married to carry out a plan of life towards which end a husband was necessary, and she felt aggrieved and injured because his influence was all against her success. Was she to see all her hopes extinguished because her husband failed to appreciate her? He did not come in to luncheon, and anxious to do anything to dispel the uncomfortable feeling she was possessed by, she ordered her horse, requested to go alone, and once mounted, went swiftly across the grass, delighting in the freshness of her horse and the sense of absolute freedom once more. The park surrounding Burlington House was well laid out, and was spacious for the size of the property, but Maria's mood was against every restriction that day, and even the few miles which enclosed it she felt a restriction. She rode up to the lodge before mentioned, and passed into the woods beyond. For some reason, only once or twice had she and her husband ridden there, and now she determined to explore them thoroughly. It would be breaking new ground, as when she'd been there before they had used a short cut homewards, and had never gone far into the interior. It was delightful riding on the soft ground, treading upon a layer of last year's pine needles, and meeting no one. To her perturbed spirit the solitude brought calm and peace. What a happy thought it had been coming here to-day! The hasty passing of the birds from bough to bough, the sweet fragrant scents around her, the vistas here and there of blue distances, and the murmur of the faint west wind whispering its secrets to the topmost branches that rose more ambitiously than the others, soothed her. Almost for the first time a curious regret came to her. Almost for the first time she asked herself why she had missed love. It seemed so strange to her that she should never have been in love with anyone. It was a want in her life, and at that moment she regretted it deeply. If I was the least in love with Cyril, how much easier my life would be, she said to herself. And then she laughed. It seemed so odd that the thought should come to her now for the very first time. She rode on over some crackling twigs, reining in her horse, partly because she wanted to think, and partly because, as usual in all those paths, there were many slippery places, and she sent him along at a foot-pace now. She was lulled into security by the monotony of her way, and was sitting rather carelessly, holding her reins, without any thought of possible catastrophe, when a shot, fired apparently quite close to her, startled her horse tremendously. He plunged so violently that it was all she could do to sit him, and while trying to pat him and quiet him, his hind legs slipped away under him, and he fell, throwing her clear, and at some little distance, but unfortunately against a tree. She felt as if many more shots had been fired close to her eyes, and then she knew nothing more. At a little distance, close to a turning point in the pathway, a man came running up at full speed in great alarm. He put down his gun, and ran up to her, and looked round for water, which was not far off, and bathed her forehead and eyes till she recovered. Maria was much stunned and quite confused. She hardly knew what had happened or how she came there, and her first conscious thought was about her horse. "Your horse is close by, quite as much frightened as you were. I'm so sorry. Only I did not, of course, know that anyone was there." The voice was pleasant and refined, and as Maria began to recover her faculties, she saw that the speaker was a gentleman, and one of the handsomest men she had ever seen. "What will you do?" asked the stranger anxiously. "The house is perhaps a little far." He spoke with great hesitation. "May I ask who you are?" One of the Wyncotes. I know you. You're young Mrs. Burlington. I was standing near you after that meeting. A man was impertinent. I felt inclined to knock him down." "Oh, did you?" Maria's faculties were still numb, but she thought it very nice of this man to wish to knock down another because of impertinence directed towards herself. "I must go home now," she said after a bit. "I suppose you must," he said with regret in his voice. "You are sure you're able to ride home?" "Oh, quite sure, thank you very much. You've been very kind." He mounted her well and accompanied her a little way. Then he turned round, held out his hand and said good-bye, detaining her a moment or two under pretence of arranging her habit, but evidently anxious to say something he found difficult. Then it came. Speaking with affected carelessness, he said, "We are on such distant terms with Mr. Burlington. Perhaps I think it would be better not to say you had met me, Mrs. Burlington." "Why?" she asked in great surprise. Nothing, an old awkwardness. Of course it is as you please." He lifted his shooting cap and turned away at once. Maria, feeling much shaken, bruised, and stiff all over, went home slowly. She had a very real headache when she got home, and went to bed at once. When Cyril came to see her, hearing that she had had an accident, she told him at once what had happened, without naming the man who had helped her recover.
"Have you any idea who he was?" asked Cyril, a vague idea of reward passing through his mind.
"Yes, I asked his name. He was one of the Wyncotes." She saw her husband start, and in a moment or two he left her to the repose she needed. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1, by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd, read by Anne Fletcher. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Aunt Anne Speaks Her Mind. Aunt Anne came up that evening and went to see Maria, who was suffering a good deal, but who made light of her sufferings. She was evidently glad to see her visitor, who was always kind, and who, being one of the few women in the world able to overcome a prejudice, had come to see that with a great deal of absurdity and much that was irritating, there lay a fund of goodness at heart, and that Maria had some fine, even noble qualities, if she only allowed them fair play. Maria was too unwell to talk, but there was no mistaking her appreciation of those acts of thoughtfulness which added to her comfort, and which affection knows so exactly how to give. The moving of the lights, the arrangements about the small fire which the chilly evenings made pleasant, the bunch of fragrant roses brought from her own garden, the kind and gentle hand on her forehead, filled Mrs. Burlington with that sense of being really cared for which is so indescribably soothing in suffering. Cyril looked so grave when Aunt Anne joined him in the library that she was afraid his wife was more severely hurt than she had believed, but he soon undeceived her. It seemed hard, while his wife was lying ill, to tell of the fiasco she had caused, and he offered no explanation, and did not say a word to connect his wife with his disappointment. He was a little startled when Aunt Anne used the very words his wife had done. "Do you care?" she asked, a little surprised at a certain bitterness in his tone. He gave a short laugh. "I suppose success is pleasant to us all." "I always imagined that being tied for a certain number of months and having to give up so much time would be quite contrary to your inclinations."
"And why then did I take it up?"
"Oh, from a sense of duty, patriotism. I thought you'd been talked into it."
"I've nothing else. I'm not cut out for the role of a married man. I'm married too late."
His voice was vibrating with some feeling he was trying to master. Aunt Anne was quite devoted to him, and his words pained and surprised her. She did not hear them unmoved, and she began to see that he was unhappy beyond any anxiety about his wife. But it has been well said that a sorrow, even a bitter grief, has more chance of dying if it has not taken the form of words, even when uttered only to one faithful friend. Her wish was to receive his confidence and to try to put things right, and she saw that he was longing to give her that confidence, but her sense of right made her prevent it. She turned quickly to the matter of the fall, and asked where and how it had happened. Cyril was wounded at first. Was it possible that he had lost that close sympathy which had helped him all his life? Then his integrity made him glad that on the subject of his wife this should be the case. Would not any confidence on that subject take the form of a complaint? Regarding his wife's fall, it was of course different, and here her sympathy was ready and her annoyance equal to his.
"It's fate. Oh, is it fate?"
Cyril said slowly, asserting and questioning in one breath. "It has to come, but it had to come. After all, my dearest Cyril, it may have no consequences." Cyril looked incredulous. Aunt Anne did not know his wife as well as he did. If she wished to pursue the acquaintance, if her curiosity were aroused, no words of his would prevent her from doing so. Already he had seen an eagerness, an anxiety to know why this nearest of all the neighbours was the one who had never called, and why there was no sort of intercourse with them. All around them there seemed to be friendliness, and yet she and Cyril never met these neighbours. They were never present at any of the various entertainments to which she was asked, and she heard of them everywhere, generally by accident. One very remarkable fact was the way in which by common consent the subject was dropped whenever she was there. Aunt Anne was looking very thoughtfully at the fire, and then the result of her cogitation came out.
"I would tell her everything, Cyril."
Cyril started.
"You do not know her. It's quite impossible."
"I've studied your wife. I've grown to like her, and I think she's being very unfairly used."
Cyril was so surprised by this sudden attack that he simply gazed at her in supreme astonishment.
"You expect her to shut her eyes to what goes on. You know you have done a very generous thing, but she doesn't know it."
"And if she did know, she would hate me for it, Aunt Anne. We may have been wrong, but I was in the hands of others, and now it's too late."
Aunt Anne could say no more. She did, however, reiterate her words, and she added a warning.
"She is in a false position, and it's unfair. If one day she takes some step we may all regret, I do not say she will, but if she does, can those who kept her in ignorance be held blameless? Only her affection for you may save her at such a time."
Cyril heard her quietly, but her words sounded to him as mockery. Her affection for you? Each day convinced him that she had no such affection. Mrs. Kingson had very much to answer for. End of Chapter 19. End of A Brilliant Woman, Volume 1. Chapter 1 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 1. Can you give me no reason? Before Mrs. Burlington had left her room, Mr. Horace Wyncote called to inquire for her. So, it may be added, did other people. Mr. Burlington surveyed the Wyncote card with a feeling of dismay, but no feeling of dismay or otherwise altered the fact. The acquaintance was made, and could not be unmade. The best of us are self-tormentors, and make a good deal of unnecessary misery for ourselves. Poor Cyril Burlington made himself very unhappy about this visit. He was sufficiently acquainted with his wife's character now to know that a direct command would not answer, and he doubted his influence over her if he exerted it. She would obey his command and resent it, and if he tried another way, she would laugh him to scorn. He had grown to dread her way of laughing at what was generally very real earnest to him. Some women, he had heard, shed tears on slight provocation. That must be trying to see, but could it be worse than the sort of prolonged hysterical laughter which so plainly said that there existed no sympathy between him and his life's companion? Aunt Anne was of no assistance to him just now, because she took so different a view of the position of things. Never was a man, anxious to act for the best and thinking of his wife's welfare, not of his own, more completely at a loss. He ventured to say a few words to his wife the first day she was once more in her sitting-room, and though lying on the sofa, evidently recovering her usual health and spirits. And when he had said them, he was not sure what he had gained by them.
"The man who picked you up the other day, Mr. Horace Wyncote, called to ask how you were today."
"Oh, that was kind. Cyril, I wish you'd tell me what's wrong. I'm sure Mr. Wyncote has done nothing to hurt anyone. I never saw anyone I thought more winning."
"Things are not always easy to explain. I wish you would do one thing to please me. I wish you would not carry this acquaintance further. Let it drop."
"Why?"
"Because it is unfortunate altogether."
"Oh, so I understand you think. But cannot you give me one single reason? You expect me to make my acquaintances, to form my friendships altogether on your lines, to see with your eyes, to be guided by your wishes, to act by your advice blindly, in a way no woman can do. You never give a reason.
You expect a slavish submission. Oh, yes, Cyril, you put me, or rather you try to put me, in the position of a slave, not in that of a wife."
"If the reasons are those I cannot give," he said in a low voice, moved by her reproaches.
"Oh, that's absurd. You must have some reason. Do you know what you drive me to think, Cyril?"
He looked earnestly at her, and she answered his look.
"I sometimes think that a disgraceful secret connected with someone very near to you has to be concealed at any cost."
She expected to see a look of anger and reproach, but she saw nothing of the kind. He had grown a little paler, all unknowingly. Were her surmises not just? But though they were so in one sense, it would be misleading her to agree to them as she meant them, and though it would have smoothed difficulties for him, he could not do this.
"You may surmise or think what you like. I cannot explain. I have asked you to accept my wish as a reasonable woman. If you have no confidence in me, if you cannot trust me—"
She was surprised by his taking her inquiries so much to heart. As he put it, what could she say? She lay silent. So much she conceded, but she was too truthful to give assurances which were untrue, and she resolved it all in her mind. He imagined that he had convinced her, and was pleased that the matter had ended so quietly. As she lay there, the shaded light near her made her features almost invisible, while his were in fuller light. She watched his countenance, and it struck her that he looked careworn and tired. Prompted more by womanly thought than any affection, she asked him whether he was well. "You look tired. Have you been busy today? What have you been doing?"
"I have had a tiring day."
"Oh, I suppose I must not inquire further," she said, with a tinge of mockery.
"Oh, it wouldn't interest you. A magistrates' meeting."
"Is it at these meetings that people are hanged?" asked his wife.
"Oh, good heavens, what a question!" he exclaimed. "I suppose you're turning it into ridicule as usual."
"I know they're not hanged there and then, but you settle then if they're to be hanged or not, do you not?"
"No," he said shortly.
"Then what do you do for so many hours with nothing exciting to talk about?" He couldn't bear the light way in which she spoke. It jarred upon him, especially just now, because of a terribly sad story he had been obliged to listen to that day. "I'm growing so stupid lying here," she said, "that if I do not get out soon, I shall be almost ready to hang myself."
"Rather strong language, is it not?" he said curtly.
"You see, if I do not use strong language, you never listen to me," she said with some asperity.
"That's a mistake."
"It's no mistake. When I was talking to you at first, you looked bored, then you looked at the fire, and then you went into a daydream. You never listened or cared till I said something startling, something that displeased you."
"I am sorry," he said gravely, realizing that she was tired of her invalid life, and a little remorseful because so much truth lay in her accusation. "Oh, it doesn't matter," she added after a pause, during which she half expected and half hoped that he would say a few words showing some interest in her recovery, a wish at any rate to see her downstairs again. But Cyril said nothing, and Maria, who had been making many resolutions, and who was conscious of shortcomings in the past, felt chilled by his silence. Even in strong health she missed the affectionate flatteries of her aunt, the adulation of her girl-friends, the companionship and life of a large party. In sickness she missed them all still more. Now she had been lying on her couch and feeling unusually low and very sorry for herself, and a dread had seized her that her life might be all as completely empty of those things she cared for. She saw a long vista of years stretching out into an interminable length, and Cyril cold, critical, unsympathetic. She shivered a little. Her husband was good, of course he was good, but if he was in love with her, passionately in love,
Why had he always judged her, and judged her severely? For this, her instinct told her, was the case. "Cyril," she said suddenly, so suddenly as to make him start, "may I ask you a question?"
"Certainly."
"I often wonder, and I want to know, why did you marry me?" Cyril looked at her in blank amazement. What was he to say? He had never professed violent love for her, and he had no idea how violent his love had been represented to her.
"I suppose that I hoped, as you did, to lead a happy life together."
"Oh, that's no answer. People in love do not hope. They feel quite sure. Were you very much in love with me?"
"I suppose so."
The unfortunate man was fairly driven into a corner. What had taken hold of her imagination now, and possessed her to put these questions? "I sometimes think that people lied to me. Cyril, I was told—" Then a swift remembrance came to her. The affection he had been credited with had hardly weighed with her. What did weigh was the wish to conquer one she was told could not be conquered. He might admire her, he might be desperately in love, but marry her? Never. He was not a marrying man. He was quite out of her reach. And she had determined to win him, and she had triumphed. What had resulted from such a triumph? He watched her curiously, wondering what agitated her.
"I think I have been here long enough," he said,
rising and patting her head in a way that made her feel like a chidden child, and yet he meant it kindly.
"You're talking too much and exciting yourself."
His firm steps died away down the long passage, and Maria covered her face in her hands. Hot, scalding tears came to her unaccustomed eyes. "All my life, and I'm so young," she whispered to herself, full of intense self-pity. Cyril was glad that Aunt Anne was coming to dine and keep him company. Nothing puzzled him more than the variable moods of his wife. Of course, this last conversation was the outcome of her fall and her bruises, her sprained shoulder, and all the rest of the trouble of that accident. But the question put to him had gone to his heart, and a misgiving crossed his mind. She had said, "People lied to me." Had they lied to him also? And to what end? He had been assured that she loved him. Was it also a lie? Since their marriage, she'd never shown any affection. She was generally pleasant, sometimes particularly gay, fitful latterly, but he had been glad that her affection for him was not of a demonstrative kind. He would have felt that he had done her a great wrong if it had been so, and if she gave more than he could give in return. All the same, no man likes having been in any way coerced, and if her love was not very great, he had been dealt with unfairly. What thought had stopped her when she had begun that sentence, and who had lied to her? At any rate, just now, when the doctor had feared that her injuries were serious, he could say no more to her. She was recovering, but she was not herself. And when she was quite well, what use was there in going back to preliminaries? They were to be together as long as they lived. He was too old for romance. He had outlived all those vague dreams and hopes and wishes. They would jog on harmoniously in time, and he would be patient and not expect too much. Cyril Burlington entirely forgot that at his wife's age romance was not dead. And indeed, when does it die? Are there not instances of real, pure love and unbounded devotion at all ages and in all circumstances? Sometimes we see it outlive the daily cares and anxieties of married life, and throwing a lovely light over old age, outliving, indeed, the loss of personal beauty and attractiveness, and everything a shallow world imagines necessary to maintain it. But Cyril Burlington knew really nothing of it. He had gone his own way all his life, very calmly and quietly, and had been accustomed to gaze with some astonishment at the evidence of passion and deep affection in others. Indeed, he was conscious of feeling a little superior to those swimming in a turbulent stream, and to acknowledge with some gratitude that he was really very much better off than they were. Now he was quite as thankful, perhaps, but he did not like the idea of having been told a lie. And once more he asked himself what had been the reason of it. What object had Mrs. Kingson in arranging this marriage, if she had arranged it? And to this inquiry he could bring no satisfactory answer. He pushed reflections aside and dressed quickly, for Aunt Anne was coming to dinner, and she must not see that anything was wrong. End of Chapter 1 of Volume 2. Chapter 2 of Volume 2 of Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 2. The Light of Other Days. It looked like old times to Mr. Burlington when he and Aunt Anne sat down to dinner with no brilliant third to divert attention to herself. Like old times, with a difference. Maria was one of the women who most thoroughly understood arranging and ordering a dinner, and though Mr. Burlington professed to be indifferent about his dinner, he was quite alive to the immense improvement his wife had effected in that direction. The proverb about the dinner of herbs does not provide for the careless cooking of those herbs, and where the mistress is indifferent, and some women count it a merit to be indifferent, the cook very naturally takes advantage. While carefully remembering Cyril's especial tastes, Miss Burlington had always been quite content to allow Mrs. Butt to propose what she liked to make, and seldom objected to anything. In the hands of young Mrs. Burlington this was all altered, and Mrs. Butt, who during the first month frequently determined to give up her place, ended by thoroughly respecting a mistress who understood what had gone wrong and where the fault lay. She began to take far more interest in the perfection of her sauces and flavourings when she found that her efforts were appreciated, and to take infinitely more pains, as no mistake was slurred over. Maria's energetic temperament was of use in all the household arrangements, and as Aunt Anne noted the many small signs of improvement which she was too generous not to admire openly, Cyril agreed with her. All men should care, and almost all do care for refinement in detail, and as they are helpless when a woman really directs household matters, she has to exert the power of two minds, and face difficulties because of the real importance of results. It would be a great shock to many affectionate wives if they knew the truth, that ill health, bad temper, indigestion, want of sleep, and all else lie at the door of their ignorance, carelessness, or worse. In answer to Aunt Anne, Cyril said absently, I agree with you. Things are somehow better done. The servants take more pains, I suppose.
They know that they have a mastermind to deal with, said Aunt Anne pleasantly. Do you know, Cyril, I find something fresh to admire every time I see your wife. She's always the same, and yet each time I find a new virtue. She knows so much about gardening. I fancied that she'd lived too much in London to know much about flowers, but she really knows a great deal more than I do.
Cyril assented with a vague murmur. He was conscious of being able to admire a great deal, and to feel ungracious and ungrateful, and yet he missed in his wife and his home life what he had always looked forward to. There was no real confidence between them, and there can be none without affection. If the outlook was dreary to Maria, it was almost worse for her husband, as he knew much she did not know, which pointed to disagreeables in the future. In this chaotic world we often obtain what we do not much care for, and we do not get what we do especially want. If Cyril Burlington had been asked what he most disliked, he would have answered any scandal, any stories about his family and his name. Now, how long could he feel sure of keeping clear of this? Oppressed by his thoughts, and feeling that he was rousing affectionate anxiety in his aunt's mind, he said suddenly,
"I forget if you understand that my candidature is at an end?"
Can you explain to a non-political person like myself what reasons you have for not going on with your election?
I am acting on advice.
But whose, my dear Cyril?
The political friends who have just been here.
And you go entirely by their advice? You are sure it is disinterested?
Positive, he answered with a faint smile. If I won, I should be on their side. There is no doubt that their advice is disinterested enough.
Are you much disappointed, my dear?
Oh, every man has an ambitious dream occasionally, but I am convinced that they are right. Aunt Anne, he said suddenly, why should I fence with you or try to conceal the truth from you? In one way, giving it up is a great relief to me. If I had gone on, if I had stood, the opposition candidates were prepared to carry placards with a ballet girl. It would have been terrible for her, for us both.
"Oh, my dear Cyril!"
The day of that meeting she heard someone say something about a dancing girl.
"Good heavens! And then—"
She imagined that it referred to her dancing here and blamed herself. I let her think so. You would have me tell the truth?
Oh, not at that moment, perhaps. But if I could convince you, how far, far better it would be if you could bring yourself to tell her the exact truth. I do think it cruel and unfair, putting her in a false position. It will lead to many unforeseen complications in the end.
I cannot do it. I cannot claim her gratitude and pose before her as having been generous. As it is—
He stopped and walked away for a moment. Loyalty to his wife stopped the words upon his tongue. How confess that he had married without affection, and that he had begun to doubt hers, that he had been flattered and misled, and that he had discovered that he had been deluded and even lied to? He turned round after a few moments, and his countenance betrayed agitation. Miss Burlington's heart ached for him. She had deemed that his marriage had brought him happiness. Had she been wrong throughout? But before she had time to collect her thoughts, her nephew had plunged into an amusing account of a farmer's marriage, a subject in which she was interested, as he was an old tenant. After dinner, a message came from Mrs. Burlington that she wanted them both to have coffee in her sitting-room with her. They rose and went upstairs. Mr. Burlington was surprised to see the affectionate greeting between his wife and Aunt Anne, noting the smiling eyes and lips which had never smiled quite in the same way upon him. "Here I am with a crippled leg and a maimed shoulder. I hope you had a pleasant little dinner," Maria said affectionately, kissing Aunt Anne and extending one hand to her husband. "It's too late to say good morning. Shall we say good evening?" she continued, looking calmly at Cyril. "And shall I add, have you used somebody's soap to make it all quite complete?" In this way she let Aunt Anne know, as she wished to do, that she wanted to make her question her. "Have you not met before?" asked Aunt Anne, very innocently, in great surprise. "Oh, of course we have, but Cyril was so much occupied in giving me advice and scolding me that he never thought of saying good morning. I'm conventional, and I like the attention, even knowing it to be meaningless." Poor Aunt Anne felt helplessly bewildered, and her answer was a very indefinite murmur. "County business," was all that was heard of that murmur. "I find it very dull lying here, and I'm going to ask one or two friends to come and stay with me," said Maria, with a quick glance at her husband's face. "Are you, my dear? Oh, that is a good plan. Your aunt perhaps would come." Cyril said nothing. "Oh, I'm not thinking of my aunt. She couldn't come. I mean girl-friends of mine. Of course I would far rather have men, but men are at a discount here. One is not supposed to speak to any man under 100. I fancy, as you are laid up with your unfortunate knee, that men would be a little in the way." Aunt Anne spoke quite seriously. She had thought it an odd thing to say. "I have, you see, a talent for men. I like my girl-friends, but they are not so amusing." Cyril's face betrayed his annoyance at her talking this nonsense to his aunt. Maria was charmed to have provoked him. Anything was better than indifference. "Oh, you needn't look quite so murderous, Cyril. There's no chance of my seeing Mr. Wyncote or any other man. Aunt Anne, do you know Mr. Wyncote? So handsome, so clever, so well-bred. Cyril dislikes him. I cannot imagine why." Poor Aunt Anne got most uncomfortable. She began to see that there was a great deal between husband and wife that was not right, and it made her infinitely sad. But meek and quiet as she was, and arriving with a certain deliberation at any conclusions, she was yet capable of action if she felt action to be right. "You are not too ill for music?" she said, in a tone half of inquiry and half assertion, and she opened the small piano standing at a little distance and began to play. Aunt Anne's playing was one of her gifts. She had one of those perfectly musical intuitions which one meets with at rare intervals. Sweet, old-fashioned melodies came softly from her delicate fingertips, airs that reminded the hearer of the perfume of potpourri and the world of long ago as we conceive it to have been. Brilliant playing would have seemed as much out of keeping with her gentle presence as a fashionable fuzzy toupee, but the lovely old English, Irish and Scottish airs were given with a pathos which in a world of incessant hurry are seldom heard. Maria, who was a musician and really loved melody, was moved as she was seldom moved. All her assumption of flippancy, all her little airs and graces were forgotten, and as each air came sweeping across her senses, her emotion found vent in large tears that flowed silently over her face unchecked, and, as she trusted, unobserved. When she had played a good many things, Aunt Anne began modulating, telling a sort of story as she went along, and telling it beautifully. Cyril was sitting, listening with real delight, and turned to see whether his wife was appreciative, or whether, to use her own expression, she was bored. Once again he was puzzled. Once again he thought he saw tears. But when Miss Burlington had finished and was rising, Maria called out gaily, "Now, dear auntie, pray play something cheerful, else I shall dream tonight that I was assisting at my own funeral to the Dead March in Saul." Then Cyril felt that he had been mistaken. Of course there'd been no tears. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 3 of the 19th Century Genus. Mr. Burlington did not contemplate with much satisfaction the arrival of the girl-friends his wife had spoken of, but he could make no objection. He gave her less and less of his society, and though many of the county neighbours had called and said that when invited they were willing to come, neither their spontaneous civility nor the response they gave to invitations was very hearty, or, it may be said, very friendly. As before stated, young Mrs. Burlington liked dazzling people and did not care to please them. The younger women did not pretend to care for one who almost invariably eclipsed them. Mothers very naturally objected to a young woman who monopolized the attention of all the young men, and whose clothes were of a cut and make that were a painful contrast to the very provincial garments worn by their daughters. A brilliant woman pays directly or indirectly many a penalty, and we all know that the most brilliant light casts the blackest shadow. Therefore Mrs. Burlington passed many days in her own society, and did not find her own society amusing. Only one friend could come. Flora Harrington had not perhaps been one of her greatest friends during her school life, and had in those days been much inclined to question the position taken up by Maria Kingson. But a schoolgirl without a father or mother, without a charming place to ask you to in the short holidays, who possessed no more pocket money than the other girls, was one thing, and a young woman, entirely her own mistress, with a place, a good-natured husband, and many thousands a year, was quite another. Flora, whose people had no place, and who was not well off, was enchanted to be invited to the Burlingtons, and went, it may be added, prepared to stay. Flora was what is called a very lively girl. She was not very pretty, and she was not clever, but she was shrewd, knew how to make the most of herself, and was absolutely without shyness or reserve. In plain English, she was marvellously impudent, and her audacity at times and with certain people was counted as wit. She had quite made up her mind that it would be useful to make a conquest of Mr. Burlington. There was no sort of use in being Mrs. Burlington's friend if the husband didn't approve of her. To achieve the subjugation of Mr. Burlington, she must wait to see how things stood, and in what way she could best carry out her project. It is only fair to add that the conquest in question was only intended to be platonic and perfectly harmless, but she wanted to be on terms with the Burlingtons likely to lead to a prolonged stay. Flora, even more than most people, hated small means, visible small economies, indifferent accommodation, and all the pressing evils of a narrow income, as she hated drizzling rain, cold, or anything in the world that was disagreeable. It was delightful to her pleasure-loving nature to be invited to stay for a good long time, and her harmless ambition was to make her visit very long indeed. Mr. Burlington found her established at his wife's feet when he came in late. She was sitting on a low stool, and her very fluffy head reclining against Mrs. Burlington's knee. She was very large, with an innocent baby face, contradicted by a large and very sensual mouth. She looked up at Mr. Burlington with her most innocent expression as Maria introduced her husband.
"I'm too comfortable to move. Oh, I hope you don't mind," she said with the self-possession of 50. "And I'm so pleased to find a friend unchanged after so many months of the terrible ordeal of matrimony."
"I'm glad you find my wife looking well. I myself think her sprained knee and the injury to her shoulder have left traces, and that she looks pale."
"I find her delightfully the same, her brilliance undimmed, her personality the same. It's very pleasant. You must have taken very good care of her."
Flora spoke this with emphasis. Mr. Burlington looked at her gravely, as at a new species. He was tired and wanted a cup of tea, and regretted having gone to his wife's room for it when he found the new arrival there. He had forgotten that she was coming that day, and he had also forgotten to order the carriage to fetch her. With compunction he asked his wife whether she had remembered to send it to the station. Flora answered for her in quite an apologetic tone.
"Oh, pray don't think that it mattered, but she did remember it. Molly is not one of those who forgets."
Mr. Burlington drank his tea in silence. It jarred upon him to hear this girl calling his wife by a familiar pet name.
"What a heavenly house you have, Mr. Burlington. I may tell you that everyone has been wondering what sort of shrine you kept her in, and whether it was fit for the fair being who was enshrined in it. Oh, please don't smile, Mr. Burlington. I nearly did say entombed, but I didn't say it. If I had said it, would you ever have forgiven me? You see, any country place is dull, deadly dull, especially for anyone with brilliant social gifts. But when I arrived, now I have seen the shrine, I see many mitigations."
"I'm glad to hear it," said Mr. Burlington gravely.
"Are you really? Well, I tell you that I adore old trees, old houses, and old men."
She said this with her most innocent baby expression, but gave a quick look at him to see how he took it. Maria laughed merrily. "This love of the antique is something new, Flossie. I never knew old things had any attraction for you."
"Oh, I adore old things, with reservations, of course. Old clothes and very ugly old men. Whoever liked old clothes?"
"Oh, my husband does. He has many suits no one would thank you for, and his hats, they're much more than historical."
"Shall we draw a veil over them? It seems the appropriate thing to do regarding old hats."
"I assure you," laughed Maria, who was excited by Flora's high spirits, "that when I pass a scarecrow I have to look twice to see whether it is not perhaps my husband."
"Oh, Maria," said Flora in a shocked voice, "pray don't mind her, Mr. Burlington. We must excuse her because she's an invalid."
Mr. Burlington was not a good-tempered man, and this last speech sent him straight out of the room. Flora looked pensively at the fire and said,
"What have I said? What have I done? I did so wish to be friends with him."
"Oh, please don't be a goose, Flora. Do you suppose my husband can be vexed with silly speeches like these?"
"Oh, but I know he was vexed, dear. Shall I beg his pardon? Oh, dear Molly, why did you not warn me? You might have told me that your husband was difficult."
"Flora, you're too silly. What does it all matter?"
"It matters a great deal to me. I think your husband is—"
"Now, Flora, pray be quiet. You are as bad as ever. You are very provoking."
"Provoking, my child? Oh, no, anything but that. But cheer up, dear, and I will tell no one else that I think your husband is a bear."
"Flora!"
"Molly!"
"If you wish to keep my friendship, you must never say this to me again. I allow no one to discuss my husband with me."
"Dear, dear, dear, how cross we are. Well, then, I will promise never to discuss him. Of course, with all this," she said, waving her hand round the room, "you expected to have something to put up with."
Maria was so angry that she thought it best to say nothing, and a somewhat marked silence lasted for some moments.
"Are you never going to speak to me again?"
asked Flora, in a voice of comic despair, making an absurd gesture of anguish. "We can talk on any other subject," Maria answered, trying to recover her equanimity.
"Very well, but if I may not say what I want to say just now, I really shall blow up. My head will be overstocked with ideas."
Maria said nothing.
"If I may speak without risking the terrible fate of having my head chopped off, I should like to ask one question, to say one thing."
"Say anything you like," said Maria, a little wearily, "as long as you do not abuse my husband to my very face."
"I will solemnly promise only to do it behind your back,"
said Flora Harrington with trembling eyes, and then she added in a great hurry,
"I'm very much surprised, Molly. Neither you nor your husband are the very least in love. It's very funny. Were you in love? Was he in love? How was it?"
Maria crimsoned. "How can you tell? How can you judge?" she asked angrily.
"Oh, my child, I have had the disease so very badly myself. I know the signs so well. You and Mr. Burlington are equally indifferent to each other. That is quite plainly to be seen."
"You think so because we're not demonstrative people." But Maria's heart beat quick with indignant annoyance.
"My dearest Molly, you frighten me. You look so fiery. I declare I'm in a blue funk. I thought that as a real friend we might talk quite openly to each other."
"But do you not understand that even between friends some subjects are sacred?"
"I didn't know. How could I? I'm not married, worse luck. Only, Maria, with your beauty and your gifts, you could make any man, even your husband, passionately, violently in love with you. There is one infallible receipt for a man's indifference. Make him jealous. Make him frantically jealous."
Maria was speechless. Never had she been thrown quite alone with Flora Harrington before. How completely she had misunderstood her character. She spoke now with an effort at self-command, and said quietly, "I'm sorry to have only a dull visit to offer you."
"Are you going to see no one? Have no one here to see me?"
said Flora Harrington in a tone of tragic despair. "Not just yet. My shoulder has been badly hurt, and I'm obliged to keep quiet for the present. I warned you, Flora."
"Oh, I don't mind a bit, but of course it is a little dull for me without a coat in sight."
Maria was much startled by the way in which Flora spoke. Was it possible that she had always been the same, and that the change was in herself? Or had Flora deteriorated and grown terribly vulgar? "I hope very soon to be better. I'll do my best to amuse you," she answered quietly. She trusted Flora would not make such speeches to Aunt Anne or to her husband. Flora ostentatiously suppressed a yawn.
"I must go and see about flowers for my gown tonight,"
she said, patting her fluffy head all over with her large white hands.
"I have to live up to my name, and I adore flowers, and wear a great quantity when I can get them."
"Tell Malcolm what you want, and he'll cut them for you, Flora."
"Malcolm being number one in the garden, I suppose? All right, if I don't find him, I'll help myself."
And before Maria could answer her, she'd gone. It may be mentioned that Flora made no effort to find the gardener. She sauntered through the conservatory and hothouses and despoiled both, and, not being accustomed to cut hothouse flowers, did considerable mischief. She used no knife or scissors, but tore bunches of stephanotis off as high as she could reach them, thereby damaging trails of nearly 2 years' growth. And being anxious to wear white, or nearly white, she picked, or rather wrenched off, a large quantity of Nephew roses, the cherished hope of a coming flower show. Well contented with her spoils, she went into the house and found her way to her room, where she arranged the flowers to her satisfaction. Mr. Burlington was a little surprised at the lavish display, and privately reflected a little severely on Malcolm's undue generosity. All he said was, "Do you always wear a great many flowers?" His tone was not unkind, but there was evidently surprise, and not a pleasant surprise.
"I am Flora. I'm obliged to live up to my name. Do you mind? Molly gave leave," she answered.
Mr. Burlington said nothing. Expecting a tete-a-tete, Miss Harrington was in her turn surprised to hear an arrival, and to see Aunt Anne enter upon the scene. "The chaperone," she said to herself. "This is amusing." Mr. Burlington's affectionate greeting and the introduction that followed explained things, but Flora Harrington was rather at a loss to understand the evident relief expressed by her host. She was not flattered. It would have amused her far more to have found herself sitting alone at dinner with Mr. Burlington and able to study him. At present he was an unknown quantity, she said to herself. There was also something about Aunt Anne which somewhat subdued her, and a twinkle in the elderly woman's eyes which a little daunted her. It may be said that expression misled many people, for Aunt Anne could not make fun of anyone, though her sense of the ridiculous was quick enough. At any rate, the false impression was of some use on the present occasion.
"Where shall I sit?"
asked Flora gaily as they went into the dining-room, and she found herself at a round table.
"Pray do not think of me, Miss Burlington. I'll sit anywhere."
"I am afraid I was not thinking of you," said Aunt Anne seriously. "I was sorry that on the occasion of your first visit here my niece was not able to fill her own place. When 2 people are at home and one is a visitor," laughed Aunt Anne, "much thought is not required." Miss Harrington made no reply. As dinner went on, Aunt Anne noticed the large bunch of roses and spoke of them.
Malcolm has been more generous than I ever imagined he had it in him to be at this moment," she said, in a peculiar tone. "May I ask why?" "Because of the flower show. He intends to win the first prize with some of those lovely Nephetos roses. He must have an immense quantity to have spared you so many, and he has been lavish. I see many buds." "Oh, you see, I didn't find him. I took them myself. I suppose it comes to the same thing."
Miss Harrington's tone was indifferent more than apologetic, but she was provoked with herself and felt that she had done a stupid thing. Mr. Burlington and his aunt looked at each other. They were equally annoyed. Conversation languished after this, when Miss Harrington farther astonished them. Pushing back her chair, she said, glancing round, quite as if she were doing the right thing, "Shall we go upstairs?" leaving Miss Burlington and her nephew to make their own comments on this extraordinary breach in the manners and customs of the class they belonged to.
"I beg your pardon, Aunt Anne, I never saw your signal," exclaimed Mr. Burlington, hurrying to the door.
"Oh, for the best reason in the world," said Flora airily. "She never made one. I thought we never were going to move."
And with a laugh which was full of mischievous glee, she passed through the doorway and into the next room.
"I wonder whether she is a single specimen or one of a number," said Mr. Burlington blankly. "How long is she going to stay, and what can my wife see in her to like? If this is the sort of friend she likes and cherishes, I no longer feel surprised that she finds she is bored here."
But as a just man, he reflected that his wife had never done an ill-bred thing, and that she had begged not to see Miss Harrington that evening, though she would like to see Aunt Anne. The friendship between his wife and Aunt Anne was always a source of comfort to him, and he went to the drawing-room to give his wife's message. Flora had made herself quite happy by piling all the sofa cushions upon the rug and sitting down in front of a small fire, lit because of Aunt Anne's chilly proclivities. Mr. Burlington looked at her for a moment and considered that her attitude was not a becoming one to a very large figure. Then he took his book and sat down to read as usual.
"Shall I get a book for you, Miss Harrington?" he asked politely.
"Oh, no, thanks. I'm going to bed directly." "Do you always go to bed very early?"
asked Aunt Anne, by way of saying something.
"It all depends," answered Flora naively, and without in the least intending to be rude. "If I'm amused, I sit up. If I'm bored, I go to bed."
She went to bed very early indeed. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 4. Mistakes. That Miss Harrington should treat his aunt with respect and consideration was one point Mr. Burlington determined to make clear to his wife, and through her to her friend. The difficulty lay in the fact that Flora, on supremely good terms with herself, acted without in the very least being aware that her actions were extraordinary. Reared roughly in the country, where she had no society, she was absolutely ignorant of any rules. The very few second-rate people she knew thought her impudence wit and encouraged her. She was not at all a bad-hearted girl, but she was a type of one imperfectly educated, thrown too young on her own resources, and steeped in the novels all good mothers eschew for their daughters as a rule. Her mother, a woman with small means and many daughters, brought them up with the idea that they must marry, and as soon as possible. She farther considered that, given opportunity, they could marry whom they pleased. "Just make up your mind to marry some good man when he asks you. You cannot afford to wait." Most of Flora's sisters had married, some well, some very badly. She herself, while having endless flirtations, remained Flora Harrington, to her mother's annoyance and her own surprise. Unfortunately, when Mr. Burlington spoke to his wife, he forgot that she had not been present when the offence was given, and that as he made a general accusation and did not condescend to details, he left his story half untold. No one would have been more vexed, no one would have been more humiliated than his wife had she known the whole truth. "I'm sorry you don't like Flora," she said, feeling bound to defend her friend. "She has a very good heart."
"She has atrocious manners."
"Has she?"
"Then those roses. By the way, she said you gave her leave to get them. Malcolm is in despair. He has nothing to show, and he feels it keenly. I wish you would insist on her asking for things and not taking them."
Maria was too generous to say that she had begged her to let Malcolm cut them, and as she was too truthful to mislead him, she said nothing. And this annoyed him.
"I'm vexed more than I can say by this intrusion just now. If you were well, it would be different, but I shall have to breakfast with that girl, and she annoys me terribly. Did you intend her to be here for me to entertain?"
"No, I hoped I should be all right. I am sorry. As for breakfast, we can breakfast in my sitting-room. I have many dull hours, and I thought Flora would cheer them." He heard a ring of regret in her voice, and it made him still more vexed, because as usual it seemed to put him in the wrong.
"I have no wish to deprive you of anything likely to cheer you," he said kindly, "but I am vexed that this sort of girl is the friend you choose. And I suspect she has no intention of shutting herself up to cheer your lonely hours. At any rate, things do not point that way at present."
Maria had equal misgivings on this point, but she would not give up her friend, at any rate yet. The breakfast was ordered upstairs, and Flora was extremely amused. "I suppose your husband's frightened of me. I never knew I was terrifying before," she said, laughing. "What a primitive creature he is. Oh, you need not look cross, Maria. That is not abuse." She broke her egg in silence, and then she asked suddenly, "What plans have you made for me today? Am I to drive or ride, or what is it to be? This morning I intend to explore, but I am going to be in to lunch afterwards." Mrs. Burlington saw that the wish to cheer her lonely hours was not taking an active form at present. "Oh, if you're out all the morning, we might read something together this afternoon," she suggested with a little hesitation. "Read? Oh, my excellent and best of Marias! Nothing is farther from my ideas of enjoyment, and you wish me to be happy, do you not?" she added, with a pleading look and a pathetic little sigh. "Oh, of course," said Maria, reflecting that her husband certainly had judged rightly. "Are there no cards I could leave for you anywhere? Have you no commissions? I might drive to the little town I arrived at and do some shopping. I see you have shopping to do. That's all right." She went off with a little nod, came in to luncheon, put on a smart hat, and went to do the shopping she had proposed. She came in late and had tea with Maria, giving a very amusing account of her expedition. When she paused, Maria wanted to say something, and it was difficult to say. "Have you paid many country visits, Flora, or is this your first?" "Now, what does your question imply? Have I been in houses as big as this? Never. I have been to relations who made use of me. I intend to make the most of my time here, I can tell you." "You know I do not wish to vex you, but will you remember that Aunt Anne is mistress of the house in my absence?" "I'm not likely to forget it." "I am afraid you did forget it last night." "When?" "You took the initiative in some way. My husband was vexed." "Was he? Oh, good gracious! He will often be vexed, I'm afraid. I thought I was to make myself at home." She threw her head back and laughed heartily. "That's it, is it? I have found it out. Now he looked indigo at me today. What other crime have I committed?" Maria's colour rose. "Those roses. I begged you to let Malcolm cut them." "And as I did not see him, I took them." and spoiled the flower show for him, and, I may add, spoiled my pet Stephanotis also.
Really, Molly, if I have so many things to remember, so many prohibitions to attend to, I might just as well not have come. How changed you are, after all. When we were at school, you would have been the very first to have done the same thing.
I hardly think so. However, Flora, please try not to trespass again. Surely your natural good sense will tell you that there are certain things—
My excellent Maria, I have no good sense, never had any. But as your husband is so frightfully particular, I will not offend him again, you'll see, or your aunt either.
Then suddenly she altered her tone.
I give you my word, Maria, I never thought, that's all. Don't be vexed, dear. You shall tell me everything you like, and I will be as good as gold.
Then Maria kissed her, and peace was made, and when she left her and went down the corridor, Maria murmured to herself, "I was quite right. She has an excellent heart." Aunt Anne came to dinner that evening with small prospect of enjoyment, but she found a different Flora, a much subdued Flora, who said to Mr. Burlington, "I do not owe you a grudge for telling tales of me, but why did you not scold me yourself?"
"I had no wish to scold you," he answered, somewhat taken aback. "I asked my wife to speak to you."
"You see, she told me beforehand to let the gardener cut those unhappy roses, only I thought it a fad of hers and of no consequence."
"Oh, she asked you herself to let Malcolm cut them?"
"Yes, and then I did it. I very often, for the fun of the thing, do exactly what I'm told not to do, and I'm sorry for it afterwards. I am sorry now."
She put her palms together after the fashion of a medieval saint and dropped her eyelids. Mr. Burlington laughed, and Aunt Anne smiled also. Then other things were talked of. When dinner was over, Flora stood up with a ridiculous expression of anxiety on her face.
"Please, have I been good?" she said in a meek voice,
and only the solemn entry of Marsham put an end to her intended speech. Maria was allowed to be moved downstairs in a few days, and the prospect of society, drives, etc., considerably brightened up the drooping spirits of Miss Flora Harrington. Her spirits had drooped because she had not made any farther way with Mr. Burlington, whose opinion never changed. He had his own ideas upon the subject of Miss Harrington, but he kept them to himself. He might not be in love with his wife, but he was not going to allow anyone else to bestow confidences upon him. Twice he had defeated Flora in a very quiet, perfectly straightforward way, and she was a young woman who disliked being defeated more than most people. He used a deep embrasure in the library a good deal, preferring it to his study for writing and reading. Flora arrived upon the scene one morning, hunted for a book, came and sat down opposite to him, and asked his advice about her choice of books in a manner that was flattering to him, had he been a man to whom flattery was pleasant. But the invasion displeased him, and he showed it by leaving the room with his book and not returning to it. Afterwards she said, "I was so shocked to find I'd driven you away. I am so sorry. Did I really disturb you so much?"
"Yes, you did drive me away," he said very quietly. "An unaccustomed presence is disturbing."
"I thought perhaps that dear Molly sat there, that there was no harm."
He understood perfectly that this had meant to sting, that she knew how far apart his wife and he were in these things, but he answered with the rather haughty reserve which daunted her always,
"The presence of a wife cannot be called an unaccustomed presence. That is different."
The other time he had given her a well-deserved check was in his wife's presence. Flora had alluded to some trifling episode that had been talked over by Aunt Anne and himself as amusing, in a way to make it appear that there was a private understanding between herself and Mr. Burlington. Her only object was to amuse herself, and perhaps disturb Maria's quiescent manner of accepting life as it was offered to her. But Mr. Burlington immediately turned to his wife and made her so completely a party to the whole affair that Flora felt rather foolish. She meant no real mischief. She was only playing with edged tools. She was not a child, and the remainder of the proverb escaped her memory. It is rather a terrible reflection, but it is a subject brought home to us every day, that the greatest mischief in private as in public life is as often brought about by the action of a foolish person as by one deliberately mischievous and with malice prepense. Flora's heart was good. She hated to see animals or human beings suffer. She would have liked to be able to go through the world without a ruffle on the surface of her existence, and she would do anything in the world to escape a responsibility or to avoid anything disagreeable. But she was indifferent to any sufferings she did not see, and though she hated sorrow, it never occurred to her to do anything to relieve it. As long as everything was kept out of her sight, nothing signified to her. Mr. Burlington asked himself whether his wife's eyes would always be shut to Miss Harrington's ways. To do her justice, he felt that his wife was herself very different, but intimacy with one so second-rate and so underbred lowered her in his opinion. Altogether, Miss Harrington's visit was not productive of much happiness to anyone. It may be added that, weighing the pleasures of a somewhat luxurious life against the gêne of being obliged to behave herself, if she wished to stay on, the young lady thought at times that it was hardly worth while, and that it did not give her all the happiness she had expected. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 5. The Wyncotes of Wyncote Hundred. The Wyncotes of Wyncote Hundred were people who were frequently quoted as instances of men who did things that would be forgiven in no other family, and yet who still held their heads up in the world and were received everywhere. That is, almost everywhere. They exemplified the proverb of how one man may steal a horse, while another may not look over a hedge. For some generations they had possessed a very unenviable notoriety. Their hard drinking and gambling in old days, their escapades in one direction and another, the duels they had fought, the scrapes they had got into and out of, all these things were matters of history. As usual, where these traditions are carried down through many generations, there was much that was exaggerated and untrue. It may be added that there was also much that was true. The misfortune of such traditions is very great. The sons are apt to excuse follies, and to expect other people to excuse them on the strength of hereditary character, that is to say, those sons who are inclined to wildness. On the other hand, one out of such a family, however quiet and good and upright he may be, will often be credited with the bad qualities he has a genuine horror of, and it is very difficult to rise superior to one's surroundings and to shake off impressions which cling all too closely about your family and your way of life. The house of Wyncote Hundred was one of the real magnificent old places of England. The family was Saxon, and had possessed the place from time immemorial. It may be added that it had never done anything to spoil it. In modern times, and to modern utilitarian eyes, the long passages, the huge rooms, and the deep windows were all extraordinarily wasteful, taking space into consideration. The house covered so much ground, being built in those delightful days when the restrictive ideas of utilitarianism had not yet become a dogma. It stood rather high enough to look over massive woods and acres of deer park, and if the family traditions were in one way very bad, on the other hand there was a curious feeling of affection and even devotion among the people for the family, a feeling which had survived many rude shocks, and which was the simple outcome of residence and constant residence among them. If the traditions were bad, as previously stated, at any rate there had never been a failing in kindness towards their dependents. Even in the household, with all the peremptory manner of swift commands, the servants held the position of friends, and the service was almost as hereditary as the tenants. No one could point to hardness on the hundreds. In bad times the family and dependents stood together, and in good times they shared together. The family held a position envied by many richer and newer neighbours. The deer park was very lovely, and extended up a hill, on the foot of which stood the house, and near the foot and higher up the ground was more broken and much wilder, ending in open moor, called in the country the Waste. The present proprietor of the place was a widower, an elderly man, and he had one son. In most counties, even when properties stand far apart, something is known about the different landowners. They are seen in church, or they take an interest in county business. In short, they are at any rate known by sight. But old Mr. Wyncote was of the Romish faith, and had a chapel in the house. Therefore the parish church was never the richer for his presence, and the parishioners were never able to talk about him as they did of other squires. What was considered much worse was the way in which his child was brought up. His son had been at a Catholic seminary, and had travelled with a tutor. Many years ago there had been a terrible scandal, but it was so many years ago now that no one exactly remembered what it had all been about. Not that that mattered, for if a scandal existed, nothing was too bad to believe. Only, as people said, the Wyncotes did such extraordinary things that it must have been something desperately bad to have lived so long in everyone's remembrance. Old Mr. Wyncote did not look like a man who suffered from spasms of remorse, but of course he might be desperately hardened. He was upright in figure, of a fresh colour, with a clear grey eye, having an occasional merry twinkle in it that at times deepened into mockery. No man could possibly look less like a sinner, but as somebody remarked, he might be a whitened sepulchre, for the world is nothing if not charitable. Charity does not always appear in talking about a neighbour, and the one consolation left for human nature is that sometimes the bitterest tongues do the kindest actions, and the person most prompt to abuse is often the most prompt to help. It is your indifferent people that neither blow hot nor blow cold, that walk by and give no assistance. That Mr. Wyncote had had troubles, no one doubted. He had adored his wife and lost her very young, and one of an affectionate family, living in perfectly harmonious relations with his sisters and brothers, he had survived them all. His son was a good-looking, bright young fellow, and people who were anxious to be witty, and who talked of homely wits, would have had to sharpen theirs in any encounter with him. But his interests were narrowed by the life he led. His father was his friend, his companion, and his confidant, but until now he had never been in love. He was one of the men of whom it might be safely predicted that he would have that disease badly if he had it at all. He was walking with his father one day, and coming along the grass, followed by his favourite dog, a Pyrenean sheepdog which he had brought home with him, and which rejoiced in the name of Sebastian, but of course in a minimised form, and which answered to the abbreviation in the shape of Basti. There was no lack of conversation between father and son, both being equally interested in the buildings, drainage, births, deaths, and marriages on the property.
"What are you thinking of doing just now?"
asked Mr. Wyncote.
"I was going to ride over and ask for Mrs. Burlington. It seems strange that she is still laid up. I'm afraid her injury was greater than we knew." "So it appears. Go, my boy, but I do not wish intimacy or acquaintance with them beyond what actual courtesy requires." "So you told me, father. Will you give me a reason?" "No, because knowing it would do no good, and will certainly not add to your happiness." "Mrs. Burlington is very pretty, I think, but she looks unhappy." "Most women would look unhappy after a nasty fall." "It was when she'd apparently got over it. Her eyes look melancholy." "If that is the case, it's still more desirable that you should drop her acquaintance." That seems a hard doctrine." "Do you really think so?" And Mr. Wyncote looked his son steadily in the face. "If a young woman is unhappy in her married life and is good-looking, is it prudent that a young man should console her?" His son flushed a little and made no answer. He acknowledged to himself that he felt a particular interest in Mrs. Burlington. There was something unconventional and original about her that had taken hold of his imagination. He turned his father's words aside, however, lightly. "We've no right to suppose that Mrs. Burlington is unhappy in her married life." "No right at all," answered Mr. Wyncote, aware that he had committed an indiscretion. "We are putting a supposititious case altogether." They separated without farther talk. Young Wyncote strolled homewards in deep thought. "If it was that," he said aloud, and then he went to change his things. He rode over to inquire, and certainly had very little idea of seeing anyone. But as he drew near the house, he met Flora Harrington in the avenue. His first impulse was to ride on. He didn't know the young lady, and had certainly no intention of introducing himself to a stranger. But Flora turned deliberately, and, hurrying a little, arrived at the front door in time to see his cards handed over to the servant as he prepared to turn away. "You'll be glad to hear," said Flora in her suavest manner, "that Mrs. Burlington is much better, and in the sitting-room." "I am indeed glad. She is then almost well?" "Almost. Her wounds and bruises are fast becoming things of the past. She was much obliged to you for your inquiries, and also grateful for your timely help." "As my shot caused the accident, I could do nothing less than assist her to the best of my ability." "Of course not. Are you in a great hurry to get home? Because Mrs. Burlington, I am sure, will see you. I know that she wishes to tell you how much she is indebted to you." Flora was drawing on her imagination, but it was not in her to lose the chance of having someone to amuse her. "I am Flora Harrington," she said with a smile, "and Mrs. Burlington's great friend. Now you must tell me your name. Of course, Wyncote, but the nom de baptême?" "Horace, at your service," he answered, laughing. "And where do you come in the Wyncote family?" "I'm sorry to say I stand alone. I am my father's only child." "Are you sorry?" said Flora, laughing. "I am one of many, and I would rather be an only daughter, I assure you." "May we come in?" she asked, without waiting for an answer. "Here is Mr. Horace Wyncote, come to ask in person how you are." Maria was lying back on her chair, and looked pale enough till she realized who it was. Then she felt annoyed, and a rush of crimson flooded her face. It was extremely tiresome of Flora, and the thing of all others that her husband would most object to. Horace Wyncote sat down and began those sympathetic inquiries which were natural in the circumstances. By degrees, the influence of his cordial manner and his pleasant voice drove away all regrets. He was a neighbour, she was a married woman, and not alone, as Flora Harrington was there. And Maria began to be quite at her ease, and to shine with her wonted brilliancy. She ordered up tea, and they were having quite a good time of it, when the door was thrown open, and Cyril stood in the doorway, so astonished at the scene before him that he with difficulty mastered himself, and gave the conventional handshake. Horace Wyncote saw his expression, and felt that the suppositions of his father and himself were well founded. Mr. Burlington looked grave and displeased. It was evident that the wish expressed by his father as to dropping the acquaintance was shared by Mrs. Burlington's husband. All women have a vein of obstinacy, and something of the spirit of contradiction in their composition, which quality in woman is generally called determination or firmness. The fact of Mrs. Burlington's unhappiness, and the strong obstacles there appeared to be in the way of their being friends, made Horace Wyncote determined to carry his point, and be accepted as a frequent visitor, if not a familiar friend. "Is the fellow never going?"
thought Mr. Burlington, as he heard the animated conversation his entrance had momentarily interrupted carried on with renewed vigour. It gave him small consolation to see that it was Flora Harrington and not his wife who took the greatest share in it, because his wife seemed so thoroughly to enter into it and enjoy it. Where was the resigned expression and look of languor? Both had vanished now, and Maria, with her brightest look and a brightened colour, was her brilliant self once more. Was this brilliancy to be called forth only by strangers, and strangers who were distinctly obnoxious to him? His annoyance took the unbecoming form of a gravity so stern that young Wyncote commiserated more than ever the fate which had placed so delightful a girl in the clutches of so disagreeable a man. Maria was roused by her husband's evident and unjust displeasure to exert herself. She not only enjoyed the war of words, which, according to her habit, Flora Harrington used as the quickest way of establishing an intimacy with anyone, but she also began to give and take, and laughed with the glee of a happy and careless child over wit so poor as to be quite beyond recognition as far as her husband was concerned. He sat on, feeling out in the cold, and his irritation and annoyance increasing every moment. Horace Wyncote, enchanted with the footing he was so happily put on, felt quite grateful to Flora for having so successfully smoothed his path. She still farther smoothed his path, and completed Mr. Burlington's discomfiture by saying, "Oh, we were so dull. It was so nice of you to come and see us. Pray come again as soon as ever you can." And Mrs. Burlington, to whom the young man looked with some anxiety, repeated it. "We shall always be glad to see you," she said with a delightful smile. "Pray come again soon as you can." When the door finally closed on the unconscious young man, Mr. Burlington intended to say something to his offending spouse, but she took the initiative and left him without a chance. "How could you think we shouldn't like that young fellow, Cyril? He's quite charming. In this dull place it's quite delightful to have so desirable a neighbour."
"I particularly wished you not to become intimate with that family."
"But he is not the family. And Flora likes him, do you not?" she added, turning to her. "Oh, immensely. His visit has certainly done me good. I was quite hipped and so frightfully depressed. It's refreshing to have been amused." Mr. Burlington was afraid that if he gave the only answer he could give, there might be a difference of opinion between them, and before Flora Harrington he could not risk this. He retreated, not certain whether he had not suffered in the affair, and heartily vexed with everything and everybody, himself included, for taking it so much to heart. "Dearest," said Flora, when Mr. Burlington's steps had died away in the distance, "an inspiration has come to me." Mrs. Burlington, feeling the reaction after unwonted excitement, said wearily, "I'm too tired to guess riddles, Flora. Please speak out." "There is a secret, and the Wyncotes know it, about Mr. Burlington." "Oh, nonsense." "There is. Do you suppose that Mr. Burlington would be so wretched, so put out by your seeing that young man, unless he had some serious private reason?" "Nonsense." "That reason you are not to know. Besides this, my dear, your husband is jealous." "Again I say nonsense." "Say it if it gives you any pleasure. Your saying it doesn't alter the fact one little bit. I know people's faces so very well. There is a secret, and he is jealous. I do not pretend he is in love with you, but he is annoyed to find how well you can be under other influences, and how witty and bright. Men, my dear, are in this country worse than Turks. The Turks make their women wear veils. Our men like their wives to keep their wit, their gifts, all their powers of pleasing for themselves only. Now, you poor dear, you look tired out, and I shall run off and leave you to rest. You didn't mind my breaking the ice and bringing in that man, did you?" Maria was nothing if not truthful. "To tell you the truth, Flora, I wish you had not done it," she said candidly. "I enjoyed it all and thought it fun at the time, but I never feel quite happy when I disregard my husband's wishes." "Oh, you poor dear, what can we come to?" exclaimed Flora, laughing. "Well, never mind. Say it was me."
But that would annoy him still more.
"Well, then, let him be annoyed."
Maria was silent. It did not suit Flora to leave her in this mood, so she returned to the sofa and said seriously,
"You must not mind my saying that you make a great mistake in the way you manage your husband."
"Manage him?"
"Yes, every woman could, would and should manage her husband, in a nice way, of course. You show you're a little afraid of him."
"Indeed I do not."
"Oh, but you do. In this very matter, because he has a secret reason for objecting to the presence of a delightful young man, you are annoyed that he was here. I warn you that if you do not assert yourself now in the first year of your married life, you will be in thraldom all your life."
With these oracular words, Flora took her departure, leaving Mrs. Burlington to such repose as her perturbed spirit could master. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 6. What was the secret? It certainly was hard that poor Aunt Anne, who at any time would have suffered any pain herself rather than stir up violent dissension, should have been the innocent cause of creating wide dissension between her nephew and his wife. It was so innocently done. She was sitting talking to them both, Flora being for the time in her own room, and in reviewing certain families and certain impending functions looming in the political atmosphere. She said,
"How curiously lukewarm the Beryls are now. How unlike the deep interest taken by that family in my day. If the election is lost, they cannot say that they have striven to avert defeat."
Cyril made one of his quiet disclaimers.
"I suppose as years roll on we all get more indifferent about political success."
Maria, who was pronounced quite well again, looked in surprise from one to the other. Was it possible that Aunt Anne knew nothing of her indiscretion, of her hit at the girl she considered her husband's former love, which had caused such a commotion when they had been there, and for which she always remembered she had been most unreasonably punished? For one moment she was struck by his having been reticent about it, even with Aunt Anne. Then a worse interpretation suggested itself. Cyril had said nothing because Aunt Anne knew the facts, and would consider that she, Maria, had been within her rights. A flash of indignation made her suddenly change colour, and her words came hurrying and passionately forth. "The Beryls are not to be trusted in any way. And is it consistent with your idea of what is fair to a wife that they know things and connive at arrangements, and that they should be in the secret of the husband's love affairs, and his wife ignorant of everything?"
"Maria!"
"My dear, I beg you to compose yourself."
Poor Aunt Anne felt as if the earth was opening under her feet. This incoherent speech, uttered as if by one possessed, was terrible to her. Silence might have been wisdom on the part of Mr. Burlington, but though he could control himself well, he was too full of righteous anger to be silent in the face of such a charge.
"You know nothing. You conjecture everything," he said.
"Ah, you think I do not know. Can you deny that you were, still may be, in love with Marcia Dorrington?"
"I deny nothing, and I refuse to speak upon the subject," he said hotly. "And if I had been in love, am I the only man of my age who has cared for someone before his marriage?"
"And who cares now, since you arranged she was not to meet me?"
"If you only knew the truth," her husband said sternly, "you would be covered with shame and humiliation. You go upon assertions made by Lady Rhodes."
"Then tell me the truth."
"You? Disbelieving, indiscreet? What have you ever done to give me the wish to place a secret at your mercy?"
"Oh," she exclaimed, stung by his words, "then there is a secret. You acknowledge it. You hear, Aunt Anne?" She stood up in her excitement and confronted the two. "Oh, child," said Aunt Anne miserably, "why not trust your husband? This scene is terrible. I cannot bear it." The poor lady covered her face with her hands, as if to shut out the flushed and angry figure before her. "I must speak, and I stand alone. I've no one else to speak to," said Maria, trying, however, to calm herself, trying to resume the command of herself she had so completely lost. "But I appeal to you for justice. I'm surrounded by mystery. I'm not to make friends in one direction, no reason vouchsafed. I am to avoid intimacies in another, no reason given. Like a puppet, I am to move, walk, stand still, have no convictions, no opinions, to be silent and speak by rule. Has my husband bought me? Is it fair that I should be so treated?" She paused, breathless, and poor Aunt Anne said, almost under her breath, "No, it is not fair." "You hear, Cyril, you hear," exclaimed his wife. "Even your aunt, because she is true and can judge, and does judge honestly between us, she does not think you right. Thank you," she said, with her eyes suddenly filling with tears. "Thank you." She swept past them both in a tempest of agitation and went to her own room. Cyril looked after her with all the astonishment of a man unused to violent exhibition of any emotion. Aunt Anne was in tears. "She is right, Cyril, and you do not understand. You cannot expect her to act as if she knew everything, and she knows nothing."
"If she knew everything, to use your own expression, Aunt Anne," said Cyril with the calmness of despair, "she would leave me."
Aunt Anne stared in dismay, and gazed at her nephew through her tear-clouded eyes, as if she doubted the evidence of her senses.
"Yes," said Cyril, in a tone of conviction, "you do not know her as I do. It has been a cruel upbringing if her story is ever to be told her. Her pride would be so hurt. Do you suppose that with her character, all her life spoiled, flattered, and surrounded by adulation, she would be content to stay here on sufferance? No, she would go, and then there would be fresh scandal."
"Oh, be comforted," said Aunt Anne, rising and laying her hand affectionately upon his shoulder. "Her affection for you—" A bitter laugh, quite the bitterest she had ever heard from his lips, grated upon her ears.
"Aunt Anne, to you I cannot lie. To you I must speak the truth. We were both deceived. I understand now better than I did that we were each told of love felt by the other. What weighed with her I cannot say. I know money did not tempt her. But the deep love she was supposed to have conceived for me never existed, and I—"
"And you? Oh, Cyril!"
"I love her more now than I ever expected to love her. I'm not blind to her faults. Therefore, according to all theories, I cannot be much in love. But when we married, I admired her, and—"
Aunt Anne had often wished for an explanation. Now it had come to her, and, like most things, came to her when she would rather not have heard it. "Her trouble was very great. One thing I do want to know," she said. "Do not answer if you would rather not. But did you know her story before you spoke?" She waited breathlessly for his answer.
"No. It was told to me afterwards. I might have gone, perhaps, but it would have been cruel. Aunt Anne, now you know everything. never let us speak of this again. Now you see how things would be. If Maria thought that my compassion had been roused, that pity for her position had moved me, she would leave me. She's never been trained to bear anything. I cannot tell you how easy her life has been made for her. It's been a false kindness, and you do not know how much there is in her nature that is fine. I know, for I have been a judge, and not a lover. Now I am her lover, he added, with whitened lips, and it's too late.
Oh, my Cyril, my boy, all will come right. I do not believe that any good woman could live with you and not learn to love you.
Oh, Aunt Anne, you see me with motherly eyes. I compare myself with others, with Horace Wyncote, for instance. I'm plain and elderly and awkward. God help us both, he added, for we are bound, and one of us feels the fetters already.
Aunt Anne was struggling for composure. She could not add to his grief. She could not press the matter. But she knew that he was wrong in trying to keep his wife in ignorance of what she might learn from others. How does Miss Harrington get on? Does she improve on acquaintance?
I myself think her detestable, he said with unthinking frankness. She is a type of all I most dislike. But I believe there may be out of sight some redeeming qualities, as my wife likes her, and indeed is fond of her. If there was anything radically wrong, I believe Maria would be the first to object.
And she is fixed here for the time?
I have no right to put my objections forward. My wife has so little society of any other kind. Everything is formal and conventional, stated visits and no real kindness or friendship. It's hard for her.
And you think she will not learn anything from outsiders? From this girl? He started. He never had taken this view of the question.
I think not, he answered thoughtfully. Young Wyncote knows nothing.
At that moment, Flora's strong, untrained and unmusical voice was heard singing away and evidently coming nearer. Mr. Burlington went out of the room by one door as she came in at the other.
"Dear me," exclaimed Flora, "I hope I've not dispersed the company."
She looked with audacious, laughing eyes at Aunt Anne, who made no answer after her first somewhat formal greeting.
"Molly's looking all right again,"
said Flora, plumping her stout person down on the arm of the sofa and swinging her feet airily to and fro.
"Yes, she is looking very well. I suppose that she'll now have some of the neighbours in and make up to me for having spent 3 of the dullest weeks on record."
"It is possible."
"You see, I never was meant to be a vegetable," said Flora, "and I want some fun."
"Do you? I'm afraid that the country at this time of the year is not a very lively place."
"There are materials," said Flora, "but it occurs to me that the materials are not made the most of. Now, tell me in confidence, dear Miss Burlington, you can trust me. Why do people give my dearest friend the cold shoulder? Has she ever done anything wrong?" "Are you speaking in sober earnest? You are asking such a question about a friend you profess to love?"
Aunt Anne's voice trembled a little.
"Oh, please don't fence with me," said Flora, coming from her seat on the sofa quite close to Aunt Anne. "I'm not a fool. I can see things for myself. Mr. Burlington is always in a fever about his wife's acquaintances. You're nearly as bad. I am moving in a mystery, and I mean to find everything out. Now, there's Horace Wyncote, a nice, good-looking boy, religion immaterial. What more natural than to let me have my chance? I'm sure they are few and far between. Not a bit of it. If he calls, thunder in the aspect of Mr. Burlington, frigidity and no welcome. Why? I want to know.
"And you might as well tell me," said the audacious young woman. At that moment, a little pale but quite composed, Mrs. Burlington came into the room, and never in all her life did Aunt Anne welcome the presence of anyone more thankfully. Flora was discomfited. Maria was more absent than usual, but between her and Aunt Anne was so strong an affection that there was no effort needed in each other's society. That great proof of intimacy, silence when there is nothing to say, when no attempt at talking has to be made, rendered it always pleasant for them to be together. Flora found the constraint tiresome, and was provoked at having had a confidence so hurriedly put an end to.
"I should have got it all out of the old lady,"
she said to herself as she made some excuse and left them. And Aunt Anne left soon also. The position was hard for her. Her heart was completely won by Mrs. Burlington's absolute directness, and though she could not act in direct contradiction to her nephew's wishes, she felt in a manner guilty in front of his wife. Mysteries were hateful things, and all her principles and sense of right were arrayed against the position in which her nephew's reticence placed her. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 7. An Adventure and a Safety Skirt. Mr. Burlington had often reason to regret those low-breathed words of his aunt's which had escaped her so involuntarily during that past scene. His wife was colder to him than ever before. He could hear her laugh as he drew near the drawing-room, and the laugh ceased in his presence. Even her smile vanished if he looked at her, and nothing tried him more. She grew reckless in her talk, and even in her actions. She admitted people to the house often in the afternoon who formerly felt one yearly invitation an honour, and when he sarcastically remarked upon the friendships she seemed to make, she answered that any society was better than none, that kind hearts were better than coronets, and that as other people evidently did not care to come to see them, she was justified in welcoming those who did care to come. Flora still remained, and tried him severely, but the head and front of her offending was the constant presence of Horace Wyncote. At unexpected times he dropped in to luncheon, he would ride over to tea and remain to dinner. In short, he seemed to be always there. He also rode a great deal with Mrs. Burlington, for though Flora had learned to ride, and a very quiet and most inoffensive horse had been provided for her portly figure, she was too much of a novice not to hold the unfortunate animal so tight that even his long-suffering nature took to fidgeting, and as trotting shook the young lady, and cantering fast was beyond her, Maria and Mr. Wyncote were generally a good bit ahead, and had as often as not to ride back for her. When Mr. Burlington one day lost his temper, and said something rather sharp about young Wyncote and his constant presence, his wife looked at him in marked surprise. When he made his meaning a little clearer and his language a little stronger, she laughed in his face. He amuses me, and in this dull land of ours, being amused is such a treat.
It does not amuse me to find him here at all hours of the day. What does he come for?
You had better ask him, she answered gravely. Flora and I like him, and I think, she said after a moment's reflection, that he likes us. I'm quite sure he likes me.
Oh, really? How condescending of him. Most men would like all the attention you pay him. Whether it is quite wise, quite discreet of you to see so much of any young man, I leave you to judge.
I think it quite wise and discreet to talk to a man who does not look bored to death with me when I am with him, Maria said in her most provoking tone, and with one of those smiles which her husband thought heartless now. I often have a curious idea.
Might one inquire what that curious idea is?
Of course you may. One could not say it, I suppose, to all husbands, but you and I are quite exceptional people. I could not, of course, say it if there had ever been any pretence of love between us, but as we have never been in love, you and I can say it, and you will not misunderstand me. Well, I think it's such a pity that he and I have met too late."
"What do you mean?"
"What I say. If we had met before you had married me, I think we should have been desperately in love with each other. I can quite answer for myself. When I think of that, of course I feel sorry."
"You try me too far,"
said her husband, who was almost too angry for words. "Do I? You see, that is what I see every day, and what I regret. I am a trial. Now, if I had met the other man, the right man, I might have been the other thing to him. Now I suppose it will be Flora, and I'm not quite sure that Flora is the right woman for him."
"Do you mean to try to make me believe that Horace Wyncote, who is a gentleman, would ever care for an underbred girl like your friend?"
"One never knows. Now, there could not well be two people more different than we are. You are middle-aged and grave and serious. You take life seriously, much too seriously, let me tell you, and you are not amusing. You are even, I am speaking openly, dull. You were not in love with me, and I was not in love with you. Nothing was funnier than your marrying me, and I suppose that it was the very last thing anyone expected you to do, yet you did it all the same." A look in her husband's face checked her for a moment. What if he gave her the key, followed Aunt Anne's advice, and explained everything? This rushed through his mind, and vanished again. He could turn the tables on her, but would it be generous to do it now? The sense of his own power made him gentle, and drove away the irritation her speech had caused. How bitterly she would regret that speech if she came to know.
"Maria," he said quietly, "I am, as you say, middle-aged, grave and serious. Putting aside all the wild nonsense you've been speaking, as I have by rights experience and you have not, why will you not profit by it? Have you no confidence in my judgment? I know the world, and you do not. A young, I may add a very handsome woman, cannot make an intimate friend of a young man who is neither kith nor kin to her, without laying herself open to remark. And the Wyncote name is—"
"That will do," said his wife coldly. "Always the same thing. If I had never met Horace, I might have thought of him as someone beyond the pale. How you tried to mislead me about him! When we met, and I saw how charming he was, I could hardly reconcile your prejudice against him with that essence of truth you pride yourself upon. You know nothing about him, and yet you condemn him. I know him. But console yourself, for he does like Flora. Poor Flora! And I shall be very glad if the liking turns to love. Oh, to have one friend near me to whom I can turn!" And to the astonishment and dismay of her husband, Maria broke down and cried in a strong, tempestuous way, as if her very heart would break. He went to her side, agitated and distressed, but when she saw him near, she drew aside and went off to her room, leaving him once more to wonder over the various extraordinary and inexplicable ways of womankind. How he had longed to console her, to tell her that she was wrong to doubt his love. Only the bitter consciousness of some truth lying underneath her statement, and the fear of a repulse, kept him helpless. If this was her thought, if she had now seen one she thought might have made her happy, the danger for her was all the greater. What a tangle they were in! And what did the future hold for them both? He was dull, she had said. Was it so? He must seem dull by her brilliancy. He knew that in all she said or did there was a certain fascination for him, which daily became more patent to him. He thought of his position with a certain self-pity, in which lay a pathetic and a comic side. If he had loved her and tried to win her, when other men might also have tried, how many fears he would have had! All had been made easy to him, and he had found himself engaged to her without excitement or triumph. She was his wife, and he had fallen in love with her, and yet he acknowledged that now she was more difficult to win, and that his task seemed hopeless. Never for a second did he wrong her by supposing that Horace Wyncote or anyone else would ever make her swerve from right. But her very strength might be her weakness. Consciousness of her own integrity might lead her into compromising situations. And then he thought to himself bitterly that she had no safeguard as far as affection for himself went. And if Horace Wyncote, willingly or unwillingly, became more to her than she now thought possible, such things were, what a lifetime of misery for her and for him! The struggle between what was and what might have been seemed terrible to him. As for Flora Harrington, he never for 1 second thought of her as likely to win Horace Wyncote's regard. He dismissed the idea without for a moment believing in its possibility. Then what lay before him? To try to win his wife, to bear with her pettishness, her anger, her caprices, to try to understand her. And if ever a man felt his deep ignorance of the complex nature of the feminine mind, it was poor Mr. Burlington. In the meantime, Maria was suffering from the reaction that invariably follows upon undue excitement. She had a very real headache, and was lying prone on her sofa, asking herself rather miserably where all was to end. A feeling of anger and resentment blinded her altogether, and those words about Flora had been cruelly harsh. She felt them so harsh that when that buxom young person arrived to see what was wrong, she was received with demonstrative affection. "Oh, poor Flora," she sighed. "Both you and I are misunderstood. But it doesn't matter, dear. I will always remain your friend." "Oh, you are a darling," said Flora. "But who misunderstands me?" "Oh, does it matter? Tell me of something else. Oh, Flora, let me be quiet and only hear of very pleasant things. I'm so miserable." "Shall I tell you of my adventure this afternoon?" began Flora, in a cooing voice, dabbing Maria's head with eau de cologne in a very perfunctory and inexperienced fashion, and sending uncomfortable splashes trickling down her face. Maria drew her head away with a little gesture of impatience. "That's enough. Yes, tell me of your adventure." "Imagine any adventure here," said poor Maria in a very dreary voice. "I met Mr. Wyncote, and knowing that he was better out of the way while you were being scolded— oh, you need not wince, I know all about it— I told him if he liked to ride with me there was one thing you wanted, and begged him to get for you." "Flora, you did not, you could not say such a thing. Tell a direct story." "I did. You see, one has at times to have very elastic principles," said Flora, with much complacency. "I told him of a peculiar moss and of red toadstools. Both grow in the long wood." "His own wood, and miles from here?" "Yes, miles, as I know to my cost. Well, he seemed charmed, gave me to understand that picking toadstools was what he came into the world for, and picking them in my company. You can imagine the rest." "You see, dear," continued Flora with her usual formula, "I do not think I am wholly obnoxious to mankind in general, and to that man in particular. There are exceptions. However, this man and I got on very well indeed. He was very nice, particularly so, and he said charming things." She laughed in a very conscious way. "Oh, Flora, did he say anything very particular?" exclaimed Mrs. Burlington, hoping and yet not quite allowing the possibility to herself. Her mind seemed confused and in a state of chaos, and through all Flora's words that terrible beating of the temples went on and on.
He didn't propose, if your roundabout phrase means that, said Flora. Fancy my allowing any man to propose all in a hurry like that. No, Flora continued, with an assumption of dignity that sat oddly upon her. That is not my line.
Do go on, said Mrs. Burlington, her head throbbing more as her excitement subsided.
Well, we got there, and there were the mushrooms. I quite forgot to say, dear, that knowing you wouldn't mind, I'd borrowed your new habit. That is to say, the safety skirt. The body won't fit, worse luck. Well, my dear Molly, I declined to get down, because I felt quite sure if I once got down I should never get up again. Mr. Wyncote got down, and as there was no tree near small enough to hook his bridle to, you know, the trees all run up their ridiculous lengths before they have branches, he said, as if I was quite up to it, would I hold his horse? I said yes, and if that horrible creature would only have stood still, I should have been all right. But it did everything a horse could do short of eating me up. Of course, I couldn't hold the bridle, and away it went. The moment it went off, my horse kicked up and made a tremendous commotion. Mr. Wyncote called out, "Sit still," or "Sit tight," or something equally ridiculous, as if I shouldn't have been delighted to do so if I could. Well, of course, I was thrown off, just on a thick bed of moss, and away scampered my horse. I ask you whether it was not an adventure.
My dear Flora, I am glad you were not hurt.
Oh, but you don't understand. There was I on the ground, and my safety skirt, or rather yours, firmly sticking to the saddle.
Poor Flora, how dreadful! What did you do?
Oh, I shut my eyes tight not to see myself. Mr. Wyncote caught the horses somehow, tied them up somehow, and came back to me, bringing that skirt.
Oh, and you revived?
Oh, certainly not. It wasn't time.
Poor man, he didn't know the geography of the thing, and he tried it upside down and inside out, and finally spread it over me. And then I opened my eyes because I was shaking with laughter and couldn't keep it in much longer. I finally got into it when he went to get the horses. I was in a funk the whole way home, and got him to hold a rein, and he landed me at the West Lodge gate. I think he was upset, had a fright, for he was silent all the time. Perhaps he was making up his mind to speak to you, Flora.
Perhaps. Oh, by the by, he's coming to tea tomorrow to bring your moss and things over.
All right, said Mrs. Burlington, but she thought that after the scene she had had with her husband, it was all wrong. It looked like direct antagonism, and she was amazed. But how could she help it? End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 8. How can we set things right? Sir Henry Beryl felt the breach between himself and Cyril Burlington very much. He clung to old family friendships and family traditions more than most men, and when his first heat and indignation were over, regret became still stronger. He blamed Cyril for having put a secret affecting his son at the mercy of his wife, considering that however frank a man might choose to be with his wife about his own past, he might have kept so delicate a matter regarding a friend sacredly to himself, or at any rate have made her understand that she was to hold her tongue about it. That Cyril had never made this confidence at all, he of course did not know. Cyril wrote no justification. There he was right, for how could such malicious words be justified? That the words capable of two interpretations were uttered ignorantly by Mrs. Burlington, from a foolish wish to annoy the Duchess for a moment by hitting her friend, neither man knew. Maria was not the only woman who, finding no weak spot in the armour worn by another woman, wounds her through a friend who is vulnerable by attacking her or running her down. It was Marcia Dorrington who alone did Cyril justice. She always remembered with gratitude the kindness and unselfishness that had prompted Mr. Burlington to risk offending her, to run the chance of being misunderstood, in order to tell her what his instinct taught him she knew nothing about. She knew, as what woman does not, that Mr. Burlington was as much in love with her as a man of his nature could be without encouragement, and that had she been able honestly to give him encouragement, he would have tried to win her. When the Duchess, therefore, said something distinctly disparaging about him, Marcia had defended him, and much surprised the Duchess by doing so. "You expect a man to have secrets from his wife?" "Oh, his own secrets, perhaps other people's after his marriage, but before. No, Marcia. What a frightful confusion society would be in if men told their wives all about their friends' affairs. A man, I suppose, is more reticent when an inquisitive woman is tacked on to him, and his friends are or should be also reticent. I myself think that Mr. Burlington is what you call reticent," said Marcia, flushing a little, as the subject was always one of pain and humiliation to her. "Quite impossible, dearest Marcia. How could his wife otherwise know anything about you or your affairs?" "It may not have been meant to hit me or my affairs." "You were not there, so you cannot know. She was quite in a small passion, and very much excited. Her eyes flashed. She was angry. She wanted to annoy everyone all round. Oh, it makes me unhappy to think that it has divided Mr. Burlington from the Beryls and you," said Marcia earnestly. "I wish you would put it all right." "How can I? Things cannot be unsaid. And what can I do? Can I interfere?" "You were present. You can put my views before Sir Henry. He is kind and just, and I should be so much happier. You do not know how much I feel for Cyril Burlington. He has done a generous thing, and it seems to me that for one bit of unkindness he is made to suffer too much. I cannot forgive his marrying that sort of woman. Oh, my dear, she does not care one little bit for him. Poor Cyril! And though we know women to be the most contradictory creatures in the world, they generally, when they are free, marry to please themselves. Cyril Burlington has not married to please himself. He is not in love. He watches his wife. He is so evidently afraid of her saying or doing something indiscreet. You should see them together, my dear Marcia." "She is very handsome?" "Oh, yes, very handsome, and has all sorts of personal attractions. But though she is handsome and brilliant, even dazzling, one feels that Cyril would have been happier with less brilliancy and more repose. You have no idea how fatiguing she is." "Perhaps in private life she may be less dazzling." "Then she must be dull. No, my dear Marcia, Mrs. Burlington is a woman who must be first in all society and attract most attention. She resents taking a second place. This is, you see, the worst of being brilliant. You certainly learned her by heart quickly enough." "I pride myself on my insight into character," said the Duchess gaily. "I'm seldom wrong." "Oh, seldom, perhaps, but you are not always right," said Marcia, laughing. "However, the question now is this: how can we set things right?" This conversation was one of many. Marcia's gratitude, contrary of that of many people, took an active and not a passive form. She was sincerely unhappy for many reasons. This unfortunate episode had deprived young Mr. Beryl of a friendship and companionship which she knew was the one comfort of his saddened life. And she was the innocent cause. She had suffered very cruelly, but things might have been worse. She might have said things difficult to unsay, and she in her heart acknowledged that her peril had been great, and that Cyril's hand had been the means of saving her. Things often tend in one direction in a manner somewhat mysterious to those who do not remember that, after all, one influence dominates many people at the same moment. Sir Henry Beryl, while seeing no way out of the complication, was not only as before said vexed because of the loss of a friendship they all valued, but because the political cause at that juncture was just in need of such a man as Cyril Burlington. Perhaps the rarest character in the world, certainly the easiest political character, is that of a man absolutely indifferent to popularity. The applause of his fellow creatures is sweet to so many men, added to which the position of many men depends in a great measure on the popularity they possess. Cyril Burlington was very independent, and it was reckoned a fault that he cared too little what other people thought or said of him. It is a fault carried to excess, as it gives a bluntness of manner often, and an impression of not caring about vexing or wounding other people's susceptible feelings, and, like some virtues, becomes hateful, especially to those who are conscious of an undue anxiety for popularity. It faces them in the light of a perpetual rebuke. But the character has its value, and there is no more powerful influence on the popular mind than one who has never been stirred an inch in any direction by self-interest. Altogether, Sir Henry weighed in his mind a good deal how and where and when the unpleasant episode could be smoothed over, and each time he came to the same conclusion. Nothing could be done. It was Marcia herself who at length cut the Gordian knot, after much reflection and many anxious thoughts. To interfere in a delicate matter requires tact and skill, and above all absolute straightforwardness, and in this instance it required help, and Marcia's difficulty was, where could she get help? Who was there that was sufficiently interested in her wishes to be of use, and who would help without requiring explanations impossible to give? She scanned the horizon of her acquaintances, and invariably came back to the same idea. The Duchess, and the Duchess alone, could do it, and she was prejudiced. And if she could persuade her, would the Duke allow her to act? He was very cordial, very kind, but he was particular. Marcia felt so sure of the Duchess that she made up her mind that she would first get the Duke upon her side, and then speak to his wife. An opportunity is seldom sought in vain, and one day Marcia saw her opportunity and seized upon it at once. The Duchess had a cold, and wanted to send a sympathetic present to a tenant's wife living about 5 miles off. The Duke had announced an intention of going to see a new young plantation at that very place, and was to have driven his wife over. But, her Grace being indisposed, she asked Marcia to take her place, and as Marcia was devoted to riding, it ended in the horses being ordered, and the two started early in the afternoon. The groom, naturally, at a more discreet distance than he could well be in the phaeton. "I am very glad to have your society all to myself to-day," Marcia said brightly, after a preliminary canter had given the horses that exercise necessary to ensure quietness and the opportunity for conversation.
"Very flattering," he answered, laughing. "What do you want me to do or not to do?"
"I want the Duchess to take me over to call upon the Burlingtons. I wish to make Mrs. Burlington's acquaintance."
Said his Grace.
Is not exactly a satisfactory reply, I may remark."
"It's a tremendous distance. It's so far off we are not at all called upon to pay a visit to the Burlingtons."
"Oh, it is a long way, but not too far if you can do a kindness. Oh, please don't say again. You were just going to do so."
"What's your reason? Why do you want to go?"
And the Duke looked around at his companion with some curiosity. "Some time ago, Cyril Burlington did me a great service, for which I shall always feel grateful. Very innocently, as you will believe, I have caused a breach between him and his friends, friends who value him much, and friends he values. He showed the moral courage, which is more difficult to men than physical courage. I have a regard for him, and owing him much, it is impossible for me to sit still with folded hands and do nothing."
"I see."
The Duke had admired Mrs. Burlington, and having many important matters to think of, had forgotten her misdemeanour, or rather remembered she had said something stupid, and that his wife objected to her in consequence.
"There is the Duchess yonder, Marcia."
"Oh, yes, there is the Duchess, but if you will be on my side she will not stand out against my wish. Do you think she will?"
"Oh, she will act kindly, you know that," said his Grace loyally. "But if she thinks it against your interest—"
"Oh, will you help me, Duke? I am not afraid if you will really help me," said Marcia very confidently.
"Oh, I'll help you," he answered.
They again cantered on, and when they pulled up again, he said,
"Mrs. Burlington looks to me like a woman who might be a very good sort if she knew it, and she makes enemies because she gives no other woman a chance. She amused me, and she's a very good-looking, but somehow she and her husband don't pull together, and she shows it too much. Burlington is such a good fellow that I really wish something could be done."
"It was a curious marriage," said Marcia. "I should like him to be happy, and he looks unhappy."
He was too much in a woman's hands all his life. Well, Marcia, it's a bargain. Shall I propose it to the Duchess, or will you do it?"
"Oh, I shall be very glad if you will do it," said Marcia.
"All right, I will," he said cordially.
And Marcia echoed the same words to herself. She was one who could not rest when action was necessary, and who relied for success on the purity of her actions. She hoped much from the coming visit. At any rate, Cyril Burlington would understand that she had not forgotten, and that she was not ungrateful. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Volume 2 of A Brilliant Woman by Mrs. Henry Chetwynd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Anne Fletcher. Chapter 9. The Duchess Pays a Visit. Dinner was over, the servants had disappeared, and the Duchess, with immense satisfaction, was showing off a new accomplishment which she had taught her dog. A dog valuable from its grotesque ugliness and a strictly original way of moving. Marcia was wrapped in reflections of a pleasant kind, and gave a rather half-hearted attention to the eager and admiring exclamations of her friend.
"Oh, look, Marcia, isn't he too clever? I put this raisin on his forehead and another on his nose, and he tosses his head when I raise one finger and catches both. At least he caught them both once. Of course it requires practice, but he does it beautifully."
"He ought to have compensating qualities," said Marcia, laughing, "to make up for his wonderful want of beauty."
"He is very ugly," said the Duke. "Let's hope he is clever. But I do not believe he'll ever be a pat from Cyril Burlington's dog. That dog of his does such extraordinary things."
"Oh, what sort of things?" asked the Duchess very eagerly.
"He lies down with a handkerchief over his face, picking it off when he's told, and sits up holding it in his hands."
"How wonderful!" the Duchess after a pause. "I wonder how he taught him to do that."
"Better ask him," said the Duke quietly.
"But, my dear—" and the Duchess made all sorts of telegraphic signs to him, meaning to imply that she could explain nothing in Marcia's presence, and that there was something to explain.
"I want you to go and call there," said the Duke. "It is rather far, but I think it would be a kindness."
"Oh, but, Marcia, you would—" "I should have to go alone, and I do so hate a long drive by myself." "I hoped the Duke would ask you," said Marcia. "I particularly want to go, and I knew if he saw it as I see it and asked you to go, you would go." "I will certainly go, "But you're very forgiving," she said. "Mrs. Burlington said quite rude things about you, or at any rate was not nice in any way." "Oh, dear, I am convinced that she misunderstood things, and that in her turn she is being misunderstood. I want to set things right for them." "Oh, let us go then. Now, if we want to do it quite comfortably, we had better write beforehand. It's a long way to go to find them out, and that would not suit your purpose. Besides," added her Grace very earnestly, "there's the dog. I do want to see that dog." Cyril was astonished when his wife showed him the note she had received from the Duchess. It was, he thought, most kindly meant, and he saw the kindness in its right light.
"Ask them to lunch. It is such a long way."
It may be noted that the Duchess, in the first place, taking for granted that every lady knew that the Duke was too busy to drive about with her, did not say he was not included in "we," and was so accustomed to have Marcia with her that she did not specify her. Mrs. Burlington did ask the Duchess to luncheon, and of course included the Duke in her invitation under the "you," which corresponded with the Duchess's "we." Thus it happened that her invitation was accepted, and the drive undertaken without Marcia's name coming to the front at all. When they arrived, Marcia said to her friend, "Please do not name me, dear. I will introduce myself by and by." Maria was very much struck by the distinguished figure and fine face of the Duchess's companion. From the evident intimacy existing between the two ladies, she supposed that they were relations. Marcia never for one moment occurred to her. It may be said that never did Mrs. Burlington look better. Her recent illness had not impaired her beauty, and she was pleased by the long drive undertaken by the Duchess, which she thought showed friendliness. Altogether she was at her best. The Duchess, naturally, was so full of Mr. Burlington's dog that she left Marcia to Mrs. Burlington, and the two got on well together. It was after luncheon, when in the sitting-room, that Marcia disclosed herself. She said, looking at a rather fine picture of Mrs. Burlington, "Your husband once did me a great service, Mrs. Burlington, a service I shall always feel grateful for. Has he ever spoken to you about me? I am Marcia Dorrington." Mrs. Burlington lost her presence of mind. She flushed a vivid red, and said in an odd constrained voice, "He never spoke of doing you a service. He has never spoken about you at all." "Not at all?" "Never, beyond perhaps naming you with others. It seems to me, Miss Dorrington, that it would be very extraordinary of a husband to speak to his wife, for my husband to speak about you to me." "Why?" And Marcia's wonderful eyes were fixed with no feigned expression of astonishment upon Mrs. Burlington's face. "Because," said Maria hotly, "he cared for you, even now—" She stopped, but she had said enough. Then Marcia understood. Before more words passed, Mrs. Burlington said, "I have often wondered why I did not care for, or plainly why I did not love your husband." She added in a low tone, "There was someone else, and the service, the great service your husband rendered me, was in connection with that other person. He saved me much. Oh, Mrs. Burlington, your husband is very noble, very good, and he never told you. He kept my secret and my counsel. How can I thank him? I couldn't understand. I thought you had loved him, of course, before he married, and it has made me unhappy," Maria said simply. "Now you know, and you know also how loyal he has been. Dear Mrs. Burlington, I hope you will come to like me, that we may grow to be friends," said poor Marcia, who had believed nothing against Cyril, and who yet felt grateful to his wife for proving her right and confirming her belief in his honour. She held out her hand, and Mrs. Burlington took it graciously enough. In the face of this friendliness she could not say what was really in her heart. "He ought to have told me. I am his wife." "Then we are friends," said Marcia, and as she spoke she smiled, and Mrs. Burlington brightened under the influence of that smile, and Marcia hoped that she had conquered her antagonism. Flora, who had been much subdued at luncheon and a little less subdued afterwards, was overjoyed to see the two friends go away. But Mrs. Burlington was not in the humour to abuse anybody, least of all the woman who had gone out of her way to come to remove an erroneous impression, and she soon left Flora to her own devices. The Duchess and her friend drove home together in silence. Marcia was glad to be left to think. It is invariably a surprise to a woman who is conscious of a man's admiration for her, and even of so much liking as may turn to love, expressed or unexpressed, to see his second choice the exact opposite of herself. Between husband and wife there was evidently not even cordial sympathy. What had weighed with him? If he had not been in love, why had he married Miss Kingston? She could understand an orphan, dependent, and holding a very insecure position, being glad to have an assured position and a husband who was sans peur et sans reproche. But Cyril? How could it be accounted for? She knew his character thoroughly, and it puzzled her, because at his age a choice is generally so carefully made. It is your young man who falls in love, and has that fever so badly that he sees everything through its magic glasses. She was sorry, for she liked him so much, and he was a noble-hearted man who wanted affection, who appreciated repose more than brilliancy, and who craved for domestic quiet and a real affection. It seemed hard that he should have been debarred from these things. When they reached home, the problem in Marcia's mind was, how could she clear Cyril in the eyes of the Beryls without opening up too widely again her own story? That she had been an object of jealousy seemed to lower her. She must think it all out. When Cyril was alone with his wife, she looked up in the sudden way he had learned to know by this time portended some new departure, and said abruptly, "If you were more frank with me, Cyril, I should not make so many mistakes." Cyril looked at her in some surprise. "This is grave," he said, smiling a little. The smile vexed her. It was always a vexation to her that her husband never sympathized with her moods, and she forgot that her moods were variable as any barometer in changeable weather, and very difficult to follow. "At Sir Henry Beryl's I made a mistake. It was not my fault, as I did not know anything. Miss Dorrington explained it to me today. She told me that you had done her a service. I like her. She did not wish me to misunderstand you." Cyril was grave enough now. "Will you let me know about the misunderstanding and what she explained?" This was a little difficult, and his wife felt as many people feel when they rush into a fray unprepared to bear the brunt of it. She almost wished she had left things alone. "Miss Dorrington said it was not you, it was someone else that she cared for." "I am afraid I cannot follow this very lucid explanation," said Cyril, who was really rather anxious to know what Marcia had said. Maria coloured deeply, and her answer was given in a lower tone and with a good deal of hesitation. "I thought you had loved each other and were for some reason parted. And I wanted the Duchess to know that I was not blind. As you loved Miss Dorrington, the Beryls naturally could not ask her to meet your wife. This is what I thought when I offended them all." "That was it?" her husband answered, looking at her a little curiously. "And you cared?" She gave no answer, but her colour varied. He would not press her for an answer, and went on after a momentary pause. "And then what more did she say?" "She said you were good, and had done her a great service, that you had done someone she cared for a great service, or words to that effect. At any rate, it was not to avoid you." "I see," said Mr. Burlington. Yes, he saw what this meant. He had quite misunderstood his wife, and the speech that rang so clearly and so painfully through the Beryls' drawing-room, and had destroyed in a second of time the friendship of years, had been prompted by jealousy, and was absolutely innocent of the meaning so naturally put upon it. It was bitter to feel that even now explanation was impossible. How could he rake up all that story after so long a time? Would it not be giving fresh importance to what he hoped time would obliterate, or at least soften? Then the injustice regarding his wife struck him. It was a wrong towards her to leave anyone under the belief that she was capable of wilfully touching upon so delicate a subject. Wherever he looked he appeared to see fresh complications, and disentanglement seemed quite hopeless. So momentary an outburst, and so many unfortunate consequences. Thoughts such as these flashed through his mind, and kept him once more silent. His wife stood up suddenly. "I did not answer your question," she said, looking quite straight into his face. "I did care," and she went away quickly, leaving him perplexed and surprised, but with a warmer glow at his heart, which had so long now been chilled by her open indifference. The visit of the Duchess had also consequences, though of a different kind. People suddenly remembered that they hadn't called on the Burlingtons for a long time, and Maria had many visitors. For in certain societies people are very like sheep, not only in the way they follow a beaten track, but in the manner in which they hold their heads and faces upwards when the weather is fine and there are no clouds about, or turn their backs to the storm and go away from it. All this time Horace Wyncote was a frequent visitor. Having proved to be so wrong in one thing regarding his wife, Mr. Burlington could not bear saying more to her about these visits, but he did not believe that Flora was the attraction. His position was difficult, because he had established indifference and had accepted it from his wife. There was no intimacy, and they saw little of each other. Outwardly all was harmonious. Indeed, there were fewer ruffles on the domestic surface than is usually the case where confidence in each other's affection leads to very open home truths sometimes, and forcible differences of opinion. To recede from this position was extremely difficult, and Mrs. Burlington found it impossible. It was just then that Mrs. Kingson wrote to propose herself for a visit of some days. Her husband, who was going to see a model agricultural farm in a county farther north, would pick her up on his way home and stay for a couple of days. Maria had a great regard for her aunt, who had always made much of her, but she was a little sorry that she was coming just now. It was inexpressibly annoying to her that a very acute observer should be able to see the position of things as Mrs. Kingson would see them. And there was also Flora. But there was no help for it. The Kingsons had often been asked, and this was their first visit. Maria remembered that there was also Horace Wyncote, who so unaccountably delayed proposing to Flora. And she was beginning to dislike his visits. It seemed to her that he made a point of always coming when her husband was out. Why should he? It put her too much in the position of receiving into the intimacy of her home life a man whom her husband would not make a companion of and did not approve of. It was true her husband was not very cordial. Perhaps when the Kingsons were there Wyncote would not come quite as often, and Flora must bear the loss of his society as best she could. Perhaps also the arrival of her uncle and aunt would cause Flora to move. She hated herself for the thought, but when honestly thinking over everything, Mrs. Burlington acknowledged to herself that the long visit of that young lady had not been an unmixed joy or given her entire satisfaction. She would not regret her departure nearly as much as she would have done a few weeks ago. End of chapter 9.